if you are a legitimate citizen and they don't give you a ballot because they need you to they need you to validate who you are, whatever the case may be. There's barely even enough time to present the documents. If you need to get documents and things like that, I mean, you got what, 70 some odd days. You may close to the election. How play reacts for last. That's being, should President Trump consider using nukes on Iran? Should President Trump consider using nukes on Iran? I get it's a strong statement, but there are folks who do suggest that we should consider doing that. What about boots on the ground? I see you in the comments, MAGA reacts. What about boots on the ground? What about a full scale man powered invasion? Should we consider boots on the ground? Now, I do got an ongoing poll, and it looks like overwhelmingly this is going to be a no. I put that is the question: should America consider using nukes on Iran? Only 50 some odd respondents so far. Only 13% say yes, but 13% are saying yes. So we're going to get into a host of topics. As always, you guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are certainly, somebody said we're on, you're asking my own Wi-Fi. No, I was not. Let me make sure I got my, yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we are. So that should fix that on YouTube. But you guys know how the program is ran. We are indeed MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor. Our comments go left of Abdul El Saeed to I'm having a dinner with Q. So we don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You can be critical of anybody on the program, including yours truly. That's how free speech works. Nevertheless, looking in the comments right off the bat, handsome conservative says, I disagree with everything your party stands for. And by the way, support your local liberal. I don't know if you disagree with everything. I'm sure there are things that the Democrats stand for that you do not disagree with. I think that you disagree with the core premise of being liberal. I get that. But I'm sure there are plenty of, like, for instance, I wish I had the list here, but Chris Cuomo on News Nation, at the beginning of some of his programs, he's been showing a list of all the things that we all agree on versus what we disagree on. He claims that we actually agree on a lot more than what we disagree on. Like voter ID. Both sides agree on voter ID. They just do not agree with what Trump is doing and how he's trying to implement it. Stuff like that. I think both sides believe you should come here legally. It's just the inhumane, harsh treatment that Trump is doing. So there's a lot of things. Both sides agree that the healthcare system sucks. I mean, there's a whole lot of, I wish I had his list. I may see if I can bring it up during the program, but I'm going to tell you, I do believe conservative, you do not disagree with everything the liberals stand for. I believe you disagree with a lot of it, but not everything. To answer your question on YouTube, yes, if there is no other way to end the war. Yeesh. So you believe that to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, it's okay if it takes for us to nuclearize them in the process? We have not proven that if Iran ever obtained a nuclear weapon, that they would go rogue and use it. That's just something we're claiming. By the way, most of the free world does not agree with that. Most of NATO member nations are not like gung-ho, we must kill them. So, wow, you really think that that would be the best way to stop them is to nuke them? So we're going to do to them what we're suggesting they might do to us. Wow, strong stuff. This is why we have to take the country back from white people. They will destroy us all. All right, let me get into the show, and I'm going to ask you guys to tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. That's when we normally take our first caller on TikTok. TikTok. Wow, TikTok. And if you do want to be a caller, come on over to Instagram, YouTube, Substack, or Clapper. Handsome Liberal across all platforms. We bring you up and you do not, it doesn't cost you anything. So Getting on with the program. Here's before I start the program. I thought this was kind of funny. This is a post I saw on social media. It's titled "How I Imagine MAGA Sounds Filling Up the Gas Pump These Days." And it shows a picture of the digital readout of a gas pump while it's increasing. It says, "This is how they imagine MAGA sounds when they're filling up the gas pump."
Oh yeah, Daddy Trump, I'll take those higher gas prices. Anything for you, Daddy Trump. I'll take those higher gas prices. Yes, I will. Oh yeah, Daddy Trump, I'll take those higher gas prices. Anything for you, Daddy Trump. I'll take those higher gas prices. Yes, I will. Oh,
I don't look. We see some wild shit online. I just want. I still find it kind of funny. Somebody in the comments. Oh my god! Somebody asked me, "Is that MAGA reacts?" MAGA reacts.
yeah, Daddy Trump, I'll take those higher gas prices. Anything for you, Daddy Trump. I'll take those higher gas prices. Yes, I will. Oh, yeah.
MAGA reacts. Oh my god, that's crazy. Anyway, tap the screen, get the likes showing up 10,000. We'll take the first call. Getting into the seriousness of the show. Marjorie Taylor Greene, everybody knows who she is. She is in the news once again. And I'm going to tell you, this is part of why I asked the question in regards to today's topic. This is kind of where it originated.
So the president was upset because I informed everyone that they were actually talking about lowering the threshold to use nuclear bombs on Iran, which is absolutely shocking and unthinkable. And so he's calling me names again, of course, because that's what President Trump does, is he acts like a bully on the playground and loves to call everyone all these names. However, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't really hurt anybody anymore because he's so unpopular. And so he said it was fake news, but that's his typical way of pivoting and trying to cover things up. He always calls things fake news when he's trying to cover it up, or he just doesn't like it. If any press person asks him a question, he'll say, "Oh, fake news, you're fake news," simply to pivot away and avoid the topic. But, however, what he didn't do is he didn't promise the American people and promise the world that he would not use nuclear weapons on Iran, who doesn't have nuclear weapons. And our own intelligence agencies and Tulsi Gabbard told him that Iran was nowhere near using a nuclear weapon. And then think about this. It's the absolute unthinkable. The last time nuclear bombs were dropped.
And then she goes into the last time they were used was Hiroshima and Nagasaki and things like that. But think about what she is saying. Think about what she is saying is that they were considering lowering the threshold. I don't know what we would lower it to, but I guess you could say that they shut down the strait so we can bomb them. I don't know what they would lower the threshold to, but you do hear her saying that they were talking about lowering the threshold to use nukes on Iran. I guess the first question I would ask you is, considering Marjorie Taylor Greene is no longer in Congress, by way of yes or no in the comments, do you think what she was saying was true? Or do you think it's false? I mean, you can put in there true or false. Do you think what she stated, do you believe that's actually true or false? Because she is not a congresswoman anymore. I'm assuming she knows plenty of folks that are in Washington still, but she herself is not in on meetings and things like that. So what do you think? You think it's true or false? I'd be curious to know. And I did flip over to Wi-Fi. Somebody said I was glitching on YouTube. If so, I don't know why at this point, because I'm on Wi-Fi on everything. But somebody let me know. What do you think? True or false? He ain't crazy, as he says, Marquise. Depends on who you ask. Depends on who you ask. Some folks feel like that Biden was crazy. Depends on who you ask. But, I mean, do you think she's making that up? And to some degree, why would she? Why would she make up phony claims of Trump threatening to use nukes if he wasn't doing it? So also, listen, Trump ran on no new wars. But in addition to running on no new wars, another thing he ran on was being America first. This is another clip from Trump, obviously on Air Force One. I got hip to this from Marjorie Taylor Greene too. Now she's not featured in this video, but once again, her page is what hipped me to this video. I want you to hear this because we're talking America first.
Is what do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, as they are?
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting Argentina. They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive. If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can. But don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying. All right? They're dying.
What do you mean by a beef deal, sir?
Look, there's a bunch of ways to look at this. First of all, I asked the question about being America first, but the other question is, you're talking about they're dying. There's a lot of Americans talking about they're losing farms, they're losing their businesses, the tariffs are hurting them. Why the hell are we focused on Argentina? And he's talking about how he happens to love the leader of Argentina. What part of America first is this? Because our economy is not good right now for him to be talking about he's trying to rescue another country. I mean, we could talk about we didn't help out the Ukrainians when Trump became president. We stopped sending them weapons. Surely some Ukrainians were dying. He left them on a lurch. Not to mention USAID. We've withdrawn all the assistance we were giving them. Surely some of them are dying as well. How did Argentina get propelled to the top? How is that not an instance of Argentina first? Somebody let me know that, because that does sound kind of like he's putting Argentina above everything else. And whether or not you folks agree with it. Also, a couple other topics before we get on with the show and tap the screen. I guess I got a little tidbit I want to talk to you folks about. This isn't going to be the show, but a little nugget I want to drop on you. Something I found out and posted a clip of it or a short on it on my social media platforms that I got hammered by the right for posting this. They call me a racist and everything. I'll let you hear this in a minute. But also, real quick, Chris Cuomo, I'm a big fan of Cuomo, Riley, a lot of the News Nation personalities. In addition to Bill O'Reilly, Geraldo, I watch a lot of the old Fox News personalities. Back when Fox was somewhat Republican and closer to being moderate. Now I don't watch a lot of Fox because they're just way far to the right. But some of their personalities have moved on. And nevertheless, I get a lot of stuff from News Nation. This is Cuomo on his own page. I want you to hear this conversation real quick. It's not Cuomo. It's the guest he is interviewing. I want you to hear what he has to say.
Where do you think it goes in November?
And are you afraid, Brother Pavlovitz?
Well, what I think, Chris, is that the Republicans have basically said we're going to make it as difficult as possible to have a free and fair election. We're, gerrymandering. We're culling down polling sites. We're, doing more harsher voter ID laws. We're going to make it as difficult as we can for you to vote. We're going to try to disenfranchise you. And if we still lose, well, we're going to cry fraud, and they're preemptively doing that. My fear is that regardless of what the outcome is, November is going to place us in a place of national consequence and crisis that we've never been. Just have a sitting president say, I am not leaving, even though this is my second term. And I think
you believe that may happen, that he may not leave.
I think, when you look at what he says, if you take him at his word, which is kind of difficult to do, but I think with the 2028 rhetoric and all that, I think we have to be prepared for the thought that J.D. Vance has basically said, that they're not going to lose. And I don't know how you deal with that as a nation, but we just have to say, we have to participate in the political process as if it's sound. We have to do all the work. We have to show up. We have to vote in numbers that cannot be manipulated. And then we have to see how it plays out. But we have to all be prepared for something that we thought could never happen. I think in January 6th, we never imagined that would be happening. And it happened, and we all had to respond. So I still believe in what the American people can do together. It's just right now we're dealing with an adversary.
So does anybody agree with this guy? You think that they're deliberately trying to make it more difficult to vote? I'm going to tell you, I don't understand why they're doing it, unless that would be the only reason they would do it. I don't understand why they're fucking with mail-in voting this close to the election. I mean, look, I don't deny that there's probably some people voting fraudulently in our elections. I don't think there's any way to end that, by the way. 300 and what is 400 million people in this country. You know, there's usually about 150 plus million people that cast votes in national elections. You're never going to get an election that size to not have some fraud in it. You can spend the rest of your life chasing fraud if you're trying to get a perfect election. But I will say this, it would help if Trump would prove some of this stuff we're passing laws based on accusations. He hasn't shown any widespread voter fraud via mail. We're passing laws based on his accusations. Even though I'm on the left, you certainly have my vote. I would be on Trump's side if he was showing actual proof of some of the claims he's making. We're basing legislation just solely based on things he is saying. And look, fact is, Trump has said a lot of things that don't come true. Some things that have been proven false. So we can't just. I don't favor just allowing him to say something and then we pass laws that are going to affect potentially millions of voters. And it's not based on any actual evidence. It's just him saying it. And I do question if the postal system, now that they've gotten approval from the Supreme Court, I do question if the postal system is going to enforce these new rules equally. I mean, look, if you're casting ballots in Atlanta versus Savannah, Georgia, they know the people in Atlanta are more likely Democrat than the folks in Savannah. So the scrutiny may be heavier in areas where the adversaries reside, where we know these people are not voting for us. So do all your scrutiny there. Just like Dinesh D'Souza in 2000 Mules. He didn't investigate any Republican stronghold. Every place he went was a Democrat stronghold. He was in Milwaukee, he was in Atlanta, he was in Phoenix. He only went to places where the Democrats would vote. So when he's saying he's finding fraud, well, is there any fraud in these rural areas? I don't know. I didn't check. So understand that you could get postal enforcement that is selective. So I do want to talk about that. And somebody says Dinesh D'Souza went where fraud was. No, he went where fraud was alleged. The whole claim of fraud came from Trump. Trump has never seen a Democrat. Trump has never seen a Republican cheat in an election. Trump has been alleging fraud and that the whole system was rigged since he came down the golden escalator in 2015. Have you ever heard him mention a Republican cheating in an election at all? It's all Democrats. So if Dinesh D'Souza goes where Trump is alleging a fraud, yeah, he's only saying that Democrats cheat, which is ridiculous. But if there's a way to cheat in elections, there are going to be some Republicans that are going to use that avenue to do so. They want to win just as much as the Democrats do. So if Dominion voting machines, for instance, if they could switch votes, you're going to tell me there's no Republican that could hack into the system or do any of that? It's just all going to be Democrats, huh? That makes no sense at all. Trump cried when he lost to Ted Cruz in the Iowa primary. He did bring that up. He absolutely did bring that up. All right, anyhow, and by the way, that was made up as well. Real quick before we get into the show,
I think Donald Trump.
This is the premiere. Now we're going out to Canada. Big tariffs on Canada right now. How does Canada feel? Are they going to bow to President Trump? This is the premiere of Manitoba.
I think we should. I think Donald Trump is very weak. I think America is weaker around the world today than it was a year ago. He's about to get slaughtered in the midterms. And the cost of living is the number one issue, and he is completely out of touch with the cost of living of Americans. I think we should fight. I think we've got the upper hand. They're back on their heels right now. They're coming to us for a deal, and so I think we should fight. We are in a position of strength. They are weak. They are getting beaten up. He's the least popular president ever because of the cost of living. So again, like, we can make these changes that the Prime Minister is asking, but who are we making this deal with? Do we expect that this is going to be the end of, like, Donald Trump is all of a sudden going to say, oh yeah, I'm not going to bug Canada again? He's erratic, he's irresponsible, and he's not to be trusted. And this is a person that we were supposed to make a deal with, and we're going to make additional concessions for. That's why I say you can't make a good deal with a bad person, because who's to say that's not going to be undone? So with that in mind, we reserve the right to take the U.S. booze off the shelves again. I think
You can't make a good deal with a bad person. Damn. Now, I will say, I've brought up before, why should Iran make a deal with Trump when he broke Obama's deal? I said that many times, that even if you thought the Iran deal was stupid under Obama, America signed on the dotted line. You can't just break our word, because you get shit like this, nobody's trust you anymore, which to me, it makes no sense for Iran to enter into any deal with President Trump. He's already showed them that the next president may come along and think it's a dumb deal and break it. So Iran has no business at all entering into a deal with America. But you hear the premier of Manitoba also now saying that, you can't make a good deal with a bad person. So they don't trust President Trump either. Wow. I don't get why we would get into a fucking fight with Canada. You couldn't tell this motherfucker apart. If you put him in an elevator in Manhattan, Chicago, LA, you would think he's an American. You can't tell us apart. I don't see why would we pick them to fuck with? I just don't. And by the way, he is right, in my opinion, when he talks about the aspects of a typical bully. You're never going to satisfy a bully. It's like you ever see the prison movies where the guy comes over and asks for lunch, or he asks for some of your chips or whatever. He's coming back tomorrow. No matter what you say today, no matter how you bow down to him today, he is coming back tomorrow. What he is pointing out is, if we don't fight them, if we bow down, they're just going to come back again. Trump will come back. That's what he's trying to indicate. This guy, when he says you can't make a good deal with a bad person, this person is going to come back. I actually believe that. I do believe that. I mean, if Canada bows down to Trump, it won't be long before some other reason pops up where we have another problem with Canada and we're threatening them once again. So I agree with that part. Last but not least, let me go ahead and start taking calls. We way over 10,000. Thank you. This is the nugget I found out. And I don't want to make this show about racism or anything like that, but I did post this and I got hammered by the right. They called me a big ass racist. And I only posted this because I just found this out myself. Butter pecan ice cream. Some of you guys that may watch my shorts know about this, but because you see me posted earlier. I found this out at my late age in life. The origin of butter pecan ice cream. How many of you guys know this? That during the Jim Crow era, they would not serve vanilla ice cream to African Americans. They considered it white and pure. So the shops had a collective agreement between each other. Kind of like you can't sell your house to a black person. That's what the HOAs were created for. So that if you sell your home, you got to promise you won't sell it to an African American. They had an agreement. They would not sell vanilla ice cream to African Americans. And pecans are really plentiful in the South. And the African American community learned to use pecans to make butter pecan ice cream. That's where it came from. The African Americans, just like a lot of shit, chitlins and hog mugs, all these other things where they learned how to turn waste into decent products, decent food. That's where this came from. And folks told me, and I see in the comments, Marquise is saying, how are you racist for that? People say, well, you always bringing up racial shit and dividing us. Like, I just found it out and thought it was really interesting. And you can certainly look it up. It's all over the internet. It's just something it's not normally taught widespread. The origin of butter pecan ice cream is Jim Crow era. They learned to use butter because they wanted other flavors access to than just chocolate. The white store owners would only sell them chocolate. Go figure. White was too pure for a black person to be eating. So they learned to create their own flavor of ice cream and a vanilla substitute. And it's a lot of you folks that have grandparents, great grandparents, you probably remember that was a popular flavor with them. It certainly was. I remember as a kid, that was a popular flavor. I didn't think anything about it. I just thought it tasted good. But it was a popular flavor among African Americans from that era. All because of Jim Crow. Wow. Anyway, getting on with the show. Tap the screen, get the likes on it. I can't believe people did call me racist for making it short about that. I was just making it clear. I was ignorant. I had never heard that before. Never heard that before. In the comments, we need to do something about what's going on before it can't be fixed. What do you do? I mean, Trump has he has the gavel. He has power, and the Republicans are not going to get in his way. So what can you do? You can't make him do anything, and to some degree, the more you push Trump, the harder he pushes back because he just likes to win. So it's like having you have a pet dog where he bites on a toy. You try to take it out of his mouth, that just makes him yank back harder. Makes it harder to get it out. He just likes to win. In the comments, Tim, have you heard about the Argentine meat? Yes. We're going to get from Trump. In fact, it was in the video I covered. There's just so many topics today. I figured I wouldn't even go into the Argentine meat, but yes, I have heard about that. Going to the box, Miss Mo Betta. Good evening, Miss Mo.
What's happening, Tim?
Not much. Am I truly ignorant? Had you heard about that whole butter pecan thing?
Yes, which is why it's so popular with among black people, because that we weren't really able to eat anything else. Now, us, the younger people, of course, we had options. Yeah, we have options. But see, they call you racist because they hate when their demonic history is exposed.
Yeah,
they hate when it's exposed. Then they start, oh, you're such a racist. Why you got to put that? Listen, if once some things is cut at the root, you ain't got to worry about it growing and exposing unhealthy shit. That's why we're in the position we are now in this country, where racism is still an issue.
Yeah, Gen X wrote me a long 3-4 paragraph letter. Tore me a new one. Gen X really didn't like it. But anyway,
I'm sure he did. But when he's sitting in your comments talking that racist shit in your comments, he don't have a problem with that. Fuck him. Tell him to go scratch and sniff and see if he can find his ass some insurance to get him some new teeth.
Well, moving on, and I'll tell you this in the comments. Hanson Conservative says that racism is still an issue because without it, the Democrat Party has nothing to run on. What say you?
Talking about a man who has to cheat in order to get his way. This is no surprise with Donald Trump around here gerrymandering and the voter suppression and all of that stuff. There's no surprise, because if it wasn't his way of life, there wouldn't have been an issue over there. He wouldn't have took shit to the Supreme Court.
Yeah. Well, what about the whole claim that mail-in voting is not secure and non-Americans or illegal immigrants can vote? How do you respond? Because this is what they're claiming. How do you respond to that?
They are full of shit. Yet Trump just voted by mail. Was it a
Twice.
problem for him?
Twice.
Twice. What was it a problem for him? So you see how when his numbers and shit are low, he starts talking about cheating, it's fraud, but when he won, you didn't hear not one thing about fraud. Has he investigated anybody or anywhere? And especially in the Republican areas, he don't even investigate those areas. He goes to the opposition just to say, "Oh, they're cheating."
Yeah.
But he didn't say that. He didn't say that after he won. You didn't hear shit about it until just recently.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I would be on Trump's side, even as somebody that leans left, if he actually presented a decent case. But most of his allegations are not coming with any proof. Now, Real Talk in the comments says he voted by mail because he is president. But here's something I said, and you can follow up on this, Mr. Mobetta. I brought up Trump not only has access to a limousine, he has access to the Marine One presidential helicopter, not to mention the 747, that he can come into this stuff 24 hours a day. He has access to the Secret Service. He can tell them to shut down any polling place in America so that he can go in there and vote alone. Like, why would he don't have to mail in. Lead by example. If you think mail-in voting is piss poor and not secure, why won't you just go into a ballot place and vote and show people how it's done?
Because he has no leadership skills. He has no leadership skills. That's why he's always on the attack of people. He talks to people in derogatory form because that's not of leadership. That's what bullies do. He's a straight up bully, and he's gonna mess around with Iran and find out, which he already is. So why are you talking about pushing a button on Iran if the so-called conflict was already won last year? Why are you still talking about doing that to them?
Well, what about this? MAGA React says because he's in Washington, D.C. and the votes are in West Palm Beach.
Shut up. I don't want to hear nothing from him.
And I will point out he had no problem going to a Knicks game. He don't live in New York.
A Knicks game. He can go golfing. He can go golfing in multiple places. So, miss me. We already know that he bends himself into a double pretzel when it comes to the orange man. We already know what MAGA reacts to. Yeah, bud, it wasn't that many. Oh, no, yeah, bud. He was in Florida. Oh, yeah, bud. Shut up.
Yeah. I just, and I see in the comments, MAGA reacts said the Knicks game is a 1 hour drive. You really think Trump took a drive? Really? You think he drove from D.C.?
You see the pretzel that I was just talking about?
You think he was in a limo for an hour? He flew to that shit. No. Yeah, he flew to that.
They still. Now this is the funny part because they still believe the J6 offenders was Antifa that they were sitting and set up. So I keep asking the question: if that was the case, why did Trump pardon them? If they were such the opposition, why did he go in there and pardon all of those people, including the rapists and all of those other nasty ass people that was involved? Why would he do that?
And that's my argument is that just make some of the statements or allegations you say not only make sense, but actually just show us some evidence of why you're saying what you're saying. I mean, MAGA for MAGA, it seems like if Trump says something, therefore it is. They don't require a lot of proof.
Now MAGA reacts say Antifa to get in charge. They set it off and ran away. Tim, you can't make shit up like this. He's got to be about the dumbest motherfucker on this. Be
nice to MAGA reacts.
I'm saying that shit with my chest. I am.
Look, I want more conservatives. I want more MAGA on this show. Look, we're going to challenge you just like I challenged some of the liberals, but I would like to I want MAGA reacts duplicated. I want more MAGA. Don't you want to hear from the other side?
I tend to listen sometimes, but the more I listen to them, the dumber I feel.
They say the same about the liberals, though, by the way. They do say the same about you liberals.
I get it. I totally get it. But when I tell you they are, for the life of me, you'll show them proof, and they still don't believe it. How much money MAGA Reacts has lost in these last couple of weeks betting people and losing?
It don't sound like he's doing well. He sound like he lost money to Mike and who's the King Finn. So
they want that bread. They want that bread.
Yeah. Well, he paid Mike. Mike is already. I witnessed Mike getting paid, so he's already paid Mike. Real quick before we continue, I do want to replay this clip because I see somebody. Bama Landscaper asked, so Trump is going to nuke Iran, and why the hell are we talking about that? And I'll certainly get your opinion on this too, Miss Mo.
So the president was upset because I informed everyone that they were actually talking about lowering the threshold to use nuclear bombs on Iran, which is absolutely shocking and unthinkable. And so he's calling me names again, of course, because that's what President Trump does, is he acts like a bully on the playground and loves to call everyone all these names. However, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't really hurt anybody anymore because he's so unpopular. And so he said it was fake news, but that's his typical way of pivoting and trying to cover things up. He always calls things fake news when he's trying to cover it up. Or
do you think she's selling wolf tickets, or you think what she's saying is true?
No, No. What she said is true because it's been proven. It's proven how he acts. Do you not see his pattern?
Yeah, but it ain't proven that they were talking about lowering the threshold to use nukes, though.
That I can't attest to, because I haven't seen that anywhere. I can't say for sure if that's what they're doing. However, it's believable. It's believable because of how they are moving. What would stop them from doing that when he goes over Congress's head all the time anyway? What would stop him from doing that? So again, I don't trust her either. I don't trust that 304
You think the Republican Congress would let Trump take us into a nuclear war by himself?
They are afraid of that man. Are you kidding? They're afraid of him. Because if they weren't, we wouldn't be in a position now to where.
How the hell does the Democrats win an election in November if you're suggesting that a large portion of the country is scared of the president? In other words, should we not concede that whether we're gonna either lose legitimately or they're gonna take it from us? If the whole country is scared of him like he's Mussolini or some shit, it's kind of over with.
If that is the case, Tim, we gonna fight. We gotta fight to the death. You gotta stand. You gotta continue to stand your ground, win or lose. Other than that, you're just kowtowing to the bullshit that his fans do. You can't give up the win or lose, Tim. You can't give up your position. Like, listen, we gonna fight, win or lose.
So then let me ask you. Let's say, for instance, Trump just has a huge victory in November, maintains control of the Senate and the House. All of a sudden, he's in control of the Senate by 60 seats or more, mass majority. And the word on the street with absolute certainty is they stole it. It was not done fairly. What happens in America? Do we just live under that Republican government, or what do you expect to happen?
I don't know at this point. I really don't. I don't, because you do, when you do have that much power over people and control, you have to expect that stuff.
So you do believe there's a possibility that we may end up have a, kind of a stolen, exactly what he was talking about, a stolen election.
Because he cheats. He cheats. That's what he does. That's been his whole premise. It's cheating. He done cheated on all his wives. He done cheated company, done cheated banks out of money. And I'm not making that up. That's on the books. He's been sued for stuff like this, for him cheating, not wanting to pay people, and all kinds of stuff. So this is not some Trump derangement syndrome, as the red like to call it, as them them stupidos like to call it. You know what I'm saying? It's on, all of this stuff is on the books.
Well, by the way, in the comments, Handsome Conservative, you mentioned fight to the death. He says you better get some guns. Republicans got most of them. So if you want to fight to the death, you're going to fight and you're going to die, is what he seems to be suggesting.
How the fuck does his ass know who got all the guns? You don't know who got what. You keep going buying your carton of cigarettes, sitting in there and looking at little people on the internet. That's what you're supposed to.
Well, the belief is because the Democrats do promote some gun laws, and the right seems to be like, give everybody a gun, kind of like Oprah with the cars. You get a gun, you get. So the belief is that the right is going to obviously be where most of the guns are, because they are very pro-gun.
Well, they're slow like that. But see, this is the thing about the 2A law. Those laws vary from state to state. It varies from state to
what
state.
What are you getting at?
You have to know the laws and the rules of where you live. Like, you understand what I'm saying? So
yeah.
A lot of stuff Trump was getting up there bloviating to these people. They bought into it and not understanding that it was out of his jurisdiction. They're not understanding how codes and jurisdictions run. That's how this country runs. Technically, him as the president, all he really does have control of is the military. That's really
that's all you need if you got people scared of you. Before you continue, though, in the comments, I want to read a comment from David Mathis. He's challenging, saying he is not going to nuke nobody. There's protocols for that shit. If we send nukes, then China's going to send one to the U.S. It's a chain reaction. Look, I normally would agree with you if it wasn't President Trump. You say there's a protocol. The guy said he was going to nuke. What did he say? A whole civilization is going to die tonight. There's protocols for making a whole civilization die tonight. The Congress stood up and didn't do shit. They kind of left it up to him. Let's see if he actually means it or not. They didn't interfere with that at all.
you know, he's like really the first president to do all of this trading and stuff. So it's all a part of market manipulation. And again, the people that buy into the bullshit that he's talking, that's why a lot of people are, just follow where he is putting his numbers. Follow, and that's what they feel is making everybody rich.
Well, if you wanna follow where he's putting his numbers, that's why he created something special for you, Miss Mo. If you pay a mere 100,000, you can get access to his posts before everybody else. That's what that's about.
That's what he's doing. He's manipulating them to believe like, all right, you follow me where I'm going, it's gonna make you rich. No, sorry. Well. sorry.
So no, what you do, because some of my viewers are saying he's not going to nuke anybody. You don't feel he's going to. Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that they were talking about lowering the threshold, but you don't think that Trump is going to nuke Iran, do you?
Well, at this point, with all that DEI that he has under him, I wouldn't put it past him. You have RFK, who has no medical background. He doesn't have a degree in medical law, nothing like that, and they got him running the health department. You have Linda McMahon, who doesn't have any kind of degree or anything in education. She came from wrestling. They have her running the DOE. So I wouldn't put nothing past this administration. Then you got Pete Kegsbreath up there, that motherfucker be high as the clouds in these hearings and shit like that, up here making decisions. So his patterns and behavior showed to me that they are all incompetent. They're weak as fuck. They listen to anything he say, and the supporters are just as dumb as he is.
Wow. What the thing I don't like, and I don't know if Trump's going to nuke Iran or not, but one thing we can say without, one thing we can say with confidence is that if he does want to nuke Iran, they wouldn't stop him. I feel confident the Republicans, if he thought he needed to nuke Iran, the Republicans who are in control of Congress, who he should have to declare war through them, and here we are going on, the better half of a year at this point. And we're past the 6-month mark. He ain't even asked them, could we go to war? They just let him do it. So my guess is if he wanted to nuke them, they wouldn't stop it.
So again, just be ready for the chain reaction. Wow. See, first of all, he underestimated Iran in the first place. He thinking like, oh, we're gonna go over there and just bully what we do. He listened to Cauliflower Ears.
Who was Cauliflower Ears?
His pimp BB.
Oh my God.
His pimp BB, he bent him over, said, "This is what we're gonna do, and you're gonna join the fight. It ain't shit you can say about it."
Well, I don't totally disagree with that, Miss Mobetta. I do got to move it on, but I hope we don't end up nuking Iran. I mean, that would be crazy.
We stop acting like those people are weak or that they don't have allies. When he's around here causing all kind of chaos with people, it weaken our status as a superpower. Do we have a lot of military? Absolutely. But guess what? That means we got more people to lose. Yeah. We have more people to lose and more money. How much is the actual U.S. dollar worth right about now?
It's not going well, but let's have the faith in President Trump. I gotta move it on.
Wait, one more thing. Don't eat that nasty ass beef he's trying to bring in here either. Which is another thing. You talk about America first, you bring it out in. You know what's happening? It's cutting the American cattlers, the American farmers. That's cutting Americans' shit. You bringing that shit in, but they'll still make up some kind of excuse for that too. So even if you do go to an American butcher or whatever, it's going to raise the price. They're going to have to raise their costs again to offset. So I wish they would go somewhere.
We'll certainly I'm almost certain we'll end up talking about that as the price of beef and the complaints come in.
Yeah, it's necessary, Tam.
All right, Miss Mobetta, thank you for coming through.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 50,000. For some of you folks that are watching on YouTube, one of the platforms is I had to reset it, so you may have seen it go down. I'll go ahead and bring it back up. But do you support a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell? Is that a hard stop for you or a red line you wouldn't cross? Why the hell would he pardon Ghislaine Maxwell? I don't even support putting her in minimum security. I think he's already did too much. I mean, we've got nothing out of that. I think even the MAGA side of the aisle that feels confident that Trump did not take the innocence of a child, even MAGA believes that at the very least, people who did violate children are on the Epstein list. And by admitting that, Trump is at the very least protecting pedos. Even if he is not one himself, even if he didn't do anything, at the very least he is protecting pedos. So why the hell would Ghislaine be updated or upgraded to minimum security? None of this makes sense. Before President Trump got in office, when Biden was president and the Epstein files were not coming out, they were gung-ho that every liberal in existence was on the list. You had fucking Tom Hanks, Will Smith was on the list, Oprah Winfrey was on the list. They were claiming everybody was on the list. All of a sudden, Trump gets elected, and they're not even interested in getting to the bottom of the list anymore. But when they thought it was the Democrats, they were gung-ho, we need to get this Epstein file stuff done. Trump gets in there, decides you're not going to get to the bottom of this, and all of a sudden, MAGA goes completely silent. They're just not even concerned with the Epstein files anymore, which is why I actually do believe his original claim that he could take somebody out in the middle of Fifth Avenue and get away with it. I actually do believe that, because now we know that it is highly likely that he's hiding pedophiles. And the right is like, okay, well, I mean, they're coming up with, well, maybe it was a matter of national security, or maybe his life is being threatened. Just filling in the blanks with all kinds of benefit of the doubt shit. Maybe he's actually a pedo and he's just protecting other people like him. That's not crossing their minds. It's all, well, maybe it's this. Regardless of what it is, we know he is protecting pedos. And the right is not holding him accountable for that. So yeah, I do believe he was accurate when he said he could take somebody out in the middle of Fifth Avenue and they wouldn't go anywhere, because they're not going anywhere while he's actively protecting pedophiles. You got folks that are hardcore Trump supporters that are, like Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's came out and said that he's hiding the list. As opposed to holding him accountable, they threw Marjorie Taylor Greene under the bus. Go figure. Anyway, looking in the comments, the party that protects pedos is sick, says Tammy. Now, look, I'm not going to pretend like Biden should not have gotten to the bottom of this too. But bringing up Biden is not a defense for Trump. And I know a lot of folks, when you bring up Trump not releasing the Epstein files, that's the only option is to, well, what about Biden? Because there is no defense for what Trump is doing. There is no defense for that. So their only option is to try to deflect to Biden but Biden, that kind of deal. But yeah, he's protecting pedos. So I do believe that based on the way the right is handling him protecting pedos and not holding them accountable, he could take somebody out in the middle of Fifth Avenue. I actually do believe that. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen, get us up to 60,000. We'll go to Jen Man. Is that what that says there? Good evening, Jen Man. Nobody believes anything. They all voted for Trump. Look, I don't know how you could get them to believe anything negative on Trump, because if it's something involved the courts, they're going to just say it was a liberal activist judge. I mean, Trump has been found guilty, or he's lost cases in court like the election fraud. They just dismiss all of that shit. Up to and including, we don't believe he's a pedo, but why is he protecting him? Well, maybe it's this, maybe that, maybe it's that. The loony radicals will divide the Democrat Party, says Bait Boss. It's already divided, just like the far right is dividing the Republican Party. One nuke equals all nukes, says Tony Knight. Possibly. I don't know. Possibly. I'll try it again. One of my viewers is not coming up. I don't know why. We're having problems with bringing up guests. We'll see if we can make it happen with the next one. It was still under litigation when Biden was president. Yeah, I've heard that. But I'm just simply saying that is their only go-to to defend what Trump is doing is but Biden. Because what Trump is doing on the Epstein files is nothing short of protecting pedophiles. Everybody believes, even if you don't believe Trump did anything wrong, everybody believes pedophiles are in the list and he's not releasing it. So at the very least, he is protecting pedophiles. Hard to argue that he's not doing that. Love to Cruz. So many brain dead idiots on here, says Edward. Edward, help educate us, Edward. Love to Cruz. Good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much at all. And by the way, let me solicit you folks. Help your boy with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goes. I haven't asked that and I haven't seen him. So help your boy with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goes. So what do you think? You think Trump would do something crazy like use nuclear weapons on Iran?
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
You do think he would do that?
Without a doubt.
Why do you say that? Because that seems, man, I know Trump is unpredictable, but it is hard to think he would do that. I mean, you're talking about killing tens of thousands of people all at once, and I guess it isn't lost on deaf ears that he did say a whole civilization gonna die tonight, so he's already threatened to do it.
Thank you. You answering a question you answered it yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he would do it. And he would do it not for the reason we think, because he doesn't want to look bad in the world. So he would nuke them to prove how strong he is. But in turn, all that's going to be is a domino effect. The minute he nukes them, guess what Russia's going to do? They're going to nuke Ukraine. Yeah. It is nothing but a domino effect. And the beginning of World War III. It probably be at the end of the world.
Wait. If we nuke Iran, how would that lead to World War III? I mean, we nuke Iran. I mean, if Russia decided to nuke Ukraine, Trump ain't gonna help the Ukrainians and nothing like that.
No, but guess who is gonna jump in it? Europe is gonna jump in that.
NATO, yeah. Wow. Shit. Well, I mean, I don't know, because we are the leading superpower in NATO. Do you think let's say, for instance, Russia, because a lot of Ukrainians are going to Poland and Romania. Let's say Russia does attack a NATO member country. Do you believe we would rush to their aid under Article 5 with President Trump at the helm?
If we do, it's because they paid Trump. He would use that. He would use that to get money. Yes, the United States would jump in it. Everybody put in $500 million in this account, and I would send the troops over there.
So they got to pay. So Trump would essentially turn our military, in your opinion, to basically what amounts to mercenaries. You got to pay for us.
That's what they are now. That's what he's using them for now.
In what way? How is he using the military as mercenaries?
Well, he tried to use it with Iran. That's not working. He used it with Venezuela. That worked.
Well,
that's what he does. All of it, the military is there for his use, not to protect the United States. It's there for his grievance and enhance his pockets.
Well, that depends on how you look at it, because the belief is that he used the military in Venezuela because they were big suppliers of fentanyl to the U.S. and they had made some kind of deal that they botched with U.S. oil companies that they owed us money. That was his excuse to go into Venezuela. With Iran, they were breaking the JCPOA and about to get a nuclear bomb that they were going to use on us. So he is saying that he used the U.S. military for the betterment and protection of America.
Tim, that's his excuse. You just made two examples. Now give me the truth out of any one of those.
Well,
did Iran have, in your opinion, because we're both just average Joes here. In your opinion, do you think Iran had nuclear weapons?
Well, obviously I don't know, but in regards to my opinion, I'm answering it. I'm answering it. I'm a host, goddammit. I can't give you a yes or no. We got to make the show exciting, fuck's sake. But I will say this. In my opinion, I would like Trump to have provided more evidence. I'm still stuck on why Tulsi Gabbard said no and why you did not immediately terminate her if she got something that fucking huge wrong. Because he said Iran was not only about to use a bomb, they would have not only about to develop a nuke, they would have used it on us by now. So if the person responsible for telling you missed that call, that means Tulsi Gabbard almost cost thousands of lives. You should have fired her immediately. He gave her a great send-off, said she did good work and all of that. I need that answer. So right now I'm going to say no. It doesn't look like they had nukes based on his own actions.
Oh, damn, all that
long shit. But I got to make sure the folks get clarity.
I forgot my next question. But anyway,
go ahead.
He's been using the military for Greenland. He threatened them.
Yeah. But he didn't use them. He didn't do it. He threatened it.
I said he's using them to threaten.
Yeah, the threat is different, though. A threat is different.
Oh, come on, man. Come on now.
Keep going. Maybe you'll enlighten me. Keep going. What else you got?
The president of the United States shouldn't be threatening anybody that is considered our allies. Nobody.
Well, I don't like the threats, but there are some cases where a threat has value to it. I mean, look, if somebody is, interfering with America's security or our well-being or something like that, sometimes a threat may be of value. Like Kim Jong-un makes threats. That's why nobody fucks with North Korea.
You trying so quick to answer the question, you're not listening. I said the president doesn't have any business threatening any of our allies. That's what I said.
That is a good. Okay, I don't have a comeback for that. No, there was no legitimate reason to threaten Greenland. That we are.
Exactly. There's no. What he's doing is just fattening his pockets, and I don't know why at this point there's only so much money you can get at 80-something years. 79, 80 years old, and he's still doing this.
He's 80 right now. And I gotta agree with you. I do not understand why money seems to be so important to him, because we were told, this is one of the things I used to debate my MAGA side of the aisle on, is that we can trust Trump, unlike most politicians that are greedy and owned by the deep state and things like that, because Trump came with his own money. He's not taking a salary. So that way we know he can't be bought. That's what we were told. And all he has done is been making money since he's been in office. In fact, he's making money and the citizens are not.
Yeah, no wonder he doesn't have to take a salary. Shit, he's making more not taking a salary than he is taking a salary. So, of course, man, the dude has put his back so many years with the world. I don't know if we can ever come back.
We can come back. It's gonna. Remember when
come back to this? We're not coming back to where we were before Trump. We're not. We might as well face it. We're not going to come back like that again. Are people going to trust us? Maybe.
Yeah. I'm trying to spin it. I'm trying, but I will concede that Trump has harmed enough relationships that some of those are not going to come back. Maybe till after we're gone. I mean, it may take a generation or two to build some of those back, because like what he's done with the immigrant community in this country, that's going to affect a lot of countries south of the border. They've seen that. So yeah, some of the relationships are probably harmed for the foreseeable future. I do believe we can come back, but yeah, it won't be an overnight thing at all.
And let me get your opinion about this. We've been at war with Iran. I know, or conflict, however you want to put it. And we have used so much of our ammunition,
right,
and missiles. You don't think that, I'm not worried about Russia because they got their hands full. You don't think that China's looking at us and figuring out what we have and might make a possible move on us?
Well, not on us. I would see them striking Taiwan right now. There's probably never been a better time for them to hit Taiwan than now, because NATO is weaker. I mean, America's not a given in regards to the NATO alliance anymore. What Trump came out and said with South Korea kind of spilled the beans, that we're mad they didn't help us with the Iran war, so we're going to punish them. You don't think he thinks the same way about NATO countries? So right now, I think that's one thing the world knows, including NATO countries, that Trump has a beef with us, and if something happens to one of us, I'm not for certain that he's going to rush to our aid. He's mad with us about the Iran war, and he does take out revenge on people. Look what he's just done to South Korea.
Crazy. This may sound crazy, but to tell you the truth, at this point, how depleted we are,
And
NATO
that,
doesn't need-
and that,
NATO
yeah.
doesn't need us. NATO doesn't need us. If NATO kicked us out, we would be left alone. And the only way that we would have to fight is nuclear, because we don't have enough conventional weapons to fight now.
I don't agree with that. I don't. We don't have. There's certain types. We use a lot of our high tech weapons, but a lot of this shit we gave Ukraine, like artillery, and like we still have plenty of that stuff. We don't have the Tomahawks, the Patriots, all of the high tech stuff. We use a lot of that. The standoff stuff we don't have. But if you came to the U.S. mainland and tried to fuck with us, we still have a lot of the conventional stuff.
Everybody knows that, Tim. Nobody's gonna come here and fight.
Okay.
But they can fight. They can fight from abroad.
Yeah.
And we couldn't answer some of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, you ain't got to come here to fight.
Oh yeah, we've certainly weakened our ability to take war to the enemy. We've weakened that significantly.
But they can take it to us now.
I don't know who could take it to us. Most countries don't even have a transport.
China can take it to us.
Okay, maybe China. That's about it. I mean, because I think China has what, 2 carriers? Russia has 1. I mean, we got like 12. I mean, most countries can defend their homeland, but if they had to actually bring the war abroad, most countries don't. They don't have anywhere near the Navy assets that we have. They just don't have that kind of stuff. The Air Force, the aircraft, they just don't have it.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying we're fighting unnecessary wars that are depleting us.
Oh yeah,
also unnecessary. You know, we're not. I don't think people are scared of us or respect us the way they used to.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know they don't respect us the way we used to because we've disrespected so many people. So I'm sure the respect has been lost. And that was the crazy thing is that was the selling point of President Trump is that under Biden, we're not respected worldwide and we need to get that back. Yeah, I think Trump is taking that a step further away than whatever Biden's level of respect is. I'm sure Trump has weakened that. I mean, because I would be curious to know what countries respect us now. Yeah, Trump is certainly weakened that for sure. So, but this is what we voted in.
And to tell you the truth, the way we're doing Mexico and Canada, who's to say Army, China, somebody got close with them and put their troops over there at us?
Probably not Canada. If that was going to happen, it would probably be south of the border because I think the Canadians know that for the most part, their issue is with Trump. It's not with the American people. They get our television and things like that. They know there's a significant amount of the American population that does not agree with the way Trump is treating Canada. That's something that would, if you had to put Ron DeSantis, Chris Christie, Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, any of those folks that were running against Trump, you had to put Vivek Ramaswamy, any of them in there, we would not be having problems with Canada right now. That would not be happening. That's something because of just as we've been talking about money. Trump is pursuing financial avenues to enrich himself or people he knows and ruining relationships to get the money. Same thing with Venezuela. I don't think any of them Republican candidates would have wanted to take out Maduro to do that because it's money related. A lot of this stuff is just to enrich them.
No, nobody would have been talking about Greenland. Nobody would have been talking about Cuba.
And Greenland was about money. Greenland, too, was about getting access to their minerals and shit to make. I mean, so, yeah, they're doing a lot of stuff just to get rich. I guess that's your mercenary argument. I mean, so, yeah, they're doing a lot of stuff to get rich.
Yeah. And as far as, like you say, the Republicans, I don't think they're scared of him. They're scared of MAGA.
Well, that's their voter and their constituency. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, well, MAGA has a habit. They say it's the left, but it's really them.
Well, but he is the leader of MAGA. He can order MAGA to.
When somebody speaks up against them, they tend to threaten them or try to do bodily harm. So I don't think, the Republicans are scared of him per se, but they are scared of what he will say to MAGA to get them riled up. Yeah. And then after they see in January, when you can convince somebody to go to the
Capitol
go
building.
there to the Capitol building and riot it, That is crazy. It's like those guys, and then say it wasn't nothing but a love fest. What the fuck was everybody watching?
I got to move it on, but I do agree with you. Trump commands a lot of power with MAGA. If he got on TV and said something like, man, the Republican Party could succeed like none other if Marjorie Taylor Greene would just go away. I do believe he can certainly command a lot of power with MAGA. That's true. If his death threats and things like that, he does command a lot of power with them.
If he tells them 1 + 1 is 3, guess what? It's 3.
Yeah, well, the calculator's going to say 1 + 1 is 2, but they'll start saying the calculator was made by them damn liberals, and it's not telling you the truth. I got to move it. Appreciate it, Cruz. Go ahead, last word. All right, thank you. Tap the screen, get us on up to 80,000. Show your boy some love. Help out with the hat mustache TikTok cap goes, wow. Not a lot of love this afternoon. He loved the uneducated, says Gangster Grandma. Yikes. The conflict with Iran has cost American citizens $37.5 billion in direct military spending and $87 billion in higher domestic fuel costs. And you're just talking about fuel. I mean, and thank you, what was that? Jay Fire. Appreciate that. Somebody helping your boy out. And you're just talking about how much it costs in military spending and in higher domestic fuel costs. But the rising cost of fuel trickles down to everything, because everything you buy was on a truck at one point. So it'll end up increasing furniture. It'll end up everything that gets shipped by truck, food products, you name it. All of that stuff's being affected by the price of rising fuel. So there's nothing good about it. Blue One Banks, appreciate that. Appreciate the love. Thank you very much. And it comes, the post office now does not have to mail the ballots. Yeah, we talked about that. The Supreme Court has ruled that some of Trump's, I wish I had to hold it because it just came in. Somewhat breaking news that the Supreme Court has sided with President Trump in regards to the mail-in ballots. See if I can find it. I don't think, oh, here it is here. I really hate this because it's too close to the fucking election. I mean, they'll let you mail in the ballots if you can prove who you are and things like that, but it's so close. If you need to get additional documents, let's say, for instance, we always bring up the married woman example, and thank you, Blue One Banks. Let's say you have to, you're a female, married female, and you vote, and your name is in your husband's name or whatever, and all of a sudden they want you to prove you're a U.S. citizen. It means you got to show them proof that your maiden name, and then show them proof that there's a reason why your maiden name is not what you're using now, which would be a marriage certificate. Being required to present all of that before November, there's a possibility, we're close enough to the midterms now, there's a possibility people may not be able to get all of that stuff. Certainly if you got married at a church in a different city, or, like in my case, the hospital I was born at no longer exists, or maybe the church you got married at no longer exists and you don't have a marriage certificate. It's too close for that. I'm 100% behind requiring an ID to vote. And I'm not totally against a large portion of the Save America Act. I just believe it's too close to do it for 2026. I think it's something they should, eke out the bugs and whistles in and do it for 2028. It's too close to be doing that right now. You're going to have a lot of citizens that legally had the right to vote that are going to end up complaining that what Trump did prevented their vote from counting. It's going to be far more legal voters prevented from voting than illegal people prevented from voting. Most people that are going to be affected by what Trump is doing are people who legitimately have the right to vote. It's too close. And I do believe that's the goal. And I'll go back to the box, but I did play this earlier because I think this is accurate. This was Cuomo from CNN and News Nation talking about this.
Where do you think it goes in November?
And are you afraid, Brother Pavlovitz?
Well, what I think, Chris, is that the Republicans have basically said we're going to make it as difficult as possible to have a free and fair election. We're, gerrymandering. We're culling down polling sites. We're, doing more harsher voter ID laws. We're going to make it as difficult as we can for you to vote. We're going to try to disenfranchise you. And if we still lose, well, we're going to cry fraud, and they're preemptively doing that. My fear is that regardless of what the outcome is, November is going to place us in a place of national consequence and crisis that we've never been. Just have a sitting president say, I am not leaving, even though this is my second term. And I think
you believe that may happen, that he may not leave.
I think, well, when you look at what he says, if you take him at his word, which is kind of difficult to do, but I think with the 2028 rhetoric and all that, I think we have to be prepared for the thought that JD Vance has basically said, that they're not going to lose. And I don't know how you deal with that as a nation, but we just have to say, we have to participate in the political process as if it's sound. We have to do all the work. We have to show up. We have to vote in numbers that cannot be manipulated. And then we have to see how it plays out. But we have to all be prepared for something that we thought could never happen. I think in January 6th, we never imagined that would be happening. And it happened. And we all.
And I will say, if Trump did try something like this, I totally understand. I mean, the man is fighting for his life. Make no mistake about it. If the Democrats do win, his neck is on the line. His legacy is on the line. His finances are on the line. So is the finances for his family. A lot of his close associates. There's going to be, if the Democrats win, even Congress, not to mention the Senate too, but if they just win Congress, this time next year it's just going to be nothing but court case after court case. There's a lot there to look into. Trump's made a lot of claims with no proof. Trump has done a lot of things with no evidence. The Democrats are going to be investigating all kinds of shit, all kinds of things he's done and said. So he is fighting for his life. Trump is fighting for his legacy. There's a potential that if they don't go after Trump criminally, people around him may go after criminally that have made money in ways they should not have. All of that stuff's going to come up. We still don't know for certain if the 11 or 12 boats bombed off the coast of Venezuela were they actually carrying drugs. Is the Democrats going to see the intelligence that the Trump administration claims led them to bomb those folks, claiming they were drug boats? If they don't show the Democrats any proof of that, then that looks like a war crime there. Maybe you don't go after Trump, but Hegseth or God, who knows? So they're fighting for their lives. So it would make sense for Trump to try to extend his presidency or do something because, look, people are going to come after him. Congress, the Democrats are going to come after him if they win. In the comments, Gen X says, upset that the liberals can't cheat again. That's the reality here. Y'all are cooked and can't cheat. I'm not upset the Democrats can't cheat. I'm upset that the Trump administration is making statements without any proof. If the Democrats have been cheating, show us the evidence. It shouldn't be this hard. You got a country of 300 and some odd million people. Why aren't there more? If all this cheating is happening, dead people, illegal immigrants, where are all the arrests? It shouldn't be this hard. You're telling me all these people cheated. You couldn't catch any of them? You got nobody arrested? Where are all the illegal immigrants that have been voting? Where are all of the dead folks? You should have thousands of cases of this. It shouldn't just be allegations this late in the game. That's been 6 years ago. And we're still in the allegation stage. Something's wrong with that. Something is wrong with that. I'll go back to the box. Jay Fire. They have arrested Republicans, said Arnita. Yeah, the point I'm saying is if there's widespread fraud, it shouldn't be, there's 5 people over here in Virginia we caught. It should be hundreds, if not thousands of them. Where are all of these folks that were cheating? I don't know what happened with Jay Fire, but we'll continue on and tap the screen. By the way, if you're watching us on YouTube, I need you guys to smash that like button. I had to switch profiles because one of them froze, but it should be up now. 100 million people on welfare now. Is it really that? That can't be. That's like 25 to 30% of the country. 100 million people can't be on welfare. I gotta assume that's not true. No one got arrested from the Epstein files yet. The orange moron brings the biggest sum. One idiot has so many fools following him. The cult is real. Yikes. Let me go back to the box and we'll try it again with Sire Reader Sharp. Good evening. Welcome to the program. If it'll bring him up. Trump ran for office to avoid his various trials and potential prison time. If he leaves office, it will be like Nixon. He will resign, and I don't think he's going to resign. The Republicans were going to hold Nixon accountable. They're not going to do that to Trump. I don't think Trump's going to resign. If Trump, even if you could prove that Trump did something wrong, unlike Nixon, the Republican Party would defend him. So he doesn't have to resign. He's got a lot of Republicans that are going to defend him. The Republicans grew weary. They were tired of Nixon. They were not going to support Nixon. The Republican Party is going to keep supporting Trump. So I think it's a little different there. If Democrats get Congress in full, I think he'll resign. I guess if they have him dead to rights and he doesn't have any choice other than to resign or go to jail or something like that, maybe. But he also has the Supreme Court on his side and things like that. He just has a way out. I mean, he seems to have a way out to the point where I don't see him resigning. They saw America act in modern day poll tax. I think Trump is going to try to flee America, maybe go to Israel, says Lonely Therapy. You know, the whole Argentina thing, and I'll go to the next guest, tap the screen. This is what we're talking about, because that's possible. That is possible that some of them may go to a different country.
What do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, they are?
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting Argentina. They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive. If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can, but don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying. All right? They're dying.
What do you mean by a beef deal, sir?
Is Argentina a non-extradition country? Because he's helped them out twice. They would take him. Alexa, is Argentina a non-extradition country to America?
Argentina isn't a non-extradition country. It signed a 1997 treaty with the United States.
Alexa, stop. So they could, I suppose, but Argentina would totally take him in. Tamara, good evening.
Well, what's up, Tim?
Not much at all. What brings you on this evening?
Nothing, just listening.
Okay. No reason to come through?
No, I mean, I was listening to some of the subjects and everything, and
nothing you want to chime in on?
I was saying something about I don't think Trump should be impeached if the Democrats win the midterms and stuff. Mm-hmm. I was one for that, but now I'm not thinking that's the best thing, because I don't really know if.
So if the Democrats win in the midterms, they just leave them alone and let them keep governing?
I'm saying leave him a lame duck. Somebody said in the comment section that he's already a lame duck, but technically he's not. But
what if you truly feel he's committed crimes and things like that? Just leave that alone?
No, I mean, I don't think they're gonna be able to impeach him.
Yeah.
He's dodged it. I think it's just gonna be a waste of money and time.
Yeah.
Go after his cabinet. Go after the money. I think you're better off going after those aspects of it. In my opinion,
I don't disagree. I do believe it's going to be very difficult to impeach him because even in Democrat areas, they're going to have constituency that does not want Trump to be impeached. So senators and Congress people are going to be like, my people don't want me to vote for this. I think it could be difficult to do, but perhaps but let's say you do the investigations. You got a loud background, but let's say you do the investigations and it does determine that he committed a crime. I mean, you just leave it like that?
I mean, if that's the case, but I just feel it's gonna be too hard to get rid of him. And I just feel that it's gonna be entirely too hard to get him up out of here.
Wow.
I mean, look, they've tried it twice and they failed.
What about
They had him.
what I played on Cuomo? You think there's any chance that Trump's going to try to stay a third term in 2028 if he's still alive and healthy?
I don't think he's going to be here.
What are you suggesting?
He's close to being to the upper room already, and then he's going to get rejected and sent away.
So you're saying you don't believe Trump will survive? He won't biologically be alive in 2028.
I don't think so.
Jeez.
Personally.
Wow, I see in the comments, Tammy says he's not that healthy now. I don't know, he still can walk up Air Force One steps. He can still hold a press conference for 2 hours. I don't know. I don't see him. Somebody's questioning. King Mo is questioning your use of the upper room.
The upper room from life.
Yeah, they happen to have a basement as well in that apartment.
That's why I said he's not going. He might get to the gates, but he's going to get sent away. Oh. He's not going to make it.
Okay.
He's not going to get in the boom boom room. Let's put it that way.
Arnita says he's 20 pounds bigger. I don't know. Is he really that big? I may have to move it on from you, Dr. Marcus. Your background is really loud.
Yeah, I'm about to be out the store. I'm in line though. But
okay. All right. Well, I'll bring you up just go ahead and put it in because I'll bring you back up then.
Okay.
All right. Moving on. Tap the screen. He sounds like he's at the counter or something. I think in the comments, how can he love the uneducated if he's not Democrat? What are you saying? All the Republican Party are intelligent and only the uneducated are Democrats, aren't conservative? Tap the screen. Get us up to 100,000. So could Lindsey Graham. What do you mean by what about Lindsey Graham? What are you saying? He's in the upper room or is he in the lower room? Going back to the box. And real quick, before I bring on the next guest, I played this in the beginning of the monologue. A lot of you folks have not heard this. I saw this on social media. I thought it was kind of humorous. It's titled, How I Imagine MAGA Sounds Filling Up the Gas Pump These Days. And it's got a picture of the gas pump you see on my screen here, and it shows the numbers tallying up while you're pumping gas in your vehicle. It's titled, How I Imagine MAGA Sounds Filling Up the Gas Pump These Days.
Oh yeah, Daddy Trump, I'll take those higher gas prices. Anything for you, Daddy Trump. I'll take those higher gas prices. Yes, I will. Oh yeah, Daddy Trump, I'll take those higher gas prices. Anything for you, Daddy Trump. I'll take those higher gas prices. Yes, I will. Oh
man, that gas tank is deep in that car, is it not? Man, you must be pumping diesel in unleaded. Anyway, let me continue on. For those that didn't hear it the first time, yeah. I mean, it's like saying Biden is still the cause of any problem. Yeah, you're going to hear that. Anything that comes up that is positive, Trump's going to take credit. Anything negative, they're going to blame it on Biden. In fact, Tim Scott, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott was on Meet the Press yesterday, and they asked him about the economy and stuff like that, and he was Biden this. I mean, the lady had to stop him. She's like, we're not talking about Biden. Biden's been gone for 2 years. Tim Scott was bringing up Biden like crazy. She's like, we're not talking about Biden. So, I mean, that is the go-to, is to blame it on Biden. I mean, look, Biden had his troubles when he was in office, but, you know, Trump promised to turn things around real quick. So we shouldn't still be talking about Biden when you promise, you know, lower grocery prices on day one and end wars in 24 hours. Biden should not still be coming up so much. User 2012. Good evening. Welcome to the program, user. Are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, I heard him come on and go away, so we'll move on. But yeah, Biden should not be coming up this much. Certainly when like the Epstein files. If we ask about the Epstein stuff, well, Biden didn't release it. We're 2 years into Trump's term. Bringing up Biden in regards to the Epstein stuff shouldn't be still coming up. Gangsta Grandma, good evening.
I like my new pick. No makeup, no nothing. And I got my natural curls. I look gorgeous. Stay hating, bitches.
Okay.
Stay hating. No, yeah, look at it. I looks gorgeous.
It's not enough to see. It's too small. I can't see it.
Oh, well, whatever, dog. Guess what, with your little fluffy ass? You did not come to my life. We all We all, what is it called?
What time are you live? What time are you live?
What? I was in the afternoon sometime. You did not come.
I was working.
You did not. I think it was like mid-morning or some shit.
Yeah, I'm probably out there working.
We had fun though.
You do realize I have a day, but I have a day job. I'm working.
Bitch, I'm not white. Don't ever get that shit twisted. I'm not white. You got me. No. I'm beautiful. I'm black. I'm a black woman with a curly hair.
Oh my.
Yeah, bitches wish they had this hair.
Why can't a woman be happy with us? Why can't a woman be happy with straight hair?
Because they have to fry their hair just to get the curls. They can't even get on S curls. Yeah, I'm being real though. I'm just playing. Okay, so tell me why, Tim. You didn't come to my live. We are the third world country. We are the third world country. Our oil reserve is at the bottom of the bucket. We are going. If you think our gas prices are high now, just wait. We have 41 days of gas, and we're done.
Wait. We got what?
41 days of gas, and we're done. We don't have no gas.
Where have you heard that from?
It's all over there. It's all over the news and shit. What are you talking about?
I haven't heard that. So where is this 41 days of gas coming from?
It's the oil. It's the reserves.
And our reserves.
41 days of oil. Yeah.
Our reserves run out in 41 days.
Yep.
Shit.
That's all you'll be loving, though, dogs. That's for us. He's good for us. I believed him. He sold you a wet dream, bitches. Sold you a wet dream.
Well, yeah, and I see.
But you thought a billionaire. You thought a billionaire would come to and save your asses. You know nuts. He don't like your white asses. He don't like you. You're not his cup of tea. You would never be at his table, fools. But you sure was sucking on his dick, though.
Yeah, I see it is online, and the AI overview, and there's plenty of sites that are talking about there's only 41 days of crude oil left, and it's the thinnest since the 1980s. So yeah, there are people that are saying that. Jeez.
Yep.
So what happens? How high is it expected to rise? How high is the cost of fuel expected to rise? And that's a little bit over a month.
I don't know. I pay over $7 for a gallon. And you know, I never paid that much under Biden. You feel what I'm saying? This is insane. But you know what? This is what racism looks like. This is what they voted for. They don't like our asses. They don't like our black and brown asses. Oh, they would pay anything. They would pay high gas anything because they don't like us. Oh, they want us shipped the fuck out. They want this place to be white tea. They think it was white tea from the beginning.
Hold on. I don't think it's just racism, gangster. And I seen the car. Big Boss says you got your news from trustmebro.com. I don't think it's just racism, though.
Every news outlet is saying this shit. So fuck you, fuck your mom and everything about you, okay? I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I forgot you uneducated. I mean, he has to tell you that something's going wrong for you motherfuckers to believe it.
Well, I will say that everybody knows that's where we're getting a lot of our oil from right now is our strategic oil reserve because of what's going on. So it is dwindling, and I mean, I think it's agreed upon that we're running low. I didn't know it was low to the point where 41 days are remaining, but I think that is agreed upon by everybody. Hey, and real quick in the comments, Bake Boss, you say that gas prices don't affect you. I don't think there's anybody in America that gas prices don't affect. How could you not be affected by gas prices?
Because he's a special ed dropout. Yeah, everything affects it.
There's no way you could be living in gas prices absolutely affect you. There's no way possible. I mean,
he's spiritual, man. I swear to God. This is why he likes the uneducated. He even told the asses in front of their faces. He likes the damn uneducated. But you know, these boo-boo the fools, oh my God, he's for us. Oh, let's suck him. Oh, and let's give him big head. Because he's all for us, all for the poor man. No, bitches, he fucked you in the ass like lube.
Ooh. So you sound like the video, oh yeah, Daddy Trump.
Oh yeah, Daddy Trump. That is. Oh yeah, Daddy Trump. Yes, massa. You stupid fools.
Do you
I
now?
would never say that.
Now you don't believe Trump would use nukes on Iran, do you?
How dumb that fucking boo-boo the fool is. He probably tried to. Because he's boo-boo the fucking fool. I need to be less white. No, bitch, you do. You know what? When I go on my thing, and I could go on a white wall, you can see me. But when you boo-boo the fools do it, we can't see your ugly asses. That says a lot about you, huh? See, I got color to my skin. I don't burn, bitch.
What the hell are you talking about?
Your white man on his side, oh, she's trying to act less white. Bitch, I don't act like nothing. I act like Miss Thing over here, okay? You stupid boo-boo the fool.
Well, you know, people.
Oh, that's how I'm acting white.
You
bitch,
do
I
know.
don't even know how to act. How the hell do you act white? I never act white in my damn life. How the fuck you act white? Because you be fucking white women. Tell me.
I get. What the fuck?
White women.
What the hell? Where did that come from?
You be fucking white women. So I just want to know how the fuck you act white.
What are you talking about? What the hell?
Can I get me some white privilege cards?
What the hell is fucking white women? What is that? Where's that coming from?
The dumbass said I'm acting white, so I said, Tim, you be fucking white.
I do?
You said you do.
I did? I've never said that. I've never said that.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. Okay, I'm going to pull a Charlie Kirk. What was the context? What made me bring that up?
I told you, I forget, but the snow roaches, and you said that you was it's Melania Trump. Yes, and I said, her coochie looks like roast beef, and you said you would fuck that, and I said you're a fucking hole in the wall.
I would do Halle Berry. That don't mean I'm actually doing her. Just because
Tim, all the damn white teen women that you be posting up on this bitch, you said you would fuck them, Tim, and that's just nasty, Tim.
Wait. Are you saying if an African American stated that they would be intimate with a white woman, that's nasty in your opinion? They took Gangsta Grandma down. Oh my God. I really wanted to hear her answer on that, but they took Gangsta Grandma down. Tap the screen, we're moving on. I wanted to hear her answer. God damn, I wanted to hear that one. Tap the screen, I was thinking a grilled cheese sandwich. What? The government says get vaxxed. Yes, massa says that. Look, I've been vaxxed. I've been boosted. Been boosted two or three times. I've had chicken pox, smallpox, measles, mumps, rubella, shingles. I haven't got sick. I haven't gotten sick from any of that shit. So I'm going to tell you, and I haven't had any of those ailments. I've never had the chicken pox. I've never had measles, mumps, rubella, smallpox, COVID. I've never had any of those. So as far as I'm concerned, I support the vax. I've had nothing but good results. So I'm not one of those who fits the narrative of all this shit you guys are saying. In fact, everybody I know has been vaccinated. I don't know anybody that has had any adverse effects from the vaccine. I hear a lot of Republicans talking about it. I don't know anybody that got vaccinated and passed out or anything. And I'll tell you, because I still contact some of my friends overseas, I don't know any of them that's been that way. Because all I hear is mainly people on the right complaining about the vax. It should be people in France. It should be people in Africa. I mean, the vax was used worldwide. Why is it just mainly conservatives in America complaining about that shit? They should be everywhere. It's mostly American conservatives that are complaining about the vax, even though it was used all over the planet. So that to me speaks volumes. And by the way, if it was as dangerous as the right is saying, you wouldn't be able to hide all the bodies. Remember when COVID was taking lives, they had to have morgue trucks outside the hospitals and refrigerated trucks and shit like that. I don't recall the vax leading to that. So I actually do believe the right greatly overstated the effects of the vax. Greatly overstated it. In the left probably overdid a lot of shit too, like closing places down and things like that. But That's in the past now. It would appear that MAGA doesn't know what a woman is since they are asking what a woman is all the time. The right side of the aisle is no fans of the transgender community. Anytime you hear somebody tell about you don't know what a woman is, that's basically saying we don't agree with transgenderism. We don't like that community. It's a ding, or it's more or less hatred towards the transgender community. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 110. We'll go to the next caller. Trump and Melania had a disagreement at the DC street race, aka fight. Did they? And how do you know, Lisa? Did they televise that? To me, that stuff is a huge waste of money. Huge waste of money. He's got a fucking race on the streets of DC. They're doing a flyover, then he lands and does a lap around the track, just wasting our tax money on all kinds of wild shit. And they just letting him do it. I mean, he's having a ball he's kind of like a Macaulay Culkin Home Alone. He's just dipping into the U.S. tax money and enjoying himself. Neek, good evening. Neek, are you there? Okay, another guest came up and went. Looking in the comments, Dr. Fauci almost lost his life due to the COVID vaccine in 2020. Okay, what's the point? So did Chris Christie. President Trump was pretty sick. What was his name? McCain, not McCain. What was the guy who? Herman Cain. He did lose his life. He was a presidential candidate. I mean, what's your point? People want the borders closed. Now farmers and businesses are closing. Yeah, they didn't look. If the immigrants were as bad as the Trump administration are saying, you should see results of it. If you got millions of people here and they're all rapists and murderers because Mexico's not sending their best and brightest, they're sending rapists and murderers, you should see crime rates going down in cities that were heavily immigrant. If they're taking jobs, you should see jobs going up significantly in cities that were heavily immigrant. I'm not hearing any of this stuff is true. I'm not hearing any of this stuff is true. I just think that it was a dislike towards immigrants, and we had to find a reason to go and target them, and that's what we kind of dealing with. Crime is lowest in 150 years. That's nationwide, though, Mike Geese. That ain't just something that applies to heavily immigrant cities. That's nationwide. They're saying crime is the lowest all over the country, places that did not have a lot of immigrants in it. So that ain't something that's unique or that is tied to immigrants. And by the way, crime was coming down even under the Biden administration before Trump even started deporting people. That was already happening. Because they hired the criminals in ICE. Yeah. Over 300 female scholarships have been taken by men in their sports, and y'all cheer it on. I don't think y'all know about it. I've never heard that. Out of all the shit that's going on in this country, you think I'm going to trip over 300 female scholarships? Motherfuckers getting fired from their jobs and shit like that. That's way down on the fucking list for me. For me, maybe not for you. In the comments, when I think about the federal employees, they got fired and stuff like that. That's way down on the list what you're talking about. Bullshit, Tim. I've told you this before. I don't remember that. Trump shits himself every day. I haven't seen any evidence that Trump is pooping on himself. Let me go back to the box. Don't know what's going on with bringing up guests, but we may have to reset the program if this continues. We'll go to Michael James. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Is that Mike the Boss? Mike the Boss or Michael James, whatever I hit there. Let's see what happens here. Melania said the price of marriage has gone up. Melania is set. She don't need to charge anything for marriage. Melania is definitely set. Lindsey Graham loved to play in women's sports. Let the man rest in peace. Lindsey's gone. There's only one Mike the Boss. Well, the other one is not coming up. It looks like TikTok is freezing or doing something. Let me go ahead and bring up the one and only Mike, if I can even make that happen. I don't know what's going on with my shit here. We got good Wi-Fi. Scholarships have been taken by men in their sports. Y'all cheered on. At all, like I said, at all the stuff that's going on, that's the least of my. It ain't right. Hold on a second. If men are taking women's scholarships, I don't favor that. That is not right. But in terms of out of all of the serious things that are going on in this country that are hurting people, that's way down on the list for me. There are things that are happening that affects tens of thousands of people, not just 300 scholarships. Mike, is there any chance Trump may nuke Iran? What say you?
Who knows, man? Depends on where he's at with Natalie at the time. He may accidentally press the button depending on what she's doing to him.
Not good old Natalie, listen. What do you think is up with that? What do you think is up with that?
Well, all I know is this. She was rooting for him during J6 in her Twitter post. You know, she's a sycophant for sure. She's has said some pretty cultish things, so anything could be up with her. Anything.
And real quick, but in regards to what I was talking about before you and I started talking about the men allegedly taking women's scholarships, Black Baby Boy in the comments says, "Who cares? Sports is not a right." Oh my God! Sports is a privilege, huh? It's not a right. So, so you saying it depends on what Natalie says.
It's kind of weird, Tim.
Yeah, I don't know. You
kind of fucking weird.
You think Natalie got that much control?
I think that she's a sycophant and she'll do anything he asks. Anything.
I do believe that.
I think she's that far gone. Well, if you think about it, look at his history and tell me, how do you think he will receive a woman around him willing to do anything for him?
Yeah, well, she's a decent looking woman. There she is on the screen there.
I mean, so why do you think she's around him? You think it's just about her job?
Well, she claimed that he saved her life. She had bone cancer.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, and now she never mind. I ain't gonna
yeah, they hating. I see what you're going. They hating, but you know, they claim that she likes her job. I mean, that she was she had bone cancer or something like that, and
she's treating him based on her post. She's referencing him as treating him like a god.
Said a lot of MAGAs doing that.
And they'll do anything for him. That's why he's acting the way he acts. And you think this woman on the screen behind you is in that close proximity to Donald Trump day in and day out, and she just takes good notes? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Well, in the comments, Tip Turtle says she's treating bone of some kind. So
that's why I left it alone. I figured I'd let everybody else.
You think? Wait. The man is 80 years old. She's in her 30s. You really think he hitting that?
I didn't say he was hitting it.
Okay.
But she's treating bone, as Tip Turtle just said, she's treating bone of some kind. Why do you think you didn't see the scene where Ivanka was leaning over at the little race thing, pissed off in Trump's ear?
No, I didn't. What happened? I didn't watch that shit.
I don't know what happened, and Natalie was there, but Melania was in his ear like some shit was going down. She didn't look happy at all.
Shit, how old is Melania? Are these two around the same age? How old is Melania?
No, Melania's I think she's in her late 50s.
Oh, not Melania. I'm thinking of Ivanka. My fault. I'm thinking about his daughter. I'm thinking this lady here is about the age of his daughter.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So if he can't get to his daughter, listen.
I know what you was about to say.
It would be, listen.
God.
It would be out of bounds had he not been saying these things himself about his own daughter, right?
Yeah. If she were my daughter, I would be. I'm picturing how his daughter looked that day when she was on The View. She might even look something like this.
Listen, Tim, you got two daughters. I got two daughters. That seems absolutely unheard of to say something like that about your daughter. Yes.
Yeah. If she wasn't my daughter, I would be dating her. Yeah, that's a terrible thing to say.
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
If I was on TV and I said, and I had my daughter next to me, and I said if she wasn't my daughter, I would be dating her, my ex would probably not want me to see my daughter anymore. Like, we don't know what you're doing to make that statement.
It's not something that you just say, accept, and move on and brush under the rug unless you're a Trump supporter. They just brush that shit under the rug like it never happened. But have the nerve to call somebody else a pedo or some shit like that. Crazy as shit. Worried about who's playing in sports and who's in what bathroom. Let me tell you this, Tim. There have been more Republican politicians arrested this year.
It's been a lot. I've been posting some. It's been a lot. Man, for pedophilia?
Yes, there's been more of those arrested than they can point to cases of men playing in women's sports. And they say nothing about it. I feel like every other week we got some Republican somewhere, politician, being charged with something. Every other week. I'm not even exaggerating.
Yeah. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. I haven't done any lives on that at all, but I've noticed it. It has been a lot of folks on the right, politicians that are Republican politicians, all the way, throughout the different various levels, local, city, county, all getting arrested for pedophilia. It's been a lot. Man, it has been a lot of them.
It's a ton of them. But how they
Big Boss says rhinos.
and I'm glad Big Boss chimed in. Tim, can you tell me, this is how much sycophants they are. You've been on this app longer than me. I want you to tell me, prior to 3 weeks ago, when you heard anybody from the right mention DSA at all.
Before they started, well, Mom Donnie is kind of one of that stuff's really, or the girl got on there and said all that crazy shit. I hadn't heard nothing about the DSA either.
Right. But now what you hear from the right and the sycophants, all they bring up is DSA. You know that organization has been around since 1982.
Yeah, but were there any? But was there any politicians at the level they are now openly claiming DSA like there is now, though?
Oh yeah, there were a few along the way.
I haven't heard of any.
Names, but here's the thing. And the point is that they will parrot anything they're told to parrot. Yeah. I guarantee you, most of them don't even know what the fucking acronym stands for.
Yeah, and you know something. I'm not going to fault the right for that, because if you had a group that was saying controversial shit on the right, like the DSA is for the left would be talking about it constantly too. I mean, they said some pretty wild shit, like getting rid of the Pentagon and, getting rid of prisons. I mean, that woman that went on Fox basically created a whole lot of Republican commercials. I mean, I can't blame them for bringing that up. It was some crazy shit.
Yeah, but it didn't matter, dude. Well, DSA, DEI, woke, CRT, they're all the same. They're looking for an acronym. They don't give a fuck if it's valid or not. Right? They don't care.
I don't disagree with that, but she sure gave them a good one.
DSA could mean dismember sexual assaulters, and they wouldn't give a fuck. They don't care. These people don't care. They don't care. You think they care about children?
I normally would say, hell yeah, MAGA cares about children, but the way they're treating the Epstein files, as long as it's Trump or Trump friends abusing children, it does not seem that they care about that, because they were really hardcore on Epstein when they thought it was Tom Hanks or Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton or Oprah Winfrey or Will Smith was on the list. They were all gung-ho about that. You had Bongino telling me he's going to get to the bottom of it. Kash Patel. Trump got elected and said there shall be no list, and they went silent. So, yeah, they don't seem to care about children, because I don't have any explanation for why they got so silent on that.
And neither do they, because it's an actual law. They are breaking the law by not releasing those unredacted files, and they don't give a fuck.
And I don't think there's any MAGA, even if you don't believe Trump did anything wrong at all. All MAGA believes that there are pedophiles on that list. Maybe Trump's not one of them, but they all believe there are pedos on the list. So if Trump is not releasing the list, at the very least, he's helping protect pedos. And they don't have any problem with that at all.
Absolutely not. And they'll make up any excuse. And recently, we see why. There's a ton, I'm going to say it again, there's been a ton of Republican politicians getting cracked for SA and all of that, but over the last 6 months, a ton of them. You don't see nobody saying nothing about it. Where's the disdain?
It's kind of. I think we're in a what jersey you wearing atmosphere. If you're wearing if you're wearing the opposition's jersey, if I'm a Republican and you're a Democrat, everything you do, I'm going to hold you accountable for it. But if my side does it, I'm not going to say as much, and vice versa. My guess is the Democrats are doing something similar, but people just seem to only care about when there's because Trump is doing stuff as president. I know they wouldn't tolerate anybody with a D behind their name doing it. To me, the Qatar jet alone, the screams of corruption from just him taking that jet from Qatar would be insane. Remember the woman told John McCain, I would never vote for Obama because he's a Muslim. Imagine them taking a jet from a Muslim country like that. They would never have accepted that.
Hell no. He would have been the second coming of Allah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? You think, man, listen. Listen, Tim. He wore a tan suit. They tried to attack Reverend Wright. I mean, think about the things that they tried to say he was a Muslim and all. And then Donald Trump goes and gets this jet from people that have been implicated in 9/11.
Yeah, the Saudis.
They say
and I'll tell you something. It's interesting you bring up him being friends with the Saudis and all of this stuff, and giving them the right to enrich uranium too, by the way, which could lead to the future. Somebody saying the Saudis are trying to get a nuke. The crazy thing is they're all over Mamdani or Abdul El Said talking about they're Muslim and the Muslims are the ones that bombed us on September 11th. They ain't saying nothing about Trump, and Trump is all of a sudden real pro-Muslim. He making deals with all kinds of Muslim countries. Him and Jared Kushner and his daughter, they're okay with all of that. But Mamdani is going to suddenly impose Sharia law. Like Trump is befriending people that are actually living with Sharia law. And that's okay. But Mamdani and Abdul El Said, them the ones you got to worry about. So, yeah, to me, it's just a matter of what jersey you have on.
man, listen, these people are crazy. These people are crazy. They're going to continue to be crazy. They are afraid and they're scared.
I want to ask you something that's off topic. I mentioned this at the beginning of the live, and I got hammered for bringing this up. People were telling me I was racist for even mentioning this. Butter pecan ice cream. Do you know the origin of butter pecan ice cream?
I've heard it, but I've never dove to it. I mean, fuck. We got segregated ice cream.
It checks out, Mike. Mike, it checks out.
Listen, I'm not going to argue it because as crazy as it sounds, white folks in this country have been crazy.
Yeah, it checks out. I couldn't believe it, but for folks who are just watching, during the era of Jim Crow, they would not serve African Americans vanilla ice cream. It was considered white and pure. The restaurateurs had a deal amongst themselves. It wasn't on the books as a law, just like the HOAs would not, sell their homes and places like that to black people. It wasn't an official law. It was just something they had agreed upon each other. So black people couldn't get their hands on vanilla ice cream, and they only could have chocolate. So down in the South where pecans are plentiful, they use pecans to create their own flavor. Very similar to how they turned a lot of waste products like chitlins and hog maws and pig feet and stuff into stuff that tastes good. They actually created their own flavor. That is the origin of butter pecan ice cream. It came out of the Jim Crow era. The African American community created their own ice cream. I had never heard that. I'm like, are you serious? Looked it up. It's valid.
Let me ask you this. Are you really surprised?
Damn.
I mean, Tim.
Damn.
Listen, if I can't drink out the same water fountain, if I can't use the same bathroom to get rid of waste.
I know so many, but Mike, I know so many white people that are nice and good folks. It's hard to imagine we had a society that was that hateful. Because they used to have another law. If you get to a stop, if a white person and a black person approach an intersection at the same time, you got to let the white person go first. I just don't know why people could be this not only hateful but that petty.
Tim, and they're still doing it. People act like this shit's gone. People, I always like to ask this question. If racism is gone and get over it and it ended with slavery, can you show me the event or the thing that happened that changed the hearts and souls of those people? I mean, where the fuck that happened?
Well, it didn't happen all at once, but in some cases
it never happened. It never happened.
But you would admit things are significantly better now than they ever have been, right?
I would say they're better. I would say they're better, and I'm gonna tell you this. Where we are right now, things will never be the same again. They're gonna get better or they're gonna get worse, but we will never return back to what we were.
Explain. What do you mean?
Because listen, I've said this before. I'm gonna say it again. What that man on your screen behind you did to this country and to white people specifically is they didn't expect that he was going to pull the skirt up on this country as far as he did. They didn't think he was going to go that far. Others have been in this position, the Bushes and Reagan and a lot of politicians, a lot of racist people, they never pulled the skirt up this far. Now that it's pulled all the way up the way he did it, you can't unsee it. So you can't sit in this current climate and say it's not a real thing. It's real. It's 100% real. We have a fascist movement with a racist, incompetent president and sycophants following him around in the name of a Christian a religion that they bastardize to demonize people. That's a fact. That's not my opinion.
Well, when you say you can't say it's not real, I assure you that's exactly what people are doing. They're saying this stuff is not, what you're claiming is not real. We're in a post-racial America and it's not as bad as you're saying. A lot of folks say that.
I know. And then they'll say that, and then they'll say Mandami and Abdullah are about to change this into Sharia law. I mean, they can't unsee it now, Tim. That's my whole point. There are a lot more white folks that are seeing it. I was on a live last night, and I asked them, I said, let me ask you guys a question. I said, since you've been on TikTok and this current climate we're in, have you been shocked by the level of racism that you hear day in and day out?
Now, are you asking this to African Americans or everybody?
No, white people, all white people. And they said, I'm shocked because in their life they don't hear it as visceral. They don't hear it. You know, they don't hear people just saying the N-word or all the racist tropes and all that shit. They don't see a Chud the Builder because a Chud the Builder, he's in their office. He's just not doing that shit.
Yeah.
He's in the police force. He's just not saying that shit out loud. But now, guess what, Tim? We're finding out every week, every day, they are there. Did you read the story about the Antioch police officers, the Antioch Police Department here in California?
What are you saying? No, I haven't. I haven't read that.
The Antioch Police Department has 115 officers. There was an investigation. You can ask Alexa, Google it. Do you realize half of them got caught up in this scandal where they were racist texts, excessive force? Half of an entire, 15 of them were arrested and fired.
Damn. I actually now, because look, at the end of the day, racism in police, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what the police were created for, was to recover slaves. So it started from day one. It's deeply rooted in police departments. I don't know how you ever get rid of that, because that's kind of how they were founded. So the idea that you find a police department and it's got a lot of racism going on within it, I'm sure there are hundreds of departments like that. I mean, because look, if you're in an area that there's a lot of racist people in that area, some of these cops are their kids, their cousins, their husbands, their wife. I mean, so chances are it's going to be on the police department as well. Like people talk about sundown towns. You can assume the police department, that stuff is in the department as well. It's going to be in all of the different facets of government in that town. If the citizens feel this way, then chances are they're voting in people and they're hiring people that have the same mindset.
So, back to my original question just 7 minutes ago, racism ended when?
It'll never, wait, hold on. Let me say something. I feel much better in America than living in my mom's time or my grandma's time. It'll never end. You can go 100 years from now. You can put two people on an island together. If they'll find some reason to disagree with each other. So it's never going to end 100%. But
a disagreement doesn't have to be based on racism, right? That's number one. You're right about disagreements. But let me ask you this question. This will be my last question. I know you got to move on. Do you feel better about race relationships in 2026 or in 2016?
Oh, it's gotten worse. 2016 for sure. Yeah, it's absolutely gotten worse because I've been. It's coming from the top. I mean, it is coming from the top.
Who would be at the top?
Huh?
Who would be at the top? You can just who would be at the top? You can just point your finger over your shoulder, or you do this. Tim, do me a favor. Since you love picking up that goddamn hat, go ahead and grab your hat for a second.
I don't know where it could be coming from. I don't know where.
I knew you was gonna do some shit. I'm not fucking with shit.
No, listen. At the end of the day, when you're saying that immigrants are raping and murdering everybody, the Haitians are eating cats and dogs, the African Americans are burning down whole cities, yeah, you're stoking racism vibes because you're pointing out bad things of all of these different groups, with the exception of Caucasians. The Muslims are going to impose Sharia law. The transgender are going to try to grape your kids. Everybody but the Caucasian community, I can cite to you what they're saying about it. So yeah, I mean, it's going to create that because people do trust what comes out of the White House. And if the White House is telling you all of these different groups of people are harmful to the public, it's going to create that kind of frenzy and that kind of fright.
Well, and you may be right. Last question for you, and anybody can answer this. Last question for you. So, do you think, based on everything that we just said about race and racism, the minute somebody comes up and says that it's not true, because you'll get somebody up here probably next saying I'm fluffing and bullshit.
I'm looking forward to it. Well, maybe MAGA Reacts is sitting around waiting to clear you up. But go ahead.
Well, so are they stupid, uninformed, racist, or just don't give a fuck?
Oh, it could be a combination of all that. Sir, listen, some people live in areas where either the white and black people in the area get along, or there are no black people, or there are no white people, and they don't see it. Everybody is not living around it, and maybe they live under a rock. They're not watching TV. I mean, for some people, it's not a big issue in their lives.
And it's crazy. Can you imagine in your life, and see, black people don't think this way, in your life, can you imagine waking up in the morning with the sole purpose to go fuck with people that you don't give a fuck about?
What do you mean?
Like Chud the Builder. White folks coming on this app and just being racist and saying all the racist shit. What part of your psyche has to be so important about people you say you don't care about that you would invest so much time to be horrible to? Well, I want you to think about that.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move it on. I'll answer your question on the other side, but I got an answer for that. Mike, thank you.
All right, bro.
Appreciate it. All right, tap the screen, get the likes on up. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goals. Not a lot of love today, but we can make it happen if you guys show some love. There we go. In regards to what he was talking about, social media is filled with attention hogs. Some people want to come on here and show you how well they can dance, or show you how big their titties are, or show you how nice they're living, show you inside their home, or show you, how good they can DJ, or show you, what kind of car they got. People come on social media because they want attention. My guess is there are racists doing the same thing. If you want to get attention and you come on here saying a bunch of racist shit, you're going to get a lot of viewers. I mean, it's just another way to get attention. Now, I'm not saying that don't mean you don't believe what you're saying. Chud the Builder could actually believe it. I mean, I don't know why else would you come online and do that. But that is what the right claims with President Trump, is that he don't believe the stuff he's saying. He's just trolling. He don't believe it. I'll leave that up to you to go figure. Marty Marr, appreciate the cow mapping. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, my guess is some folks come online to try to rile everybody up. I know some MAGA viewers that I follow that used to do that for certain. What is it? Liberal tears, snowflakes. What is the other term? It just, what is the main one? Trump derangement syndrome. And I tell MAGA all the time, anytime you see somebody with Trump derangement syndrome, you should celebrate. I mean, isn't that the goal? If Trump is always saying things horrible about Democrats, showing them as apes or dumping shit on protesters or biting hogtied in the picture, wouldn't you expect that to be the symptom, or better yet, that's what's creating this Trump derangement syndrome? You guys just hate the guy and you don't see any good in him. I mean, what do you expect him to see good in the guy when he's doing stuff like that? You should be celebrating TDS. It's clear that's what he wants. I mean, you get online and you say you hate all Democrats. What do you expect? That's going to create TDS. Why not celebrate it? Uncanny, you are a system sucker, ain't you? I don't get what. Oh, you're talking to each other in the comments. No, we don't need a fucking troll isolating us from the rest of the world. MAGA likes that. I'll tell you why that's happening. You say we don't need a troll isolating us from the rest of the world. It's the superiority complex. I don't think Democrats or independents have the superiority complex like MAGA does. And when I say superiority, I'm not talking white supremacy. I'm saying that MAGA believes that America is a superior country and we could essentially take on the world. We don't need anybody. They all need us. So if Trump speaks horribly of all of our allies and treats everybody like shit, well, they need us anyway. We don't need them. So I do believe MAGA on the world stage believes we have some kind of superiority complex. We're better than everybody. We don't need NATO. NATO needs us. We don't need Canada. Canada needs us. I mean, everybody needs America. We don't need anybody else. And that kind of leads to why they're okay with treating everybody like shit. Because at the end of the day, they're all going to come back scratching and clawing and begging us because they need us. We don't need them. I vehemently think they're wrong on that. I think they're really, really wrong on that. But by the time we find out, the damage could be irreparable if we're not already there. That's not true. Dozens of countries can come together, says Chris. Yeah, I don't think NATO needs us. The only reason to ever believe NATO needs us is that you see America having the Navy and the Air Force having the ability to transport troops. Most NATO member nations cannot transport a lot of troops for an offensive maneuver. But in terms of self-defense, take the United States out of NATO, they are more than capable of defending themselves. And that's really all you need. NATO is not going to be like the United States, where we're always going in other countries fucking with other people. Our military is designed for offensive use. Most other countries, their militaries are designed for defensive use. And that's all you need. As long as you can provide an ample defense, ain't nobody fucking with you. And NATO has dozens of nukes. Dozens, if not hundreds of nukes. Not to mention they do have high-tech military aircraft and things like that. Ain't nobody fucking with NATO, even if the United States is not in it. There's not many countries on earth that's going to be able to successfully deal with NATO. Maybe China with a ton of casualties. That's it. Russia's barely having its way with Ukraine. So take the United States out of NATO and they're still like top 3. They're fine. They don't need America in that. Looking in the comments, so you just answered your own question. You need America to do that with stable and force of the world. No other country can do it. No, you don't. Only America, Susan, America is the only country in NATO that wants to perform offensive attacks. The rest of NATO is fine living amongst each other, having enough weaponry for self-defense. If you're not trying to commit offensive maneuvers, you don't need a navy of that significance. You don't need all of that stuff. The stuff we have is because we're going abroad attacking people. They're not doing that. Just like North Korea doesn't have an offensive military, but they have nukes and the ability to defend themselves, so nobody messes with them. That's it. Nobody messes with them. And nobody would mess with NATO as long as they have all those nukes out. They would be fine. They don't need the United States as part of them. You only need the United States if you plan on attacking people abroad, by the way, attacking people abroad, committing offensive maneuvers, like hanging out in the Middle East all the time like we do, even though we're all the way over here in North America. NATO's not doing that. No country right now is doing it other than the United States. We're the only country on earth that is thousands of miles away all the time involved in something. Nobody else is doing that. Hitler is in the White House, says MRC. Yikes. Tap the screen. Hansel Conservative says the Democrats need to read the book, The Little Boy Who Cried Wolf. I think it'll help. Trump talks about the 2020 election every single time you put a microphone in his face. Has he not read that same book? I think maybe the little boy that cried wolf is a book he could read as well. Ted Summers. The petrodollar has died, ergo the USZ. Again, y'all cried about Trump during Biden's whole term. You are the ultimate hypocrite. Travel, a bit at Ted, are you there? Okay, I gotta drop him quick.
So everyone can afford treatment. Make Congressman Mike
Not
Lawler
letting me drop him.
fighting to fix the broken hospital system and put American patients first. It's the
Okay, don't know why TikTok is having problems. It wouldn't let me drop them. Let's try to see. Okay, I'm trying to bring up a guest, but yeah, you had the TV on, but now my screen is. There we go. All right, let me try it again. Maybe you should. So I'm rolling. Don't know what happened there, but we'll go back to the box. I'm having trouble with this shit. May have to reset this. We'll try it out tomorrow. Are you back there tomorrow? And by the way, somebody said y'all talked about America the whole time. Well, Trump talked about Obama. So what is the point? I don't get what your point. During Obama's whole term, Trump was trolling him and talking about it. What's your point? Tomorrow, good evening.
Tim, my bad about earlier. I was in the store. You seem to always bring me up right when I'm in the middle or something.
All right, fair enough.
After I'm waiting.
Well, let's make it happen today then. Okay, so the question being is, shit. I mean, what are we dealing with right now? I mean, now he's threatening, I guess, financial war with Iran. Threatening the whole civilization will die and all that shit didn't work. So now he's threatening sanctions, and he's threatening any country that works with Iran that they can like get China. It too.
Like China, right?
Yeah,
because China gets a lot of their gas from
80%. 80% of their fuel is bought by China.
Do you really want that smoke? Because we get a lot of stuff from China. Like, honestly, does he really want that smoke? And then while he's doing that, he's messing with Canada, and he's negotiating. He's breaking the deal that what is it? The CMAC deal.
What if he has the mind? What if he has the mindset of the Ayatollah or of a non-democrat leader, where, like Cuba, for instance, we've been sanctioning Cuba, embargo and everything, making that country extremely poor. But the Castros are not bowing down because they're doing just fine. Trump is going to be doing just fine no matter how bad the U.S. economy is. What if he has that mindset? Because you say he don't want the smoke with China. No matter what China does in response to the United States, Trump's going to be all right. He may have the same mindset as the Ayatollah or the Castros or any of these other folks, is that, okay, that's them. It ain't going to affect me.
I'm starting to think he's a Manchurian candidate. Did I say it right?
Manchurian candidate.
Isn't that's basically where a leader basically tries to destroy their country or something to that manner? Or
why would he do
I'm
that?
Not sure exactly.
Why would he deliberately try to set the United States on fire?
Because they didn't elect him in 2020. Who knows? Honestly, but some of the stuff he's doing, you have to think about, like just like they said with Biden, like why were they letting all these illegals in? Like what was the actual purpose? What is the actual purpose of what he's doing with these tariffs and this BS with Iran and basically about to be in a trade war with China over Iran because of Iran? Like, what is the actual purpose of this? Like, what is the actual outcome that you're looking for?
With Biden and the immigrants, or the Democrats and the immigrants, I think the purpose is obvious. They were letting in folks that would eventually turn into more support for the Democrat Party. Even before Trump began doing all kinds of racist and shit and trashing immigrants like that, most immigrants, once they became legal, voted Democrat. Now, Trump is guaranteed it's going to happen to an astronomical level now, which is why their goal is we need to get these people out of here because we've permanently fucked up that class of people. But the Democrats are doing it, I believe, for supporting votes going forward. Now, why is Trump?
It's going to take forever, Tim.
Not really.
Some people have been trying to get citizenship for over 10 years. Like, honestly, how fast do you think these people that you let in will be able to get citizenship?
10 years is not 10 years is not that long when you're thinking long term, no, Tamar.
That's long enough.
I mean, look, if you let in 20, let's look at it like this. Let's say 20 million people came in. I don't know what the number is. Trump goes all over the place. Let's say 20 million people came in under Biden. And let's just, for fiction's sake, say all 20 million became legal. What percentage of them are probably going to end up voting Democrat, or their kids and grandkids and all them voting Democrat? Probably at least 60 to 70% of them. And that's before Trump started doing all kinds of racist shit to him. Now it's probably 85, 90% of them. So it would turn into votes 10. I mean, keep in mind, a lot of stuff Trump is doing is further down the line. It's not meant to be utilized right now. It's based on long-term yield.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah.
Tim, I hate the paper, but I was on the live today. This guy, BA or whatever his name is, it has to be the biggest racist. I've never heard racism on this level, to the point where he had a black lady on the panel, and he was talking about how like basically all the stuff that black people do as a whole is making white people racist towards blacks, and that and he was like, even I forget her name or whatever her name was, Cheetah or some he was like, even she's embarrassed to be black, or she's embarrassed of her skin because of how you guys act. And I'm sitting here, and she's like, she didn't even really see. She basically came back on and was like, and they were like, you're not gonna say nothing about that, because there was like three. What's
the name of this person, this content creator?
This guy's name is BA or some shit like that. He's like, he claims that he's been on yours, and he said that you were once a Republican at once. And I said, I don't know about. I said, that's not true. I said, because he was asking to share the live or whatever. And I'm like, oh, believe me, I shared it. I tried to get it.
Well, no, obviously, I'm not Republican, but I was critical of Biden's. I was more favorable to what Trump was promising during the end of Biden's term, and I was more critical of Biden. I still had some problems with Trump because of the 2020 election. I've always felt, and I believe I will continue to feel, and I think history will agree with me, that in 2020, Trump tried to steal an election. I don't see anything that's going to change that. So that right there, for me, disqualifies me from voting for him. I believe he tried to steal an election, and until I see something otherwise, it is what it is. So that would have prevented. But I'm not a Republican. I'm more of a moderate-leaning left person.
You're the first live that, like, TikTok live that I've ever really messed on, and then once you're not on, I started venturing out, and there's so many people. Even there's like another black guy. He's like, oh yes, I'm proud to be black, this and that, blah blah blah. But he's got these white people. I mean, I don't mean to be racist, but he got like the white people like literally talking about, oh, I love fried chicken and watermelon, and I'm about to eat some this, like just talking like, and he's just allowing it. I'm like, I've never seen shit like this on this level, bro. I'm like fiberglassed.
What's crazy is I get my shit censored all the time, and you telling me all that was allowed and they didn't take that live down?
Bro, he also said something about basically taking down the liberals. He's like, it's gonna come a time where the liberals gonna have to go first. Like the liberals that support this shit have to go first, and then there's not enough of you guys to stop what's coming and this and that. And I'm just sitting here listening to this shit. I'm at work, and I'm like, nah, fuck this. I'm like, I can't allow this shit to happen. I couldn't.
I mean,
I could not.
I'm all for free speech because, look, if he's talking like that online, silencing him from saying it online ain't gonna silence him from saying it in his own circles. I would rather expose it. Let him go ahead. I would have him on my show. We could have a conversation. Obviously, a lot of stuff he is saying.
Oh, I shared you.
Yeah,
I shared you.
Yeah, obviously, a lot of stuff he is saying is based on the actions of a few and pinning it on the many. Because like a lot of times when I see folks saying that, blacks is what's making whites racist, and like, did the Catholic Church make? I mean, did that make you not want to be religious? Because they were abusing kids like crazy. Like, it's only when African Americans do something that you suddenly have a problem with the whole race of people. Like, do all of the police brutality videos make you hate cops? I mean, you're just picking and choosing when you're okay with this stuff affecting you, because the African American community.
Racism, because he's like black people are more racist. Like he was basically saying that the black people are more racist than white people. Like, it's not like the racism on the white side is gone basically, and it's basically all black people still complaining about slavery. He said he basically was like, we need to thank the white man because you wouldn't be able to vote without us and this and that. And I'm like, listen, I said after slavery, I said the North, black people were able to vote. I said that was just in the South. So I don't know what you're talking about. We need to thank the white man for this. Like, dude, I've never heard somebody talk like this.
To me, what he's saying sounds closer to somebody that's trying to. To me, what he's saying sounds closer to something that maybe a racist shock jock would do. It just sounds, to me, that sounds like some trolling things. I mean, like, you would, even if black people were allowed to vote, I mean, you would admit that people had to die to get that. It's not like the white people showed up one day walking down the street and saying, with a big bowl in their hand, and said, now you're able to vote, we got a gift for you, you can all vote. People had to die for that. I mean, so it ain't like they gave you the right to vote. In fact, a lot of white people that fought for the right of African Americans to be free, they were killing them too. So they didn't give you anything. You had to die for that.
It was just crazy, Tim. I was just like, my goodness. I think I shared it to all the hitters that I know from your show, but I don't think I got you because I thought maybe you was at your day.
I was probably working. Yeah, I was at work. I don't be seeing it. So yeah, but
it was in the afternoon. But I was hitting all the hitters that I knew from that I met from your show.
I would assume he probably has a waiting list of people to talk to him. It's probably 50 long because he's enraging so many people.
People were getting up there. People, because people would make comments in the comment. Then he was like, "Come up here, brother." It sounds like RFK and Alex Jones' love child too. He sounds like both of them. So I was telling him, I'm like, bro, you sound like Alex Jones and RFK.
Now I will say, but I will say though, considering that most of my viewers or my folks that I talk to are African American, there is plenty of racism in the black community as well. I'm not going to say that there's more than the white community or the white has more. The whites have more power in their racism because, as people bring up oftentimes, they control the systems and the mechanisms of government more. But there's plenty of racism in the black community. It just doesn't have the same damaging effects that white racism has because they don't have the control. But I'm sure if African Americans had the same level of control as whites, certainly now with what has happened over the last 400 years, a lot of them would be seeking get back and seeking revenge. They just are not empowered to do it.
Yeah. And the thing about butter pecan ice cream, my mom used to love that. And she was from North Carolina. And I never knew that until you said
I didn't know it either until I was like, I cannot. And I had so many white people in my comments that were mad that I said that. Like,
why? Why were they mad about that?
It's the notion when you tell the horrors of American history that were perpetrated by whites, there are a lot of whites that don't want that to be told because, I don't know, they think it's divisive or it makes them look bad. I don't know why, but they will speak out against that.
And guess who? And I'm sure we know who patented it. It wasn't the people that invented it.
I'm certain. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm certain you're probably right about that. But yeah, African Americans created black butter pecan ice cream because they would not sell them vanilla. They said vanilla was considered white and pure, and they would only sell them chocolate. So they started creating their own flavor. And like I said, there's a whole bunch of different foods African Americans created out of waste products and things like that because of what they were given them. That's probably, I don't know if this was certain, but that's probably why the rumor still persists to this day that blacks are better at seasoning food because they had to season some nasty tasting shit. They just became bad. That's a rumor though. I don't know if that's true.
And didn't you say that the Supreme Court said stop mail-in voting or something like that? I kind of heard.
I'm not totally for certain how, because it just came in before I went live, but they're trying. The Supreme Court allowed them to not send out ballots if there's a concern with your identity or something like that. So they gotta know it's you or something crazy like that, which makes no sense, because if you don't know this is the right person, why are you sending them any of the mail? So I don't know, but it's, to me, it's all designed to be a hurdle to voting.
I think if it's a blue wave this good or this something, because all the stuff he's doing, he's acting like he does not care. Like they're gonna do something regardless of who wins.
What do the Democrats do? Let's say there is a blue wave where the voting public feels confident the Democrats won, and yet Trump is walking around saying we won both the Senate and maintain the House, and he's putting all these Republicans in, and we feel confident that these people did not win. Do you have a Democrat January 6th?
You're gonna have something. I don't know what it's gonna be, but he's definitely up to something. I can't say what it is because I'm not in that crazy man's head, but it's definitely because and you would think that by now he would be trying to, okay, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, or this is gonna affect this person's run. So maybe I shouldn't be, sending these tweets and all this other crazy shit. But no, he's full-fledged, just doing whatever is on his mind and doing whatever he feels is good to him, and he's not stopping. So therefore, there's got to be something. There's no way that you can think that you can win doing the stuff that you're doing and be comfortable that you're gonna win. So what it is, I have a feeling that regardless of how big the wave is, it's not gonna matter, because how's that gonna happen? I have no idea. That's past my pay grade, but it's definitely something in the air that's gonna happen.
I really hope you're wrong, but I feel you're more closer to right than wrong. I got to move it on though tomorrow, and I would.
No doubt.
Yeah, thank you, and I'll talk about the rest on the other side. Here's what I had a trip planned right around the midterms, and my opinion is you probably should stay home around the midterm. I would, that whole week. I had a trip going out of town booked, a flight. I'm like, I don't know if I want to be out of town, because if things get nasty like that, I just don't know. You don't know what may happen. But I do agree with my last caller, though. I mean, Trump is making it clear that if he does not win, he's going to claim fraud. Everybody knows that. Is there anybody that believes if Trump loses in the midterms, he's not going to say fraud happened? Everybody understands that. So I don't know how that would go, but there is a lot riding on this election, mainly for President Trump, because the Democrats are going to come after him. So I would rather be home or close to home the week of the midterms. That's just my take. I would rather be home. Looking in the comments, Trump fears he will be removed from office after the midterms. You want to see that happening? He don't seem to be acting that he fears. And by the way, did you guys hear that Jared Kushner went and met with Hakeem Jeffries? That does seem like the Trump administration feels there's a good chance they may lose in the midterms, at least Congress. The Trump administration ain't never gave a fuck about Hakeem Jeffries. Why the hell you reaching out and meeting with him now? I mean, you ain't never gave a fuck about this dude. So, yeah, it does seem like that they're starting to feel like the midterms may not go our way, so we need to make some kind of deal or something. I don't know what they discussed. Hakeem Jeffries isn't telling, but the fact that the Trump administration has never, with emphasis on never, reached across the aisle to Democrats. They've been saying that Democrats are a piece of shit the whole time. They have never reached out to Democrats. Why would they be doing it now, right before the midterms? So, yeah, I absolutely do think that they feel that the midterms are not secure. And I guess they're trying to work out some kind of deal with Hakeem or something of that nature. I don't know. But That ain't what Trump's. I mean, you could have been reaching out to Democrats on a bunch of stuff. Looking in the comment, because isn't Hakeem Jeffries somebody that Trump has trolled him too? Isn't he the guy Trump put a sombrero hat on and shit like that? He was trolling him too. Why are you reaching out to him now? Hakeem Jeffries is compromised. He takes Israel money, so him and Jared Kushner have a lot of things in common. Fair enough. It could be that. It could be that too. You know, you better make sure if you become the Speaker of the House, understand you took AIPAC money as well. I know you don't want any secrets to get out no more than we do. So if you do become the Speaker of the House, I just want to make sure you understand that some things just kind of gotta be kept on the quiet. I mean, it's possible. It's possible they all been taking AIPAC money. In the comments, Fox stated nobody believes we're news. We're strictly entertainment. Yeah, he did say that. That is true. Here's one of the funny things. In the comments, DA says Big Mike Obama, talking about Michelle Obama being a man. What's crazy about that is the minute motherfuckers started making fun of Natalie Harp, woman on my screen, Trump and MAGA all upset. Why would you make fun of this girl? Get the fuck out of here. You making what my guest said about Michelle Obama and all the stuff you guys have said about liberals. Fuck this girl. Like, it's too late for that. Even when President Trump, God forbid, gets sick and passes away, ain't nothing you guys can say. You guys have been laughing at and defending Trump attacking people. And by the way, he's attacked several people after they died as well. Mueller, McCain, Bob Rayner. Who else just died recently? Biden's cancer diagnosis. He said, I don't care about that. I mean, fuck this girl. I'm just going to tell you that. At this point, you guys have really removed the ability, even people that laughed at Charlie Kirk at this point, you can't complain about nothingness anymore. You guys have laughed and defended everything Trump has done. Biden hog-tied in the trunk of a car was funny to you. All of that stuff was. So yeah, when something starts happening to President Trump, there's nothing you can say because he's already spoken ill of 3 dead people. Already 3. Who knows how many? My guess is if Biden passes away before Trump, he's going to say something negative about him too. So yeah, it is what it is at that point. Melissa K says you attack him daily. Right, and he's just standing by taking it, right? He ain't attacking nobody. And all these Democrats are just attacking Trump for no reason at all. He was just trying to make America great. He ain't attacked nobody. He was friendly to Obama when Obama was president and everybody. Just a nice stand-up guy, and the Democrats just started attacking him for no reason at all. Okay, all right. The issue is you guys celebrated his attacks of others, and you only notice when he's attacked. Because this started with him attacking Obama, trolling Obama's whole term. So by the time he became president, well, man, you guys didn't give him a chance from day one. He had done a whole lot of stuff on day 0. By the time Trump came down the golden escalator, he had already been attacking people. He had already been really ridiculing people. So it is what it is. I call bullshit. It started when the Democrat Party started attacking Trump. Your bullshit would be wrong, conservative. It started when Trump was attacking Obama. The Democrats were not attacking Trump as a citizen back from 2008 when Obama got elected to 2016 when Obama left the White House. They weren't attacking Trump. He was a citizen. They wasn't fucking with Trump. He was on fucking The Apprentice. He was well respected still. He was the one attacking Obama, saying the guy wasn't born in the country. Shit. He was the one doing that. The birther movement is where all of the attacking started. There was nobody attacking Trump before the birther movement. That's where that stuff came from. It's him doing that. And then once he did the birther movement, which lasted for about 3 fucking years, he was attacking Obama. Then it was his turn to run for president. And of course, yeah, they're attacking him on day 1 now because of what he's been doing for the previous 3 years. You guys was laughing at all that stuff. So of course it looks like they're just attacking Trump for no reason because you don't just exclude it. All the shit he been doing the whole time before becoming president. You were laughing at all that stuff. In the comments, y'all trusted untested MMA technology, but okay, I don't know what that means. Stick the ruler. Good evening. Welcome to the program. People from New York have despised him for decades. I've heard that, but on the national stage, Trump was viewed favorably. Trump was viewed as a celebrity, a real estate mogul, friends with Tyson. During Obama's term, Trump was in good standing with most of the United States. Nobody had a problem with him. It was when he started bashing Obama that he developed that reputation. Travelman, good evening.
Tim.
What am I getting wrong today? What am I getting wrong?
Actually, you kind of on point, man. I don't know, y'all got this conversation going. You know what though? Let me tell you something, man. This is my belief, bro. Every time somebody called Michelle Obama Michael, they sound stupid. They sound freaking stupid.
Maybe that's the goal.
They want to sound stupid. Hey Tim, let me ask you another question. Shouldn't, excuse my language, shouldn't the dumbest motherfucker on earth and the president be two different people?
Yeah, I don't think Trump is the dumbest motherfucker on earth, but the answer is yes. They should be two.
Hey, what did the Wall Street Journal say today? The Wall Street Journal said that them tariffs he put on Canada was the worst fucking move in history.
I think the tariffs, Liberation Day in general, was the worst fucking move. That whole thing was, I mean, because look, Liberation Day was April 1st, 2025. So it's been a year and a half or so. All of the MAGA side, I'm talking about my beloved MAGA, we're all happy that Trump was going to make sure these nations pay and treat us right, and they love the tariffs. Ain't nobody seen shit from that. In fact, the price of stuff has went up in this country. Ain't nobody seen shit from those tariffs.
What did he say that when they pushing 70 trade deals in 70 days or something like that? Remember when they were talking about 90 trade deals? Or they had a certain number of days. And they
look, it's in Trump's nature to make everything sound positive. There's manufacturing's coming back. You know, the gas prices are going to be $2 a gallon. Every time you see Trump, he's telling you something great is going to happen. It never has happened. It's always just about to happen.
So it's kind of like oh, they investing $18 trillion in the United States. And nowhere is it documented. It's not even on the damn WhiteHouse.gov website. You know? Yeah. Well, this dude have been consistently lying for the last 10 years, ever since he came down the escalator.
It works.
He has attacked people. Tell me a day where he didn't attack anybody.
I can't argue with him though, Travelman. It does work. And real quick in the comments, one of my viewers, T Slaying Fasari or something, says, what does he say? Everybody on these platforms talk like Trump is permanent. He's only temporary. Well, Trump talks like Trump is permanent. I mean, you need to tell that to him. He the one that's talking about Trump 2028 and motherfuckers posting. Well, he's posting pictures of himself wearing crowns and shit. You need to talk to him. He's the one talking like he's forever.
I never thought he was. As far as I'm concerned, his ass gonna be gone come 2028. I'm more concerned with the aftermath. That's when I'm more concerned.
So you two, when you say he's going to be gone 2028, is that health wise, or he's going to just finish his term?
No, he's gonna be gone. He can't do anything else. He's gone. That's the Constitution. I don't know why people seem to think that this dude that he's just gonna be in office and shut everything down. People tend to forget that 77 million people voted for him.
Okay.
75 million voted for Kamala Harris. And then you got a whole nother shitload of people that didn't vote at all. So what makes them think that 80-some million people just gonna roll over and let him do what the hell he want to do?
I'm looking at the people because it ain't 80-some million people, Trevor. Man, it's the people in power. I mean, 80-some million people didn't allow him to attack Iran. Just the people in power did. You don't need the 80-some million people. You just need the people in
That's
power.
totally different from trying to stay in power.
I don't think
he
so.
has to do something. What he gonna? First of all the elections are run by different states. The states control the elections.
Okay.
So right off the bat, I know what 26 states. How many states are Democrat? They're not gonna not do their election.
Yeah, but I guess, like somebody in the comments asked, Arlita asked, I mean, the Constitution isn't followed now. I mean, I mean, how many times has he already had the courts rule and say something you did was unconstitutional? Like the fucking tariffs. They ruled that was unconstitutional. I think the problem, the difference between you, Travelman, and a lot of other folks like myself is we don't feel the Constitution is guaranteed to hold up.
Yeah, but you're talking about putting tariffs on whatever versus one of the main tenets. You can only serve 2 terms. And in order to do that, you have to do some other things in order to do that. And I don't believe that the people is going to stand by and let that happen. Number one, because I think that people are pissed off right now.
If Trump stays in, here's the point. If Trump decides on election day, like he tried to get Mike Pence to do, if J.D. Vance refuses to certify the election and they refuse to hand over the reins to the next president, who do you feel confident will step up and get Trump out of the White House? Because it's all his people. You think the DOJ is going to do that? You think the FBI? That's what we're saying, is that it ain't the 80 million people. It's the people in power. The DOJ, remember, he was supposed to release the Epstein files. He didn't do that. Congress ordered that TikTok gets sold by a certain date. He didn't do that. I mean, he's breaking Constitution and breaking laws constantly. What would make you think he would stop at this?
Don't you think that, and like I was saying, people are pissed off. And I really believe that come November, the Democrats are going to, and they're going to get the House. We might see record turnout. And there are states in play now on the Senate that's normally not in play. The reason that we're in the situation that we're in right now is because we have a Congress that has totally abdicated its responsibilities. They have been denutted.
But that's the point. But that's the point I'm making. If he violates the Constitution, that denutted version of the Department of Justice are going to be the ones that's responsible for fixing that. I mean, as long as
let me ask you this. Do you think if it was a Democrat Congress right now, that he would have got away with all the stuff that he's been doing?
No.
Exactly.
But here's the problem. If there's a Democrat Congress that is trying to stop Trump from doing stuff, they still have to get somebody to enforce it. I'm not sure that the enforcement wing of the White House is going to, the Department of Justice and all that. I'm not sure that motherfuckers will step up and do their job.
I believe they'll step up.
We're going to find out. Because he's gonna push the envelope. We're gonna find out.
No, we're not gonna find out. And the reason we're not gonna find out is because number one, it has to be close enough for it to do that. I don't think it's gonna be that close. I really don't. Because the stuff that they're doing right now, the country is so damn jacked up. I mean, it's terrible, man. It is. We got war in Iran. We got measles breaking out. We got people catching the shits all over the place because they got bad vegetables. You got COVID is starting to kill people again, unalive people again. You got inflation is back up again. I mean, it's just gas prices is back up. You got all kind of stuff that's going wrong. And
yet MAGA is still, there's still millions of MAGA. I get it. I don't understand it. You're right. MAGA. The economy is in the trash. We're at war with no end in sight, and MAGA's still like, dude, this is the best motherfucker I ever seen.
I know they so damn stupid, ain't they?
I can't say that. I can't say that to my beloved MAGA.
Hey, Tim, head up Trump's ass syndrome. You know how I feel about that.
I can't.
Head up Trump's ass syndrome. Hey, but one more thing before I go, because I was listening to you guys earlier, and somebody said they went on BA's live.
Yes.
Man, that thing is off the chain.
I'm gonna have to find it. I'm gonna have to get, because during the day I'm not really on too much.
I went on there a couple of times, but I was loaded when I went in there. So, but it's off the chain, man. One of the problems that we have right now is that you got all this stuff coming from the top, and I always say the organization would be a reflection of the leader. Look at how the country acts right now. How we talk to other people, how we talk to other countries. Right now, we are actually being somewhat isolated by other countries, not by us, by other countries. They're starting to do things amongst themselves. They're starting to purchase weapon systems amongst themselves. They're starting to make trade deals amongst themselves and cutting us out because we got an idiot. Well, let me rephrase that. We got a presidential idiot running the country right now, and as a result of that, you see the things that's going on. Now you see a lot of the racism and stuff, but people feel that they can talk about it and they can do certain things. And I think you were talking to somebody earlier, and they were talking about Jim Crow and all that. Was that they were talking about?
We're talking about the origin of butter pecan ice cream.
Yeah. Oh man, that's how many black people that don't eat butter pecan?
I know, I love it. I don't know anybody that don't eat it.
See, and people don't realize back then, during Jim Crow. Okay, I was born in 1958, so Jim Crow was still around when I was born. I don't know nothing about it. I was born up north. My mother them experienced it. My great grandmother them experienced it. But my great grandmother told me when I was getting ready to go down to Mississippi, she said, "Fred, watch what you say down there, because them white people will kill you."
Jesus.
Because I was kind of. I was out there. I was Malcolm X. I was all that kind of stuff, even when I was a kid. And my uncle was in the Black Panthers and stuff.
Right.
But the thing, see, people want to focus on today. And anytime you bring up anything to try to explain Black history or talk Black history to anybody, the first words out of their mouth is, "Oh, now you playing the victim." Or you on the plantation?
Yeah, you cannot bring up anything in relations to Black history without being called out, without saying you got victim mentality. Yeah, you got victim mentality.
And all you're trying to do is because they want to focus on now. This is where we at now. Like what happened was so many years ago, and that's not true. When you go look at the busing stuff that was going on in the 70s when you was alive. Go look at that, the riots and stuff they had up north. Go look at in Virginia, man. They closed the school system for 5 years. They put semen in the swimming pool.
I know about the semen and the acid, putting acid in the swimming pools. Like I said, I mentioned this earlier in the life. I know so many white people that are nice and friendly, it's hard to imagine that they were folks around that time were that petty and that hateful, because it's rooted in nothing. Like, because I'll tell you something, the African Americans of today are probably, I won't say, in terms of civility, in terms of, they didn't talk as much shit back then for obvious reasons. I mean, they were really trying hard. You got a lot of wild folks that are wilding out and stuff like that among the African American community of today. African Americans back then were really civilized and really nice. They just wanted a fair shake. And I'm like, damn, why'd you treat them so bad? Because you'll see them say, they'll show kids with their pants around their ass today, and they'll show pictures of how we used to dress in the 40s and 50s with suits on and say, what happened to people like that? And I'm like, you were treating them like shit.
Because there you go. If people fail to realize that although, all the cities and towns and stuff that was successful Black community, they burnt them all down. Or they built freeways through them. And I tell people all the time, like I'm 67, so I'll be 68 in a couple of days. I tell people all the time, around my age, or even maybe even around your age, if they were from the South, either their, and if you're my age, probably their parents or grandparents, if they were in Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, whatever, probably as a kid attended a lynching.
Jesus.
Because it was a public event. It was put in the newspapers.
Yeah, I think what happened probably at least into the 70s is that a lot of African Americans, because it was not popular or safe, kind of swept a lot of stuff that happened to us under the rugs because it wasn't. Yeah. Like I don't know if my grandparents or my great grandparents attended lynching at all, but they didn't. They didn't say a lot of stuff. That's why
No, not our people. If our people was at a lynching, it's because we was at the end of the tree. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm sure some blacks seen other blacks get lynched though, just to teach them a lesson.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. But see, it's like this too. For one thing, they don't want to talk about this in history and stuff because it is so barbaric. Yeah. Okay? Because think about this. Who would drag somebody from their house over something minor, like you looked at a woman or you were trying to get your money done right in business and the white guy disagreed with you and they drag you out your house and they drag you down and then they beat you, they shoot you, they stab you, and then they put you from a tree. And then they might castrate you, and then they set you on fire. That's what who does that to another human being, Tim?
I don't know. You used to be able to buy stamps that feature somebody being lynched on it.
They would cut off the skins and stuff and make postcards and stuff. See, this is the stuff I'm talking about. People, when you try to.
I understand why they don't want it being talked about, though.
Exactly.
I totally understand that. It is barbaric. I mean, because that's the kind of shit we talk about Al Qaeda or the cartel doing. I understand why they don't want it being talked about because it is incredibly barbaric.
That's a part of history.
Yeah.
You got people alive today whose family experienced that. And all people want to do is concentrate. They want to talk about the fact. Oh, well, you got black folks doing. You know what? The success that black people have had in this country is in spite of, not because of. We were able to continue to move forward. In spite of, because I'm going to give you something right quick, then I'm gone. Every time black people start making progress in this country, something happens to thwart it. Coming out of slavery, you had Reconstruction. What happened? They put in Jim Crow. But what they didn't expect was during Jim Crow, black people would establish a black economy within the overall U.S. economy. And that's when you started having the successful black towns. Then you come out of that with Brown v. Board, and then you go into the civil rights movement, and that started happening. And what happened? Boom, they dropped the CRK into the black community, and it decimated the black community for 20 years.
Yeah. We can go into the war on drugs and all that stuff. I mean, look,
not victim. This is what happened.
Yeah. Well, when you bring it up, they say it's victim mentality, but we'll leave it at that.
They don't want to hear it.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what it is.
Hey, and you know what else? And now they worried about why black folks not upset about what's going on in the country right now because we didn't vote for him.
You should be upset about it. You should be upset about it too. I gotta move it on.
What I mean is not getting out in the streets and stuff because we told them what was gonna happen. Kamala Harris told them what was gonna happen, and 80-something of black folks didn't vote for him.
Fair enough. Thank you. Appreciate it. Tap the screen, folks. Yeah, I mean, listen, I've said it a million times. I do not know why it is so unpopular for African Americans to discuss their history out in the open. Our history, unlike some of the other folks' histories, it is worse. I guess maybe you could bring up the Jewish history or the history of Native Americans. Their history is pretty bad, but it is because if the Jews bring up their history, it's stuff that was perpetrated by them on them by people that are in a different country. If the African Americans bring up their history, yeah, it's mostly people that are in this country. So I guess they just don't like the savage nature of it. And of course, the Native Americans went through a lot of this shit as well. They just are off on their own little spots and they don't talk about it because they don't really try to assimilate to any great degree. The African Americans do try to assimilate. So they want their story told, and a lot of folks that are non-African American don't want to hear it. Right? They'd rather not hear it. Looking in the comments, there were no open borders during Biden's term. That's absolutely false. It's a Fox News narrative. They had to pay Dominion voting. The Dominion voting stuff is true, but the borders weren't open during Biden's term, but it was pretty easy to get in the country. I mean, you could come over here and claim asylum, and they would give you a court date, and then you would just go into the country and hopefully never have to show up again and just stay under the radar and work and things like that. And that was probably going to be, if Kamala Harris had a won, and now you got, let's say Kamala Harris won and she was in for 2 terms. A lot of them folks that claimed asylum under Biden would probably be here the entire 8 years of Kamala Harris's term. That, because there was not going to be a mass rounding up all of them folks, and they did not have legitimate asylum claims. Them folks coming under Biden, all of them did not have a legitimate asylum claims. So they were all coming in pleading asylum. The Biden administration would just take their information and give them a court date and just let them go within the country. And most of them folks were never going to show up to those court dates because they didn't have a legitimate claim. And if Kamala Harris had become president and served 2 terms, they would have been under the radar working that whole time. And there's a good chance that the Harris administration would have probably made it easier for them to transition into legal citizens. So a lot of them would have stayed. And you're right, Kareem, I do not know. You asked, how do I know? I do not know. But that sounds more like something a liberal would do. Do you believe that all of them folks that came in here under Biden and had claimed asylum, if we had Kamala Harris, she was going to have ICE go around the country and find them and deport them? No. As long as they stayed under the radar and they didn't commit felonies or nothing to draw attention to themselves, they would have probably been allowed to remain under the radar. That's probably what would have happened. But you're right. I do not know. I am assuming, Rottweiler, a.k.a. Corey, you're right. I am assuming. What are you assuming Kamala Harris would have done with them? You're assuming she would have pulled a Trump and went around the country and rounded them up and deported them? I don't believe that. Because she, just like Biden was saying, it wasn't a big issue. I believe they would have been allowed to stay. Now, that's not to say that she may have not became president and cut off the spigot so more of them couldn't keep coming, because she was on video saying, do not come. But the ones that were here, and there were millions of them already here, I don't think Kamala Harris would have kicked them out. Anyway, looking in the comments, you should look up the percentage of asylum claims accepted before you spread misinformation. It got shit to do with being accepted. I asked, would they go and grab them folks? I made it clear they don't have a legal right to stay here. I made it clear their asylum claim was bullshit. But if you tell them at the border, I'm here seeking asylum, and they were just letting them in at that point. They would let you in under the claim that you were seeking asylum, and then they would take your information and they would give you a court date. You have to come back by whatever court date, and then we'll start looking into whether you have a legitimate asylum claim or not. They're not showing back up for that court date. They're not going to show up for that. And then, of course, I suppose you put a warrant out for them or whatever the case may be. What I'm saying is I don't believe Kamala would have went looking for those folks that didn't show up for those court dates. I don't believe she would have done that. That's it. I don't believe she would have done it. Now, if you are one of those folks and then you get involved in a drive-by or a drug deal or the cops encounter you, yeah, then it's a possibility you may get handed over and deported. But as long as you stayed under the radar, running a hot dog stand or doing construction for Home Depot, hanging around Home Depot parking lots and shit, I don't think Kamala Harris, I think you would have been able to stay under the radar and stay in the country. I do believe that. In the comments, somebody says, you look up the percentage of asylum seekers who showed up for court dates. Yeah, but what percentage did not? What percentage of them did not show up for court dates? That's what we're talking about. In the comments, Tim, they have a very high percentage attend their hearings. What percentage is that, though? We're talking millions of people, allegedly. What percentage is it? I understand perfectly what you were saying, Tim, says Kennedy Jones. I don't, especially if they're showing up for court dates and they're being told no. If a high percentage of them are showing up for court dates under the Biden administration, it must be word on the street that if you show up, it's a good chance you can stay. But if they're going through their asylum claims and rejecting a bunch of them, that high percentage is going to drop. The only reason that percentage is high is because they must be allowing people to stay. I don't believe most of them folks came had a legitimate claim of asylum though. I don't believe when you see those caravans, I don't think most of them were running from cartel members. They were running from poverty. They're running from poverty. And running from poverty is not a legitimate reason to be granted entry into the United States. So that's my speculation. You guys disagree. In the comments, you are right. And if Kamala Harris got in office, she would never have gotten rid of the illegals and she would have charged us even more to keep them around. I don't know about how much it would have cost, but I don't think Kamala Harris is going to kick them out. Not certainly not at Trump's level. Certainly, I don't think she would have done even a fourth of that. She was a former prosecutor. She would have done her job. No, look at fucking Pam Bondi and the guy. They're prosecutors. Look at the shit they're doing. But because somebody's a prosecutor, look at fucking Janine Pirro. Because somebody's a prosecutor, look at the folks that prosecuted the Central Park Five. I don't want to go in that direction, but prosecutors do bad shit all the time too. 83% without a lawyer and 96% with a lawyer. Only reason the numbers are going to be that high is they're being told they can stay. That's the only reason they can do that. So everything you just said was bullshit, says Brandon Johnson. Okay. You guys all think that a Kamala Harris presidency was going to kick all them people out, huh? All y'all believe that, huh? I don't believe that, and I supported Kamala Harris. I do not believe a Democrat administration was going to kick all them people out. They are valuable to the Democrat Party going forward. Once they become legal citizens, most of them are going to vote Democrat because the right treats them like shit. I do not believe a Kamala Harris administration was going to kick all them people out. I just don't. I think they were attending court dates because the word on the street was if you go ahead and attend the court date, it's looking like they're gonna let you stay, whether you got a legit claim or not. Brandon, good evening.
The reason why I say it is not because there was a bill already accepted by everybody, but they declined to go forward with it because of Trump.
Right.
So yes.
Right.
There's a lot of Democrats who didn't like it. More for ICE, all that was in there. People didn't like it. Was a more. It was more. If you was a Democrat, you didn't like it. If
Why
you were
not?
a Republican, you loved it.
Why didn't the Democrats?
Because
like
it was so hard. They was taken down. Yeah.
You talking about the bill? You're talking about the bill that was under the Biden administration.
Yes, that they didn't go through with it. And she said, if I win, I'm going to sign it, and we're going to go forward with that. So she would have done something.
Yeah. Which would have been...
When you said she wouldn't do nothing, it's not true.
No, I told you. Wait, hold on. I said she would have I said she may have shut off the spigot so more immigrants couldn't come in the country. But the ones that were here, I don't think she was going to kick them out.
More judges, more ICE, more border. Yes, they were going to look for them.
Yeah, I don't.
If you get more ICE and more border, what are they going to do? Just look around and do nothing?
You know why I disagree with you? First of all, it was a huge complaint about all these folks coming. It took Biden to his third year in his administration to even pass the bill you're talking about. My belief is if the hold on. If the Republicans were not making such a fuss about all them caravans and stuff coming here, they weren't going to pass a border bill at all. They done that because they realized it was hurting Biden's chance of getting reelected.
And guess what? I agree with you. But at the end of the day, something was about to happen. So if she got in, something would have done.
I
agree. They messed up.
Yeah. They got to force Biden to come up with a bill on his third year of his administration. And you believe once Kamala Harris gets in there, they're going to go ahead and enforce that. My guess is they would, if you had to force them to do it, that once they get in power, they don't really have to carry it out. I don't think they were going to do. You and I disagree on this. I think Kamala Harris is going to let a lot of them immigrants stay.
No, hold on. What was going on when he came in?
Caravans were coming.
COVID. No, here we go with that. COVID was going on. He had a lot of other things to do. Just who was coming through.
Okay.
Did he mess up? Yes, he messed up. They all messed up. I'm not a MAGA where I can't say he messed up. Yes. 3 years and you finally say, I think it's too many people. They messed up with that. But at the end of the day, if you get something, we're going to not take nothing. We're going to take nothing.
Yeah. Look, I'm not disagreeing with that. You and I just disagree with Kamala Harris on all of the immigrants that were here. I don't see them going around rounding them people up. The reason why they had a high percentage of folks showing up to those court dates is simple. Their lawyers were letting them know there's a good chance we may be able to get you to stay here. What do you guys put in the comments? Like 70, 80, 90% of them going to court dates? They're not going to do that if it's hopeless. They're being told there's a good chance you're going to be successful.
Mine is messing up.
I bet you some of them folks ain't showing up to those court dates now under Trump. Some of them folks are still, I bet you they're in hiding now because they know it ain't going to be successful at those hearings.
So I'm asking a question. If you have more ICE, more border, and more judges, it asks what? They're going to do absolutely nothing?
No, they could be there
they
could be there to make sure they go from asylum seekers to legal immigrants quicker, process them quicker so they could become legal. That could be the case also.
Okay, this question too. If she's getting in, she already seen what Obama did, and you got extra money into that and everything like that. Would she not try to do the same thing?
Explain. What are you talking about?
So Obama got how many? 3 million people out, whatever. He was deporter chief.
They called him deporter in chief, yes.
So if hey, we didn't do it right, whatever's going on, okay, Biden do it. Obama did.
But that's what I said.
So we're going to follow that.
Yeah, that's what I agree with that. That's why I said she may have got in there and turned off the spigot so new ones couldn't come. That's what Obama was turning off the spigot so new ones couldn't come in. He wasn't going around the country rounding up people. His deportations was happening at the border. And Kamala Harris could have gotten in there and done the same thing.
And you saying,
yeah,
I got you. And who was already here?
Right. The ones that were here are going to be.
Actually, I can agree with you.
Yeah. So you do agree with that.
I can agree with
that.
Yeah. I do.
Yeah.
I go with that point. But I do think she would have done something.
Yeah.
Right now, what he's doing is just, if we want to be honest, the only reason people's not coming over because they're scared. Not because it's closed. Yeah. They're scared. He did a good job scaring the shit out of them, saying, hey, if you come here, you going over there, you going to somebody else's country, or you gonna get killed. And yes, I'm not coming over there. No.
Yeah, the way Trump is treating immigrants, he's making it clear that if you come to America, it may be worse for you here than it is in your home country. It may be worse than what you're fleeing. Because he's talking, alligator Alcatraz and shit like that. We're gonna put you in. We're gonna treat you like shit. Is basically the.
Right. I wouldn't try to come over here.
No. That's the biggest deterrent you can ever have.
The American dream. It's the American dream I'm trying to get. But if I try it, I'm going to jail. I'm about to get killed. Nobody's gonna know where I'm at. No, I'm not coming. I'm not even trying.
Yeah. I actually think MAGA wants our border to be similar to like North Korea or Russia, because you see it on their pages. They start talking about what'll happen. America's too soft on border security. Look what happens if you go into Russia. They don't say look what happens if you go into France or Spain. They're talking about what happens if you go into Russia or North Korea. I mean, they want our border to be like that.
You getting shot.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, they want to kill them.
And
that's
honestly,
hate. That's hate.
I know I'm not supposed to say their name, but the I is doing it right now.
Oh, you mean
in the war?
Well,
Israel.
They're not. Oh, Israel. Oh, that's.
Yes, if you're coming close, yes, they are shooting them.
Yeah, but listen,
everybody want to ignore it.
I'm not defending what the Israelis do, but let's be clear. If somebody came in our country October 7th style, we would probably be popping people at the border as well. What they did to Israel on October 7th, Trump makes it sound like the Mexicans are coming in here and doing that now. They're coming to rape and murder everybody. He's making it sound like Mexicans are akin to Hamas. I mean, which they are not, obviously, but that's the way he has MAGA
Basically,
feeling.
we doing it. I mean, they're doing the same thing we did for JD down there in Hawaii. We went over there and dropped a goddamn Atama. Sorry for getting it out, but the bomb we dropped off on the
Japanese.
Japanese, yeah.
That's
basically what we did, and that's what they doing right now.
Do you think there's any chance Trump would use an atomic weapon on Iran?
If he get mad enough, he got some stupid people around, absolutely.
Jesus.
Didn't you just put it out there? He was already thinking about it?
I did. Marjorie Taylor Greene said that, which is more valuable than anything I'm gonna say, because she got inside knowledge.
She was right next to him. She was right next to him.
Yeah.
Whatever, they would probably go with it. And that, man, we got to think about that, man.
Well, we know for a fact. We know for a fact. We know for a fact that the Republicans in Congress are apparently doing nothing in terms of pushing back with Trump with this war. So whatever direction this war is going in, they're just letting him figure it out. They're not pushing back at all.
They're not going to push back. They're not going to push back. They don't want no problems with him at all. Even if he leaves after he's gone, they're still going to be following him. Everything that comes out of their mouth is, oh, I'm with Trump. Oh, Trump. It doesn't matter. He has the whole Congress with him, and they're never going to change. And another thing, I was listening to y'all about slave and stuff like that. I'm not going back to slave, but the 70s, 80s, 60s, and it's gone. They act like it was a long time ago. Some of these people are still alive who went through that. And a lot of the people who hated the black people are still alive.
Yeah.
Where do you think they went?
Yeah.
They're not still around?
They just want
They're
you to.
still around.
They want you to just stop talking about it. Their response is, we can't heal if we keep talking about it or something. I don't know, but they don't want you to keep talking about it.
What's wrong with accepting what happened to other people? That will bring us together. Hey, you know what? That happened, and we're trying to do better. What happened to you? You never hear that. You hear, oh, stop talking about it. Oh, no. Why? Come look at another person and say, listen, that was fucked up. But now that we're here, we're going to work with you. Like he said, not against you. And it's not looking like that right now.
Well, good luck.
Looking like it at all.
Good luck with that. I got to move it on, Brandon, but good luck with that.
Yes.
I agree with you, though, but good luck with that. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Anytime. Tap the screen, by the way. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap goals. We got one in there. Tell your boy some love. Help out with the TikTok cap goals. Young generation wants to live and let live, says Big Boss. That ain't got nothing to do with not telling history. You can live and let live and still cover history. I don't see the young generation saying get rid of the Confederacy stuff. You okay with that? I mean, Trump is naming stuff after the Confederates all the time. I mean, why is it just African American history want to live and let live? It would be different if you were trying to stop all history from being discussed. It's just one particular group. We're not even telling the Hispanics not to talk about their history. And a lot of them are immigrants coming over here discussing their history, and we're okay with it. It's just the African Americans, for some reason, we don't want to hear about their history. Look, we can spin it in a million different ways. Let's just be honest about it. If Jeffrey Dahmer or John Wayne Gacy or somebody was your uncle or your grandfather or some shit, you wouldn't want to be around people talking about it. It is what it is. You wouldn't, because you got somebody like that in your family. You would rather not have conversations about your uncle that was eating people. I mean that's all, that's really what it amounts to, is that there's a history of Caucasian people in this country that treated people really, really insanely bad, and we would just really rather not talk about it. Because fact is, some of the folks that are sitting in the room, or sitting on this live, or sitting in the stadium where it's being, some of these folks are related to them. And I would just really rather not hear about how my grandfather was hanging people or beating people or feeding them to alligators. Or, I mean, I just would really rather not talk about that. But that's all. That's really all it amounts to, is that people don't want to hear it because they are related to those folks. We can talk about 9/11 all day and all the atrocities that you won't hear anybody say, let's stop talking about that. It's only when we start talking about stuff that people may be related to some of the perpetrators of it. Now we don't need to hear it anymore. We talk about the Holocaust. Some brutal shit happened during the Holocaust. Sewing people together, in addition to just gas and all of that shit. Just horrible. We can talk about that all day. It's just we do not want to hear what white Americans did, because some of us happen to be related to them. And it just doesn't make me feel good to hear you talking about my great-great-grandfather like that. If it's something overseas, I don't care how horrible it is, I'll gladly discuss that with you. But I don't want to hear nothing that you have to say about somebody that was kin to me. That's all it is. That's all it is. Because we can talk about slavery in some other country and they don't have any problem with that. In fact, they often bring it up. Well, you know, there were blacks being enslaved in these other, you're fine talking about that. It's just I don't want to hear about the shit that happened here that my relatives may have had something to do with it. I would rather not talk about that version of slavery. But if you want to talk about slavery in Egypt or in Sudan or somewhere, knock yourself out. I'll even lead the conversation. In the comments, Jay Sid said, if all Palestinians living under Israeli government control were allowed to vote today, the Israelis would not have Jewish leaders. Is that immoral to attack? Wait a minute, let me read that again. It says, if all Palestinians living under Israeli government control were allowed to vote today, Israel would not have Jewish leaders. Wow. Is that many of them in there? Is that immoral to attack? It ain't immoral to be super angry about it. So what you're saying is a bunch of Palestinians are living under, which is true. Look, I can't spin that. Obviously, Gaza is under Israeli control. So yeah. I understand where you're coming from with it. I do understand where you're coming from with it. I mean, because Gaza's been under Israeli control all of our lives, I'm assuming, or at least most of it, probably all of it, right? And the noose has been getting tighter and tighter. The controls have been greater and greater. The land grab has been worse and worse. Settlements, yeah. Look, I understand their anger towards the Israelis because of how they're being treated, but you can't just come over with parachutes and just start killing innocent kids and concert goers, though. I understand the anger, but I don't have a good answer for it. I do not have a good answer for it. I mean, I've seen the video footage of what Hamas did that day. And I'm sure a lot of them folks had nothing to do with the Israeli government and things like that. It's no different than what America does in the Middle East and how we interfere and we cause the deaths of people that didn't deserve it. Does that mean it's okay to come and take down the World Trade Center? Because we've done some pretty evil shit in the Middle East. It's taking down the World Trade Center with all the innocent people in there. Am I supposed to defend that? I understand it. I'll just say it like that. I do understand it, though. I understand it. Holy shit, the lies you just make up, says Uncanny Mountain. Uncanny Mountain, you got way more room to type than that. Name some of them. Israel let October 7th happen so they can justify what's happening. If I see evidence of that, we got a serious conversation to have. I've heard that before, though. I have heard that. I haven't seen any evidence that Israel let October 7th happen, but I have heard people say that. MAGA reacts. Good evening.
Tim. What do you want to talk about today?
Have I made up any lies so far?
No, but I'm here to talk about Michael's lies from the other day.
What did he lie about?
Well, remember how he said that bullshit about the girlfriend that the shit with the Carmelo Anthony licking the knife and talking about stabbing her and shooting her?
Yes, I remember that.
Video game talk.
Say that again.
Remember there was like video game talk? They were just fucking flirting or some shit.
Well,
I looked everywhere, up and down, read the entire fucking retrial. Read everything I could. There's nothing that even hints at that being video game talk. So he basically lied his ass off about that shit.
I see Arnita in the comments saying it was video game talk. I'm ignorant on this, so I can't argue with you or defend
I looked everywhere, and I asked Michael 2 days ago to send me the fucking link. He didn't even reply, so he knows he's lying.
I know what Carmelo Anthony was saying was very graphic about, shanking people and licking the blood off the knife and stuff like that. I will say on your side, I have never heard of video game talk like that. But Mike said it was, so I need to hear from him what makes him say that. Because that, look, when people are playing each other on Call of Duty and they got the headphones on and shit, people say all kinds of crazy shit to each other. But that seems a bit extreme. So I would like to know what kind of video game talk that is.
I went back and read all the fucking transcripts of the fucking trial, of the retrial, and none of that shit was in there. It wasn't anywhere on the internet that I could fucking search. So, no, I didn't just fucking YouTube it. I looked everywhere just to call him out on this bullshit, because nobody ever calls him out on this bullshit. He just claims that he's got receipts on bullshit, and he fucking, just by the time we figure out he's lying, we don't care anymore, and we don't call him out.
Well, I'd have to get on. He was on there earlier. And by the way, I love his name. Illegally Ugly. Eddie once says people do talk junk online. Yeah, not like that though. I mean, I suppose some people do it. That's not common. I play Call of Duty. I just ordered Battlefield. I mean, I play more the campaign mode, but sometimes in the multiplayer mode, I'll listen to some of the conversation. I haven't heard that. I do know there's some people who say some crazy shit, but that ain't common. That don't sound like something you normally hear.
You don't text it to your girlfriend. I mean...
Yeah.
Anyway, there's more lies. So the other thing, I don't know if this is a lie or he just got it wrong. After reading the transcripts, it looks like Anthony did know about the gentleman's agreement, because he had to choose. So this is the problem with their agreement.
Anthony's deceased. You mean Carmelo Anthony? Okay, Carmelo Anthony.
I'm talking about the victim.
Yeah.
He knew about the agreement during the trial, because he had to choose whether to testify or not testify. Because if he would have testified, that would have made the agreement null and void, and they would have to use that shit against him because it was his character information. He's a character witness or whatever. He's a witness, and most likely he's going to attack Metcalf's character and defend his character. And him testifying would have fucking broke the agreement. So he had to choose not to testify to keep the agreement. And in the retrial, the fucking lawyer basically quoted him that he said, like, this guy, I'm screwed either way, so I might as well, like, not do it and keep the agreement. So
I wish Mike was around, because I would have to get his opinion on it, because, like I said, I haven't followed that case like you have, and you and Mike have.
I didn't want to follow it, but I just don't trust Mike, and I looked into it for like 5 minutes, realized most of what he said was bullshit.
Well, Mike. The reason why I'm saying Mike normally come with receipts. Mike don't. I mean, I've been trying my best to prove.
He doesn't. He just plays it. He talks a good game where you think he's got receipts. He doesn't.
I'm telling you, I've been talking to Mike. Not maybe you a little bit longer than Mike. Mike is normally pretty fucking accurate. He's normally pretty fucking accurate. What happened? They took the assets down. Oh my God. Somebody must have banned the TikTok. TikTok went down, folks. Go figure. Anyway, looking in the comments, I have to see if I can get Mike on. We do have a backup page. I'm not going to go on it for tonight. I don't know. Sometimes people report to live, and that's what probably happens. People hating on MAGA and whatever. But that's what happened. OG Kitch says, Tim, why you keep talking to MAGA Reacts? He has as many active brain cells as Mitch McConnell. I talked to MAGA Reacts because I would like more MAGA, to be honest with you. He's one of the few MAGA that come on the program. You know, listen, at the end of the day, although I'm 100% for free speech, which when I started the program, was very favorite. MAGA liked the fact that I let them speak. Now, because it's Trump in office and not Biden, and I'm criticizing Trump far more. I was criticizing the hell out of Biden when Biden was in office, to the point where people thought I was MAGA, because Biden was not doing a good job, in my opinion. Now that Trump is in office, and I believe he is not doing a good job as well, a lot of the MAGA has abandoned the platform. Free speech, turns out MAGA doesn't want free speech. MAGA wants you to favor Trump. And look, if he's doing a good job, I'll give him credit. If he's not, I'm not. I'm not going to make up good shit when the economy sucks right now. And so that hurt me in terms of my MAGA viewers, because MAGA only wants to be places where you're constantly praising and celebrating Trump. And if the economy was doing well, if we had $2 gas, all of that shit he promised, if the wars were ended and he'd cut rents in half, if he had met those promises, I would have had a lot of hate mail coming to me from African Americans and Democrats, because I would be singing the praises of Trump. But I'm not going to move the bar because he's failing it. Well, maybe in the future it'll come true. That's what MAGA's doing. The fact is, he has not lived up to his campaign promises. So I'm holding him accountable for that. And MAGA's now, you got Trump derangement syndrome. That's because he said he was going to make the economy great, and I'm wondering why it's not. That gives me TDS. In the comments, who knows who the actual Hebrews really were? I don't. You got to have MAGA to make a show, says JC. Not really, but I do want to hear their side. I mean, you can host a show with only one side of the aisle. Plenty of people do. But I do want to have, I would love to have 50-50 if I could get it. That's never going to happen while Trump is president and things are going wrong, though. It's just not, because they're going to want to, like I said, like for instance, the Epstein files. You go to MAGA platforms, they're not even criticizing Trump for that, and that's a big failure. MAGA was certain they were going to get to the bottom of the Epstein stuff by electing Trump. He didn't deliver on that, and they're completely quiet on it. I'm not going to do that. That ain't free speech. That's kissing ass. You should absolutely be holding him accountable for why we don't know who's in those files. You should absolutely be holding them accountable for that. They're not doing that. Get in the real world. I'm independent, but 100% for Trump. Not, wait a minute. It says, get out in the real world. I'm independent, but 100% for Trump. Not true. MAGA knows lots wrong with both parties. Trump can't do everything in short time he's been in office, because nothing you're saying makes sense. Because you're going to tell me Trump can't do everything in the short time he's been in office. Then why promise it? So that means he knew he was lying when he was saying that stuff. He promised to do shit in a short time. He done virtually none of those short-term promises. This is what I'm talking about. Your comment is exactly what I'm talking about, how I can't keep MAGA. Trump failed his own promises, and instead of holding him accountable for failing the promises, you come up with, well, he can't do everything in the short time he's in office. Then why did he promise it? Is it wrong to hold a man accountable for what he said? He said he could end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. Well, you should have knew he was lying. It's been a year. It's been almost 2 years and he didn't end it. He said he could lower rent prices and cut them in half within 12 months. Well, you should have knew it. I mean, he said a lot of shit that didn't come true. And your response is, well, he can't do everything. Then why did he campaign on doing everything? These days, MAGA struggle to defend Donald Trump real bad. Well, not that one. My last guess ain't, the guy's comment I just read ain't struggling to defend Trump. He's just simply moving the bar. I mean, the man promised to do a lot of shit and he didn't deliver. Is it wrong to bring that up? Somebody said he is compromised. I don't think Trump is compromised at all. I think Trump is money oriented. And he led people to think that was not him. He led folks to think he wasn't going to take a salary, and you were voting in somebody who actually was going to put the country over making money. And that's just not true. I just think he simply campaigned. I think Trump, which is why I say he's a much better candidate than Kamala Harris, I think Trump just simply said what it took to get in office with no real desire of ever doing that stuff. I mean, I just think he said, most of the stuff he promised, like he promised no new wars. Does he lead like somebody that actually intended to do that? Threatening Greenland and Canada and Cuba and Colombia and Venezuela. Does he look like somebody who truly intended to not have new wars? It's pretty clear that was the goal from day one, is to attack countries. He's threatening countries that ain't even fucking with us. So it's pretty clear that the no new wars thing was just not true. He just said what it took to get elected. He can't get done because the Democrats throw so much shit out of him to distract him from getting them done. Right. The Democrats are throwing, he's got nothing but time to go online and troll and send out insulting shit. Still talking about the 2020 election every time you hear from, but no, the Democrats are what's distracting him. He got plenty of time to do other shit. This is what I'm telling you. When you're making excuses for him like that, what else can you say? He's obviously got time. He's getting involved in a lot of unnecessary fights that have zero value. He's got time for that. Then you got time to get the shit done you campaigned on. He's still attacking Rosie O'Donnell. The bitch lives in Ireland. Go out and get some shit done. Quit focusing on that. Because the Democrats and liberals keep throwing stuff at him and fighting against him in court system, so he can't do what he needs to do. He's done more in a short time than Obama did. No, he actually has not, to be honest with you, Susan. Trump's been in office half a term. He said he's done more in a short time. Like what? He done a lot with ICE and immigration. And it kind of stops at that. What else has he done a whole lot of? Most of the other stuff he's done has been bad. Starting wars and shit. I mean, that stuff done what? And like I said, if it was beneficial, I would give him credit for it. Yeah, Democrats will be disappointed again when Republicans win again. Most Democrats are just out of touch. I like Democrats they let the extreme left control them, even Bill Maher. No. There's some of that, but look, I had a conversation with somebody earlier today that was talking about how the extreme left fucks up the Democrat Party. And my response is, why do you only see the extreme from the left? You hear about getting rid of the Pentagon or defund the police. You hear all that extreme. You don't think threatening to attack a NATO member nation is an extreme comment? Threatening Cuba, you don't think that's extreme? Talking about nationalizing the elections and putting Republicans in control. Ain't none of that extreme to you? It's just what the Democrats do, huh? Having a police force roaming the country without body cams and wearing masks and no name IDs, ain't none of that extreme to you at all, huh? I'm not saying the Democrats don't have extreme positions, but if you don't see anything Trump is doing as extreme, you got blinders on. He's doing plenty of extreme shit. You just like it. There's plenty of shit he's doing that's extreme. Some of the stuff that Trump is doing, if I'd have told you, if we reelect Trump, he's going to do this stuff, you would have said it was fear-mongering. You wouldn't have agreed he's going to have ICE going around with masks on, no body cams, and no name tags, just letting them operate in total anonymity. You would have said that's liberal fear-mongering. So go figure. And his concern, he said, I don't think much of NATO. The Democrats don't think much of the police. And it's still an extreme position. Take NATO out of it. Why are you threatening to take over Greenland? They've never done anything harmful to America at all. You're threatening a completely innocent nation. That ain't extreme. We're supposed to be the world's police. The country that keeps the planet in order. That sounds like a cop robbing drug dealers. Why the hell? That's an extreme position to threaten Greenland. You just agree with it. Trump knows how to get kickbacks, bribes. His cut ain't doing nothing for America, but he's making billions for himself. He is making a lot of money. I don't think there's no argument. He is making a lot of money. ICE and families wear masks because their wives and children have been threatened. You can make up any excuse to allow the police to operate in anonymity. You can make up any excuse for that. I mean, you don't think beat cops get threatened and all of that all the time? It's interesting how we say ICE is getting threatened, yet they're the ones that's shooting and beating every damn body. Ain't nobody, ICE is not getting injured. It's the people they fucking up and injuring. But we make it. You can make that excuse up for any police force. You got task force and ATF. Let them all wear masks if that's the case. And that's just some bullshit. You don't let the police go around with total anonymity. So if they go out and hurt somebody, the person can't even report who fucked with them. You know, I was on this corner and somebody that wore a vest that said ICE came up and beat my ass. What was his name? He didn't have a name tag on. What was his badge number? I didn't see that. Somebody, well, for all we know, it could have been just a thug that had something on that said ICE. Just giving them total anonymity to do whatever they want to. And making it, well, their wives are in danger. Yeah. Ain't no member of ICE had their wife harmed. ICE didn't mask under Obama. No, they didn't mask under anybody else. Because the Trump administration, just like they rushed and said that Alex Pretty and Renee Nicole Good were domestic terrorists, they're going to defend ICE. That's why they're letting them run around anonymous and shit. They're going to defend them. If they go out and fuck something up, they're going to defend them. That's why they're not, all of that money they collected for ICE. Why don't they have body cams? There's no excuse for that. That ain't got nothing to do with your wife being threatened. Why don't you have a camera on? Because we don't want to be held accountable for it. And then it becomes an extreme position when the liberals start talking about defunding police and not liking police. You do realize what ICE is doing is ruining the reputation of police. That's harming the reputation of police. Them little kids that are out there in them protests and seeing their mom and dad get taken. In Republican states, the cops are working with ICE. You don't think they're going to grow up hating cops? ICE is not good for the reputation of police. They're hurting the reputation of police. You'll be talking about a whole new group of liberals in the future for why they don't like cops, because you guys are turning the blind eye of that stuff. But you absolutely, ICE should not be allowed to be anonymous. I'm assuming you agree with that though, right, MAGA? ICE should be allowed to be anonymous?
Yeah, until the left stops hunting them down and going to their church and going to their work. And, once Don Lemon stopped showing up at their jobs and church.
How many times has he done that?
The masks off.
How many times has he done that?
Once.
So one time in the whole force. So he showed up once and one time in the whole force nationwide.
They've done it a bunch of times. They've doxed people from ICE all the time.
Do you think ICE is breaking the law at all?
They were following their cars around.
Okay. Do you think ICE is breaking the law and violating anybody at all?
I mean, no, not really.
No,
They're fucking dealing with the situation.
They've actually.
I mean, look, the other thing, like the reason ICE doesn't bother me is because the same shit happened, like 5 years ago with regular cops. I mean, they did the same shit with abolish the police, like fucking.
So you don't.
5 years ago, 6 years ago, I don't know how long it's been.
So you don't believe ICE? You don't wait. You don't believe ICE has harmed anybody. So you don't believe ICE has violated anybody's rights or harmed anybody?
No, I think that they've overstepped a little bit, but they're dealing with a
define a little bit.
Situation.
Define a little bit.
They acting up, which they fucking toned it down. I would be on your side, but
I don't think you would.
You know?
I don't think you would. I think you would be making more excuses for ICE.
It depends, and they have been the target of the left, just like the cops were fucking 6 years ago.
Wow.
They were going after cops the same way they're going after ICE.
Yeah, because of course they,
you said the same shit about the cops.
Of course they're the target of the left. Of course they're the target of the left. That's who they are targeting. That's why they're flooding liberal cities. I mean, Trump is targeting the left with ICE. So of course the left don't like ICE. That's who he's using them against.
I guess. Well, they're making themselves a target.
Okay.
But Minnesota's always been an issue, though.
No. Minnesota ain't, look, that's bullshit. You notice that ICE was not bragging about how many people they were grabbing and deporting in ICE or deporting in Minnesota. They went to Minnesota because of the Somalis, and Trump does not like Tim Walz, and he does not like the mayor of Minneapolis, Mayor Front. Most of them Somalis are legal citizens. They weren't grabbing many people and deporting in ICE. Most of their fracas was with the actual American citizens in Minnesota. They were not. ICE had no business in Minnesota.
Hold on. I don't think ICE fuck with Somalis at all. Like,
no.
They were going after the fraud and shit, but like they were in Minnesota first, and then the Somali thing came up. So they were there just because that place is a fucking safe haven.
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not. ICE was not grabbing a lot of illegal immigrants in Minnesota. They were just going around town throwing their weight around. They didn't really. There was not a lot of illegal. Minnesota did not have a lot of illegal immigrants in it. You didn't hear him bragging about how many people they were catching in Minnesota. That was done to teach Tim Walz a lesson. What?
And who were they arresting? Because I remember them arresting.
It wasn't about.
People. Even when that guy Alex died, they had somebody arrested.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was not about arresting people. It was about this. It was about showing Tim Walz who's boss. I'm gonna flood your town and fuck with your citizens. That's what it was about. It wasn't about arresting illegals. They were just roaming around town, fucking with protesters. They weren't really grabbing any illegals. It was just that they were in town in large numbers to fuck with the citizens. That's all they were there for.
But if they weren't grabbing anyone, why were the citizens going after them?
Because they don't like them. They were going around.
Exactly. That's like the police.
Yeah, but it's a deliberately created conflict. There is no reason to have this many of these people in this town. You're just sending them there to.
I'm not gonna debate. There's no point debating rhetoric because most of what we're talking about is rhetoric, and I don't know what's actually truth and what's like bullshit. What I can debate with you is that border bill they keep bringing up. That border bill, first of all, wasn't going to hire any ICE. It was going to hire Border Patrol and judges. And all those Border Patrol and judges were going to do is just process more asylums. The whole purpose of that border bill is to just process more asylums and get more people into the country faster. Like, you know, we tried to fucking impeach Mayorkas like twice because of the border. And that bill wasn't going to do shit because it was just going to give them more people to process asylum with.
I don't you're not gonna get an argument from me. Before I continue though, Nardy Boy says, "Oh, like how ICE shows up at Home Depot in construction." It's like, yeah, it's just anti-immigrant, Nardy Boy. But no, I agree with you, MAGAs, that I got a lot of pushback from my liberal folks, but I don't think the goal of Kamala Harris was mass deportation. I think at best she was going to do what Obama did, which is turn around people at the border. But all them folks that came in under Biden, I don't think she was going to kick them out. She was going to let them stay.
Let me teach you the trick that the Democrats do. They take a problem and they take a bill and they name it, you know, the Border Solution Bill.
Save America Act. Save America Act is exactly that.
Exactly. Except, you know, that bill will actually add ID laws and shit like that.
That bill is the Save America Act. No.
Let me be nice and be like, it might have fixed the border.
No.
But what the Democrats were gonna do, whether that bill worked or not, they're gonna say, hey, we passed this bill, or hey, we couldn't pass this bill, and it was gonna solve all the problems. Like, they just named, like, their whole goal is passing bills, like the bill is gonna solve a problem. But bills don't always solve the problem. Sometimes you actually need to go in there and fucking fix the problem.
Bro, the Save America Act. No, bullshit. No, first of all, the executive orders, because they're only executive orders, they're going to go away the minute he leave office. So whatever problem the executive order was meant to solve can come right back. But the Save America Act is literally legislation based on a lie. He didn't prove anything that exists for. He said the Save America Act is needed because of all this or that. He didn't prove any of the this or that. So we're trying to pass a bill based on what he's alleging.
But Tim, we know there's fraud.
Not to the level he's claiming. Not to the level he's claiming. Look, it's a country with 400 million people. Okay, oh no, wait a minute. MAGA, no, because no, I'm never going to support a bill based on a lie. I'm never going to support a bill that is based on a lie. If you want me to pass a bill, you show that ain't got that. Then you don't know it's happening.
But we know it's happening.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
When is it going to be enough, Tim?
Look.
We're going to wait for the next election?
I'm going to tell you what I just said. In a country with hundreds of millions of people, you can't tell me there's fraud and you can't prove any of that. You should be able to show me at least 10 to 15,000 cases. That's a minuscule amount considering how many people are voting. You got 70-some million voting.
Fraud is not a priority, Tim. I've already explained
Then the bill shouldn't be either.
Because all that shit is secret.
You're not going to get that. I'm not going to support that.
See how hard time they have getting the voter ballots. Every time they're like, hey, give us the voter ballots, the state's fighting them.
For Bible, I'll look at that in a minute, Tanash. I'm just going to tell you, you got 70-some million. That ain't going to work. Okay, you're rambling on, but I'm going to say what I've been saying. You got 70-some million on one side, 70-some million on the other side. You can't tell me with over 150 million people voting, it's quote unquote hard to catch. That's bullshit. You're not going to tell me you can't catch people. Look, there is no crime in existence where literally millions of people can do it and you can't show people you catch them. You telling me the cheating voters are that savvy?
Let me explain why. When someone steals a check from you, right? You can go online and see that someone tried to catch a check and fucking call your bank and report it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that with your vote. If your vote gets stolen, if you get notified, it'd be a miracle, and you can't go up and look to see if your vote was counted and how it was counted. You don't get a receipt. If we can do voter receipts, how about that? We do voter receipts where everyone gets their receipt of their vote. Be like, hey, here's what you voted for. Here's the receipt, so you know it counted. So if everyone was getting voter receipts, then they could report that their vote was stolen or not. If they get a receipt saying that they voted when they didn't, or they get a receipt saying that they voted for fucking Trump when they voted for Harris.
I don't believe that's true.
That would help us catch fraud, but because it's so secretive and hard to get, by the time you get the information, it's like 3-4 years later, and you don't even care about it because it's been 3-4 years.
I don't believe. So you're telling me if I go to Dominion voting machine and somebody's already voted under my name, you're telling me the machine don't tell me nothing? It just lets me cast another ballot? It don't tell me nothing about this has already been used. Your socials are it don't do anything.
I mean, you saw that video I sent you.
I don't think that's true. I don't think what you're saying is true.
Some of them, I guess, were caught, but even if they're caught, I doubt they're investigated.
I'm going to tell you. I think what you're saying. I think what you're saying is inaccurate.
How about this? We start a new department, an election integrity department, like the FBI, with the power to look through elections and have complete access to elections, and have them fucking look into fraud.
Where is all the claims of fraud? So in other words, if it's hard to catch and all of this, how do you know this is where did Trump get the notion that this is widespread if he hasn't caught anybody doing it?
We've caught a lot of little things. It's very hard to catch enough of it to make a fucking big fuss about it. And even the shit we catch that's serious, you guys will dismiss it. You'd be like, oh, it's just fucking California. Who cares about California and them, harvesting homeless people?
Yeah, if you say it's hard to make a big fuss, he is making a big fuss about it. He won't stop talking about it. The notion that it's hard to catch, that right there is where you lose me. You're telling me hundreds of millions of people can do something and all get away with it. That's where you lose me with this hard to catch stuff. If you're claiming there's fraud, you got to prove it. You can't come to me with, I know something's happening, but I can't prove. That would be like if I try to go down and say, I know this police force is racist, but it's hard to catch. You wouldn't accept that.
Well, they have body cameras. That's why it's easy to catch them being racist now. And most of the time, the body cameras prove that they're not racist because we can see the whole thing.
So what if I say ICE? What if I say ICE is racist? What if I say what if I say ICE is racist? What if I say ICE is racist, but they don't have body? ICE does not have body cams. So if we say ICE is racist, we don't have to prove it to you, right?
No, they put some body cam on them.
They don't have body
Some
cams.
of them do have body cameras, and a lot of them were going around recording, even though they didn't have body cameras.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. You should have body cameras on ICE because it's going to prove that they're not racist.
Yeah. The fact that you.
What happened with the cops? You guys said the cops are racist, then they put body cameras on, and we just found out that 99% of them are not racist. They're just in bad situations. I mean, those body cameras help the cops more than they help people that thought they were racist.
Here's the point I'll respond with that. When you say that the body cam showed 99% of them are not racist. When you think about how many police are in this country, I'm talking city, sheriffs, state cops, feds, postal police, transit police in many cities. The IRS has their own police. A lot of railroads have their own police. 99% of police is not good numbers. 1%, there's got to be millions of cops in this country. 1% is a lot of fucking bad cops. And when you think about the fact that how many people the average cop interacts with in a day, 1% could be tens of thousands of bad cops. That ain't a great number. If hold on a second. If 1%, I'll tell you something. If 1% of airliners went down, people would stop flying. 99% is not a good number. That is not good.
But guess what? With car accidents, we get more than 1% car accidents, and people still fucking drive their cars. People die in car accidents every day. It's probably one of the most common ways.
Yeah, but nobody goes around denying car accidents.
Right?
Yeah, but if you
stop driving cars.
Yeah, but if you go around and say Toyotas ain't safe to drive, you don't get a whole bunch of people saying that's not true. 99% of Toyotas are good. People actually take your word and look into the problem. You tell people cops are bad, they actually fight against you until you come with actual evidence. They don't just take your word at it, which allows the cops to actually do more shit.
Well, I'm asking for voter receipts so we could get the evidence. Because we're never going to get the evidence the way if we keep things the same. We need receipts. We need somebody to actually investigate this shit that has jurisdiction and has access to the voter rolls. Because every time, it takes like 3 years for Freedom Information Act to get the voter rolls. Or even as cops, it's very hard for them to access it without a judge ordering it. We need like a system to look into fraud. We don't have one, Tim.
I'm just going to tell you, MAGA. Me and you've had this conversation. I got to move it on in a minute, but I'll just tell you this. Me and you had this conversation, and we came to an agreement that Save America Act might be something that's worthy of doing in 2028. It's too close in 2026. And I'm going to tell you, from my standpoint, the Save America Act needs to be promoted by someone other than Trump. Because regardless, let's say everything you're saying about voter fraud is true. We know Trump has told election lies. He is a terrible messenger for getting straight on elections. He has said a lot of things that is not true. I think history will tell us that he tried to steal the 2020 election. He's the wrong messenger. If it was Ron DeSantis or somebody else in the future saying it, I think you would have a lot more people agreeing. But I think the history will say that man tried to steal the 2020 election, and he has cried election fraud on several other elections with no evidence. He's a bad messenger for that.
I think we're going to catch the evidence one day.
No.
Somebody's going to admit to it after the statute of limitation is done and nobody cares. We're going to catch it one day, Tim.
Yeah, and I think
by then it's going to be too late.
You'll be 70 years old. You'll be 70 years old in hospice, and it's still going to come out.
That's what sucks about this. So it's never going to get fixed if we go by your way.
Yeah, you'll be 70 years old in hospice.
Nobody's going to care unless we have another close election. If we have another close election, then more people are going to care.
Yeah. You'll be 70 years old in hospice still saying it's going to come out one day that they cheated way back in 2020. No matter how long it takes, you'll always have faith that eventually what Trump said will be proven true. I can't. I'll leave it to you. I got to move it on. Thank you.
It goes the same for all the times, like your favorite team lost by 1 point because of a bad.
It don't matter. He said a lot of shit that he didn't prove.
Game, you're gonna be like, if it wasn't for that call or for this, they would have won.
Okay.
I mean, the same shit. This happens in sports every fucking.
I gotta. Okay, fair enough. I gotta go. All right, I gotta go. You're dragging it on about sports. I gotta go. Like I said, it's been 6 years since the election was held. He's telling us 6 years later, with 2 of those years, Trump being in control of everything. Well, eventually we'll find out. You couldn't get a better situation than the man who was suggesting election fraud happened, became the president and has control of all of the mechanisms of government. If he can't prove what he's saying is true, it will never be proven. It will never be proven. Alexa, 4 Bible verses about immigrants. Do you have them?
Leviticus 19:33 says, "Don't oppress a foreigner." Deuteronomy 10:19 tells us to love them as ourselves. Exodus 22:21 commands not to mistreat them, and Matthew 25:35 shows welcoming the stranger with food and drink.
Alexa, stop. We don't live in a Christian country, though. So I've said that all the time, is that I think we claim Christianity for... Alexa, stop. We claim Christianity for certain reasons, but we don't actually honor it. Speaking of which, handsome conservative, good evening.
I hear
Alexa, stop. The fucking thing, stop. Go ahead, conservative.
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, man. You never answered your own question. Do you believe Donald Trump would nuke Iran? I'm really interested in your opinion.
Ooh. Before I answer that, Mr. Ultra Instinct says, what's your answer? Vote Democrats. Yeah, you vaxxed. Yes, I am vaxxed. I'll vote Democrats if they earn the vote. Look, I played the clip out just so before I answer your question, I'll give you plenty of time there, conservative, but before I answer your question, I do want to play this clip for other people that are tuned in, because this is where this is coming from. So folks who may wonder, why the hell would you even say something about nuking Iran? This is where it's coming from.
So the president was upset because I informed everyone that they were actually talking about lowering the threshold to use nuclear bombs on Iran, which is absolutely shocking and unthinkable. And so he's calling me names again, of course, because that's what President Trump does, is he acts like a bully on the playground and loves to call everyone all these names. However, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't really hurt anybody anymore because he's so unpopular. And so he said it was fake news, but that's his typical way of pivoting and trying to cover things up. He always calls things fake news when he's trying to cover it up, or he just doesn't like it.
I am more inclined to believe her, handsome conservative. I'm not 100% sure Trump would use nuclear weapons on Iran, but I do believe her that they were discussing lowering the threshold. I believe her. I don't think there's not a liberal bone in her body at all. This woman is conservative to the core. She's no longer MAGA. Well, actually, she's MAGA too. Trump is not MAGA. She is Make America Great Again. She actually still stands for that. Trump is the one that moved away from that. I believe her. I do believe it. Huh?
Really?
Yeah. Why would she lie? Why would she lie about that?
I listen to her and I think to myself, man, she would make a great candidate for the Democratic Party. I don't see her as MAGA or a Republican at all.
There is absolutely no way in hell she would win anything as a Democrat. I mean, her voting record is like 95, 98% in favor of Trump. I mean, the only thing she's done that's against you guys is she wanted Trump to release the Epstein files. She's done nothing to be a Democrat. Going after Trump don't make you a Democrat.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just simply saying there's nothing liberal about her. She's not pro minimum wage increase. She's not pro choice. She's not going to talk about universal health care. There's nothing Democrat about her. She just was betrayed by President Trump, and now she's spilling the tea on him. But she is a conservative. We're not going to vote for her.
Well, I also wanted to say something about, when you just pulled up those Bible verses off of I won't say her name, but you know what I'm talking about.
Right.
I think you're 100% right, but I think you're confused in a sense.
Talk to me.
Christians got no problems with immigration. What we have a problem with is securing the border. If you come through legally, yes, we welcome you. Yes, you're welcome.
That ain't true. That ain't true.
You go through the proper steps. That's why there are steps to become a legal citizen.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think Trump has done a whole lot of things to suggest that he is not welcoming of immigrants coming through the border.
I agree, but that's Trump. I'm talking about most Republicans and conservatives. If you come through the border correctly, if you do it the right way, then yes, you're welcome.
And severely injured another.
Pull up a table, pull up a chair. Absolutely. Start a business. Absolutely. If you come here legally. I'm not talking about Trump. I actually don't think Trump is as pro, bringing in people as much of the party is. Just do it legally.
Yeah, your party you're admitting that Trump is not necessarily doing it the Christian way, but the Christians in your party are not pushing back on it. So as far as you're voting for him and he's doing this stuff, but you're trying to somehow say that ain't what we believe in. I mean, he's campaigning on doing all this harsh shit.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, I want you to hear this.
We start with President Trump's renewed focus on immigration after that deadly ambush in D.C. In a social media post, the president now threatening to ban people from what he has called third world countries. He's vowing to deport anyone who is, quote, incapable of loving our country or non-compatible with Western civilization. On top of that, Trump directed a U.S. immigration agency to conduct a sweeping review of people with green cards from so-called countries of concern. This all comes up.
The green card people are legal. Now, this is what his post said. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover, terminate all the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe's Biden's auto pen, and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country. End all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country. Denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility, whatever the hell that means, and deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. That stuff could mean anything. That is about as unwelcoming to legal immigrants, because all of this is pertaining to people that are here legally. Ain't none of that welcoming or...
I have a question. I have a question.
Sure.
Did he do that?
No,
Has that been passed into law?
The Supreme Court stopped the third world country ban, just like you tried to do a Muslim ban. Your side, though, was like, yeah, this is what I voted for. You guys were mad that the Supreme Court stopped this stuff.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, that didn't get passed, right? That was stopped?
Yeah, because of...
Okay,
yeah.
so then my point stands. Trump may be harder on immigration than some of us are, and I have a unique position here. I did vote for Trump, but I only voted for him the first time he ran.
Okay.
So I can see a little of both sides.
Okay.
If it wasn't passed, then it isn't a law. So, I mean, that in my opinion, that's good.
Wait, but I mean,
what I'm saying is, local news media, I don't even watch them because they're controlled. They tell you what they're allowed to say. But as far as coming in legally, if you come in legally, I got no problem with it. I don't know who has a problem with people coming in legally, but you do need to hold up the values of the United States. You can't bring your country's ideals here and try to change this country.
Ain't that what is that not what we're, hold on. You said they can't come here and try to change the ideas of this country. Isn't that exactly what we're doing abroad? Isn't that what we're going to other countries and telling them how women should be treated or how Christians should be? Aren't we going to other countries and telling them how they should behave?
I think there's a strong difference, and I apologize because I'm not trying to offend you. I think there's a big difference between assimilating to the laws of the United States when you come in legally and telling other countries, hey, lighten up on your women. They should have the same.
That's the law of their. But that's the.
I think women should have the same rights.
But that's the. Wait, hold on.
To be able to go out, not to have to cover up.
But that's the law of their country. That's their religion. You're trying to force them to do what Americans believe in, what Christians. You're trying to change the law. This is tradition in their country going back centuries. You're trying to tell them we think our way is the right way, not what you're doing. Even the women in the country is like, no, we don't want it. We're fine doing what we do. You're trying to force your way, your life on them.
You know, it amazes me because I often think to myself, if they came in here, and let's just talk about Muslims right now because they're the ones that can corrupt with the face veil and stuff. I'm going to use them as an example. If they came in here and they changed the laws, your party would support them all the way up to those laws being changed. And when those laws got changed, y'all would be on our side going, oh shit, what did we do? I'm saying assimilating to the laws here in this country is a far cry from saying a woman shouldn't have to cover her face. A woman shouldn't have to be completely covered up and not have the right to vote. I mean, I'm standing up for the women in the other country, and if they brought that shit here, your party would lose their minds.
Yeah.
Your party would lose their minds.
I'm going by what you said. If you go to a country, you should not try to change the ongoings of that country. You're making some kind of excuse, but when we go to other countries, because what we do is better, it should be okay. You're either for assimilating or you're not. We're going to other countries and telling them.
Go ahead, I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, we're claiming that Iran is killing protesters. We went to Venezuela and said they were doing things wrong. We said Saddam Hussein was doing things wrong. We're going to all kinds of people's countries and telling them what to do. But then if an immigrant comes here and he wants to voice something, suddenly it's all of a sudden wrong now. And you also said, when Trump talked about banning Muslims in third world countries, your statement was, if it wasn't passed into law, then you view it differently. Defund the police has never been passed into law. Biological males playing in women's, none of that stuff is law. And you guys are holding the right accountable. You guys are holding.
That's true. That's not law. That's not law.
Right.
That's common sense, but it's not law. Yeah.
Okay then.
But you think? Go ahead.
I'm just saying that you guys are holding the left accountable for all kinds of stuff that is not passed in the law. I mean, ain't nobody getting free shit of any significance. You got Trump talking about if he was a communist, he would give people free houses and all kinds of shit. Ain't no Democrat doing nothing like that. That ain't happening nowhere. In fact, you don't even have Democrats claiming to be communists. That's something that is totally made up on the right.
You know, I sent you a video today. I came across it, and I thought it was really good. And I'm using Iran because the video was about Iran. And the video shows what Iran used to be. Mm-hmm. Women walking around free, men walking around without Sharia law. I mean, it was pretty much the United States in the 50s.
Shit, the United States.
You say we're trying to enforce our opinion on them. We're just trying to help them back to being free.
That ain't
having the rights to do what we take for granted.
No. First of all, you said it was like the United States in the 50s. I wasn't even free to walk around in the United States in the 50s. But in regards to what you're saying, though, is when we had no, hear me out. When we had Jim Crow and all kinds of awful shit going on in this country, we would not have tolerated some other free country coming here and telling us what to do. I don't know why we think it's. I mean, like, look, during World War I, going back all the way to World War I, you had a lot of African Americans in the military that stayed in Europe because they fell in love with some white girl and they couldn't bring them home. We wouldn't have wanted somebody to come to this country and tell us you got to treat them better. I mean, my grandfather fought in World War II. He came back. They didn't treat him as equal. We would not have wanted folks to come back and tell us what to do. We would have wanted them to give us a chance to settle that amongst ourselves. But now we're okay going to other people's countries and fighting and telling them what to do. It just seems hypocritical.
See, you say, and again, I'm using Iran as an example because that's what's up on your board.
Mm-hmm.
You say we're trying to tell them what to do. We're trying to free them from the oppression that they're under.
Okay.
You don't see it as oppression for one reason. It's because it's not happening here yet. But if it was happening here, you would be the first person to jump up and say, hey, this is oppression. So yes, I stand for helping them get their freedom back. Yes, I stand for money enough, their country not being ruled by religion, which is something your party stands for. So, I mean, it baffles me. It really does, because everything that you say here in the United States, religion doesn't belong running the country. Well, I'm saying that about Iran, and they used to be free, but when it's Iran, you have a problem with it, and if it's the United States, you agree with it.
No.
It's very confusing.
Well, let me help clear it up for you. First of all, if we're going to tell people when they come to the United States they have to assimilate and do what we do, then I think that should apply abroad. You don't say, well, the way we're doing things in the United States is right, so we can tell you need to follow us, but what you're doing in your country is wrong, so we can go there and tell you what to do as well. No, that to me that's being hypocritical. And you're going to always have a hard sell on me when you try to suggest that the United States is against oppression and they just want to look out for women and all this other stuff. After what you guys did to USAID, all of the kids that are starving, you don't care about people, or you wouldn't have done that. We're going into Iran because there's money to be made in war. There's profits to be made from oil. There's a lot of oppression happening in countries that is significantly worse than what's going on in Iran. You can go on YouTube and see how they're living in Iran. It actually ain't that bad compared to how they're living in some African countries and some other countries abroad. We're not going in those countries because there's nothing of value to go there for. We're not going there to help the people out. We're going there to we're not going there. Hold on. No, we're not going there. I'm saying we're not going there to help the people out. We're going there to help ourselves out. It's as simple as that. We're not going there for that.
I disagree. I mean, with respect, I disagree.
USAID.
Because of several reasons.
USAID. How do you explain that? How do you explain what we did to USAID? What we did to USAID, all of the starving women and children. I'm talking about. No, you said we are against oppression and we want to help people. What it only applies to Iran?
Okay, I'll try this again. I said talking about Iran, period, just Iran, because that's what's up on your board.
Right.
Now, as far as Iran goes, they may have it. Okay, but they don't have their freedom like they used to have before the religious caste took over the country, which is what your party stands against, is a country being run by religion. So I'm saying that we're going in there to help them, to free them from those oppressors that are forcing that religion on them. And we're also going in there because they're holding the world's hostage withholding the tankers and charging every country so much money just to get a tanker of oil. We can't allow that to stand. I don't know why your party would want that to stand, but yeah, that's another reason we're there.
Okay, and I'm going to, and thank you, Alter Ego. I appreciate that support. Thank you, Alter Ego. And what I'm going to say is, now you said you're talking about Iran because that's on my board. Yeah, and I'm going to respond with why only Iran? If we're all about helping people out, why only Iran? There are countries that are being treated significantly worse than Iran. Whether we're talking oppression, I'm still bringing up what Trump did to USAID. If you're really there to help people out, why would you do that to USAID? The reason we're dealing with Iran is because Trump can gain something from Iran. It ain't about helping them out. It's about, just like with Venezuela. It wasn't. Hold on, hang on. Let me finish. It wasn't about fentanyl with Venezuela. You're making up excuses to go in countries where you can benefit from. That you're not there to help the people out. You're there to help yourself out. Go.
Well, we definitely have a difference of opinion. You see it one way, and I see it another. I think that might be the problem. You're going to stick to your guns on what your party thinks, and I'm going to stick to my guns on what I believe. But as far as USAID or what you're talking about, I have no personal problem with that. I just think that we should help our own people out and work from the outside or from the inside out instead of from fixing everything.
Then why are you in Iran?
Working its way in.
If you're going to work on helping your own people out, then why are you in all these other countries? Huh?
I said I apologize. Could you repeat that?
You said as far as USAID, you have no problem with that because you believe we should help out our own first. And my response, then why are we in Iran? I mean, we're not helping America. Trump has done. Hold on, wait. Trump has done absolutely nothing to help out Americans yet. Even the ones that are working, like a minimum wage increase in healthcare. If your goal is to help out American people first, then why aren't you doing that? He's in Iran. He's in Venezuela.
Okay, can I get a word in here?
Go.
First of all, as far as minimum wage increase goes, and I know I'll get stomped on by the Republicans for this, I'm all for minimum wage increase, and I mean federally. I don't mean state by state. Second of all, as far as Iran goes, we're trying to put them back to where they were when they had the freedoms that you enjoy.
Before Americans.
Enjoy the freedoms that they lost because of them being taken over by the religious extremists, which is something your party stands against. We're trying to give them back their freedom. We would also like the world not to be charged $1 million a ship of oil that from Iran, from the religious extremists holding the world hostage.
He's literally done nothing for the struggling American people, and he's starting out with Iran and all these other. I want you to hear this. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I'll give you time to respond to this. I want you to hear this. And I see in the comments, Nardy Boy says, white folks are emboldened to think they will never be the target, but when they say nothing about revoking the rights of migrants here legally, they're one step closer to being treated like migrants. You think so? I don't know if they'll do that to white folks. I don't know about that. I want you to hear this, and thank you, Nardy Boy. I want you to hear this comment from Trump, conservative. Get your opinion on this.
What do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, as they are in
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting Argentina. They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive. If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can. But don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying. All right? They're dying.
What do you mean by being?
So now we're talking about Iran. We talked about Venezuela, Argentina. Where do we get to the American part of this? I get your point about, I don't mind USAID take care of Americans first. When do the American part happen?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Tom. I think the American part should have happened a long time ago. I think that the American people do need a helping hand. I think that there are some of us, not probably you or me, but look, there are those in America that are American citizens that do need help, and that should be our first priority. As far as what he's talking about, I honestly don't know anything about that.
Nobody does.
Right here. So, I mean, I don't have anything to say about it.
Yeah. But
I think as far as people going hungry or people being homeless, I think that we should invest in that. We should invest in helping our own people out, Republican, Democrat, conservative. I think that we should do that. We should take care of our own. I just think that our opinion on Iran is completely different. I want to give them back their freedom. You want us to leave them the way they are. I think that they should be free. They're not free.
Do you think that's the goal of do you think that's the goal of Trump in Iran, is to make sure the people of Iran are free?
I'll say this. I hope so. I would really, really like it to be. I really, really want it to be. I don't know, but I would want our goals to be what he said the first time, which was, we'll go over there and we'll give you your freedom. We'll help you take out the regime. I'm all for taking out an oppressive regime. I mean, it's oppressing the entire population.
I'm not hearing.
I dare you to look at the video I sent you, Tim. It was beautiful over there. It was amazing. It's in your inbox. They sent it to you.
Okay, hold on. Conservative. Let me just say this. Until he starts doing for Americans, I don't give a shit about what's going on around. People in America are struggling, whether it's because of Biden's administration or it's because of your tariffs and the stuff you do. You're not taking care of your own people. People struggling in America and don't want to hear about you're stopping Iranians from being oppressed. People can't afford health care and shit like that. They can barely afford their own rent. They don't want to hear that you're over in Iran. You didn't get elected in Iran. You got elected here.
I am all for rent going down. I am all for food prices going down. I am all for affordable health insurance, not free, but affordable health insurance so everybody can be insured. I'm all for that. But that doesn't mean that we stop taking care of people. I mean, if we take care of our people, that's great. But yeah, I'm for. I'm for giving them their freedom too.
Until I see some solid proof that Trump has tried to help out the downtrodden in this country, I don't want to hear shit about what you're trying to do for the Iranian people. Because and unlike you, I don't look. You bomb a school in Iran, you blame it on the Iranians. Then you're threatening to take out water power plants and shit and desalinate. You're not there to make sure them people are better. The people over there don't even believe you over there to do that. Nobody in Iran believes that Trump is over there to free them from oppression or help them out. I guarantee the women in Iran, hold on, hang on a second, wait. I guarantee the women in Iran do not see Trump as some kind of hero. None of the people in Iran see Trump as a savior. That's something that maybe MAGA may say. Ain't none of them thinking that Trump is coming there to save them.
All I'm saying is if Iran was as good, as well off as your party likes to pretend it is, they wouldn't be flooding the shores of America and the UK and other countries. They're fleeing, dude. Turn on news from the UK. Turn on news from the other countries. They're rushing the borders. They're fleeing. So yeah, I'm all for getting their country back under control, getting them to where they can go home and be free. Absolutely. Absolutely, I think it's a great idea.
I can't believe we elected the guy that campaigned on America first and we're having a debate about him fixing Iran when America hasn't been touched. Everything in America's gotten worse and we're debating about we're debating about Iran. Like, this is crazy. And you in this conversation, it makes me wonder, how the hell are they saying the left is radical? We're actually talking about him fixing Iran. Okay, if America had $2 gas and 1% inflation and all that, then yeah, we could have this conversation. Things have gotten worse here, and we're actually conversating on how good he's trying to make Iran. That's a wild conversation.
Let me ask you a question. Did we have $2 gas and 1% inflation when Biden sent all that military equipment and cost us all that money to the Ukraine?
And nobody
$2 gas and 1% inflation.
And nobody celebrated. They were bashing him for that. They weren't saying it was a good idea. They were bashing him for that.
But they keep voting people like him in. So it's hard to sit here and say Trump is doing it wrong when your party turned around and did the same thing with just a different country.
I mean,
it's the same thing.
Okay, well.
Listen, I wanted you to know that I dropped a couple of gifts for you.
Thank you.
Clapper. I don't know if you saw it, but I upped my, I think they call them diamonds.
Whoa.
And, or they turn into diamonds. I upped my cash for you, so I got some money for your gifts, bud.
Appreciate
I'm sorry we don't agree. I support your local liberal.
Thank you. There'll be times we'll agree. Handsome conservative, always a pleasure. Thank you very much. All right, moving on with the program and tap the screen. We are kind of running in overtime, as some folks might say. We the Rebel says it wasn't all that messed up last year in Iran. Not a paradise, but there are liberal cities that allow women to show their hair, etc. Yeah, there are videos on YouTube of what an Iranian apartment looks like and things like that. And like what I told him, there are cities and countries in America that are much worse than what Iran is. I saw videos of their markets and things. Now, what he is trying to indicate is they only show you the good videos. So no, in reality, it's really all fucked up, and they're just showing you really good stuff. These are regular videos posted by citizens. So I tend to agree with you, Rita Rebel, is that Iran is not as dilapidated as. I don't care what Iran is like. Fix your country first. I don't even know why we even having this conversation. The man campaigned on America first, and now we're 2 years into his term, and we're talking about why Iran isn't a better country. He didn't get elected to be the president of Iran. At the end of the day, I'm gonna say what I said the first time. Trump is in Iran because it is beneficial to Trump, his associates, and perhaps there may be some benefit to the United States in it. But the majority of the benefit will go to Trump and people he knows. Whether it's controlling their oil or taking over Carg Island or whatever. Trump, there's no way I'm gonna walk away believing Trump gives a damn about the Iranian people. He don't, if they're oppressed, they're oppressed. He don't care nothing about them. When he left Afghanistan, you want to talk about oppressing women. The women in Afghanistan are oppressed significantly more than in Iran. He didn't mind negotiating with the Taliban and giving Iran back to them. The women in Iran the women in Afghanistan right now are right back under the hands of the Taliban. They are way more oppressive than the regime in Iran. And Trump negotiated with the Taliban so they could take back over control of that country. That dude don't care about making sure women ain't being oppressed. That dude is in that country in Iran because there's some benefit to it. Same reason why he's in Venezuela. It ain't got nothing to do with fentanyl. Because if he was really about stopping fentanyl from coming to America, he would have went to countries that are known as the fentanyl capital. We've all seen drug movies and shit like that. Everything from Scarface to King of New York, all of the fucking drug movies you've seen over there. You ain't never seen any drug movies talking about Venezuela. Peru, Colombia, Mexico, places like Nicaragua. That's where nobody talked about Venezuela being a drug capital. Venezuela got oil. That's what we're in Venezuela. It got nothing to do with it. He's coming up with these stories so that people are in favor of him going places that he wanted to go for other reasons. Just like he was claiming that Greenland, we need to take over Greenland to provide self-defense of maybe missiles coming over the polar ice caps. Once again, they got precious minerals in Greenland. They were after their resources. They had nothing to do with protecting the United States with weapons coming over the polar ice caps. He is saying that stuff because he knows folks in this country, particularly MAGA, can get behind self-defense arguments. Yeah, well, we don't want missiles hitting us. He ain't there for no fucking missiles. Because Greenland would not have told him no. If Trump had came in office as a diplomatic leader, Greenland would have let him put as many SAM sites and Patriot batteries on their territory as needed. It ain't nothing to do with that. It's about they got minerals in this country under the ice caps, and we want to dig that shit up and cash in on it. It was a heist disguised as something else. In the comments, handsome servant, I will watch the video, but if I show you videos of also free Iranians, you can't dismiss them as well. They're only showing you the good stuff. There are plenty of videos in Iran of women walking around free, shopping at markets and everything. So you may look. I can show you a video of life in Beverly Hills, or I can show you a video of life in Gary, Indiana, or Detroit. It's the same country. It's the same country. One looks like people are living in posh mansions under palm trees. The other one looks like Beirut. It's the same country. So yeah, you may have videos of some of the horrible looking areas in Iran, but I can show you videos in Iran where it looks nice. Same country. Real quick in the comments, it wasn't all that mess. Oh, I saw that. The radical left in Iran wanted this. I don't think Iran has a radical left. You're telling me the radical left? Iran has a radical left? What is your definition of the radical left in Iran? They got a dictatorship. They don't have left and right. It's Iran. What are you going to tell me about next? The radical left in Russia? Radical left in Iran. That's funny. Brazil must be free of drug traffickers. No, there's plenty of drug traffickers in Brazil, and that's the point I'm making is what Trump said is not true. It ain't got nothing to do with getting rid of fentanyl. You haven't even heard him bragging about fentanyl since we went into that country. That was just some made up shit to get you guys to say, okay, let's go into Venezuela. Once he went in, and by the way, they took $13 billion of crude oil from Venezuela, and they could only account for like 300 million of it. They kept that shit. You think if Trump, I think the claim was Venezuela made some kind of deal with Exxon or some oil company in this country, and they reneged on the deal. So President Trump was allegedly taking the oil from Venezuela to make these oil companies whole. You already know how that works. Let's say that's true. Let's say they cheated Exxon Valdez out of some money. And you think Trump ain't gonna take a finder's fee? You think he ain't keeps a ton of that shit for himself? If he has control of $13 billion in Venezuelan oil, and Exxon or Shell or some American oil company had already gotten ripped off and they weren't being paid by Venezuela, and the only way we got the money is by Trump, you think Trump ain't gonna take a huge finder's fee? You wasn't getting nothing before me, so I'm gonna keep half and give you half. You can either agree with this, or I'll just leave it in Venezuela. I'm gonna go and send in special forces, take Maduro out, and I'm gonna get you half of what they owe you. You ain't getting nothing without me. So yeah, I'm certain Trump, some of that oil we took from Venezuela has enriched President Trump, his associates, and family members. He kept some of that. No, there's no denying he's keeping that. He is pocketing money. Good faith. Somebody says you are a hypocrite, Bob. 35% reduction in nationwide fentanyl overdoses, probably up to 37% by now. I haven't researched the number in like 3 weeks. Did the 35% reduction only happen once we went into Venezuela? Because this is what you guys are trying to say. Trump brought down the crime rate in America. Crime was already coming down before Trump got reelected. I think you guys are squeezing in credit for Trump for stuff that was already happening. Crime rate in America was already coming down before Trump got elected. So he don't get to take complete credit for crime rates coming down. And by the way, what is he really doing to bring down crime? I mean, the president normally is not responsible for inner city crime. Does that count the cop cars and police stations that were burnt down? What are you talking about? Don't know where you're going with that. The president of America said he's missing 13 billion is running the country. Yeah, I mean, you know, look, Trump is always going to tell you stuff. That don't mean you're going to get evidence or proof for it. That's just what he tells you. I mean, we talk about the 2020 election all the time. You'll never get proof of most of Trump's claims on that 2020 election. You'll never get proof of that stuff. Probably because a lot of immigrants are going away too. I don't look. If the immigrants were as criminal and harmful to the crime rate as the Trump administration and MAGA claims, you would think the jails would be full of illegal immigrants. They're not. The jails are not full of illegal. They're full of black people. They're not full of illegal immigrants. They're full of Americans. They're not full of illegal immigrants. So illegal immigrants are nowhere near as harmful, in my opinion, to our society as the Trump administration. I don't think they're raping and murdering everybody. It's about hate. To me, it's about hate. Donald Trump said he would use the military on Wall Street because of the bond market. What an idiot. His brain is fried. Trump is making money. To me, based on what I've seen out of the 2 years of Trump, that's his primary method of operation. They're in there to make money. There may be some things that happen that are good for this country, but by far, the biggest success of the Trump administration is going to be him getting richer. I mean, I don't see the economy. None of that stuff is his wealth is going up at astronomical levels. The economy is not repairing like that. The gas prices are not going that way. Food prices are not dropping at that rate. Out of all of the stuff he's doing, his wealth is the main benefactor of his presidency. It's his wealth. By far, his wealth is increasing at astronomical levels. I don't know what he was worth before becoming president, but he made $2.2 billion in 1 year in 2025. He wasn't making nowhere near that kind of money annually. Nowhere. My guess is that 2.2 billion he made in 2025 is probably more than he made like the previous decade. He wasn't making nowhere near. Think about all of the very, very, very successful businessmen on the planet, on Earth. How many businessmen, the most successful, how many of them make $2.2 billion in 1 year? It ain't very few businessmen amongst even the most successful that make money at that rate. That dude absolutely is doing stuff that don't make sense. That's a lot of money to make in 1 single year, $2.2 billion. You said crime was going down. The Democrats set fire to cop cars and police stations. Does that count? How many police stations got set fire to? Out of the thousands of police stations in America, every town has one, or just about, certainly every county. How many police, I mean, what are you pointing at? Something that happened in maybe 2 or 3 places? I mean, I'm from Chicago. Chicago got a bunch of police stations. I'm not aware of a single one of them being set fire. What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't get that one. 20 reasons I don't blame anyone who maligns them, but I know that anyone can fall into propaganda or a cult, no matter how unlikely you think it is. Everyone is susceptible. I do think there's some cult-like activity. I'll tell you where I see it at. I do believe when President Trump said he could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and MAGA would go nowhere. To me, that's accurate. And I'll tell you why I say it's accurate. First of all, the Epstein files. Whether or not you think Trump took the innocence of a child is not the debate I'm about to have. The debate I'm having is everybody, MAGA included, everybody believes that there are pedophiles on the Epstein files, amongst the Epstein files. He's protecting them. He is currently protecting pedophiles. And MAGA's okay with that. And he's potentially protecting several of them. MAGA is not saying anything about that. And even saying it, I would vote for him again. there's no denying that President Trump is protecting pedophiles by not releasing the Epstein files. They don't have any defense for that other than Biden. There's no defense. Trump is protecting pedophiles by keeping the Epstein files hidden. And they're supporting him and okay with that. Even though he really hasn't done a lot as president to help them. They're still riding with him. So I absolutely believe he could take somebody out in the middle of Fifth Avenue and they would support it. After watching him protect pedophiles and they're okay with that. Not to mention, as I always say, let's say, just for shits and giggles, let's say Trump did commit a major felony. I'm not saying he did. I'm not talking about pedophilia. I'm saying any kind of felony. Let's say Trump committed a major felony. This is what I always ask MAGA. Who could tell you and you would actually believe him? That's why I say he could take somebody's life, because all the judges that dismissed his claims of election fraud, you guys just dismissed the judges. All of the women that claimed he sexually assaulted them, you just dismissed the women. All of the Jack Smith and Tisha, who all prosecuted him, Bragg and all the prosecutors that said he committed crimes, you just dismissed all of that. Even folks who found him guilty for stuff, everything about him you just dismiss, which leads to the point I just made. If he did something wrong, who could tell you and you would actually believe him? There's nobody that can tell you he did anything wrong. So if he shoots somebody, if he takes a life and just tells you I didn't do it, let's say he takes a life in the middle of Fifth Avenue, 1,000 people are watching. You don't believe 1,000 people. That's it. The 1,000 people that are saying they saw, you just say they didn't. You won't believe them. Same way you don't believe the judges, you don't believe the girls. That one girl on the Epstein file said that he tried to make her perform oral and she bit his shit. You don't believe that. That came from her talking to an FBI agent. You just dismiss it. So who could tell you? He could, like I said, he could literally shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and you would just say it ain't true. That's kind of what you do on everything else that's about him. There's a lot of, everything that's come out negative about Trump, you guys just dismiss it. You guys dismiss Stormy Daniels. And she wasn't even saying he raped her. She just said they fucked. That didn't happen. I mean, the porn star lied about having sex. What the hell? So I don't think there's anybody that could tell you. I really do believe he could take somebody's life in the middle of Fifth Avenue and get away with it, because you guys would just dismiss it. 1 million pardon equals 1 billion hush money on the E-files. Ooh. Yeah, he is. I do believe he's selling pardons. I don't know why he's not releasing the E-files. I honestly don't know. And I'm not going to speculate why he's not releasing the E-files. But I know he's not releasing the E-files. And I feel confident that there are pedophiles in the E-files. So I'll just say I feel confident he is protecting pedophiles. And I'm going to bring up Marjorie Taylor Greene once again, who stated he told her, if we release this stuff, some of my friends will get hurt. He didn't say anything else. He didn't say people are threatening to kill me because of it. He said some of my friends will get hurt. So yeah, he is protecting pedophiles. You act like women have not had years of lying about men. We were choir proof now. No, hands are conservative. I do agree that women do tell lies about getting raped and stuff like that. Women do tell lies. But that many of them? That many of them? And this isn't somebody accusing Mr. Rogers of rape. This is somebody accusing Trump. Just look, put it this way. Let's say I got a huge rap sheet and somebody accused me of theft versus somebody accusing Mother Teresa of theft. Big deal. I mean, Trump has a lot of actual evidence in fuel in that area. I mean, he's cheated on all his wives. That ain't up for debate. I mean, we know he was hanging with Hugh Hefner. He's had a history of hanging with young women. All the stuff he said on the Howard Stern show about Lindsay Lohan. He's passing girls saying I will be sleeping with her when she's 10 years older to a little kid. Him saying I would be dating my daughter I would be dating my daughter if it wasn't my daughter. Like, is it really hard to believe this guy may actually do something? The women that are accusing him, we don't have all that dirt on them. We got it on him. Is it really hard to believe this guy may actually have done something? He's literally talking about what they're accusing him of. To grab him by the pussy thing. We dismissed that. We ain't doing that. Why is he talking about this shit so much? Why is he actually talking about doing all that? And then you've been bragging about doing this kind of shit. And then lo and behold, women are accusing you of doing exactly what you've been talking about you've been doing. But we're going to pretend like all the women may be lying. Like I said, if they were accusing Mr. Rogers or somebody of it, then it's different. But this guy has that type of activity coming out of his mouth. He's saying stuff like that. It's a little easier to start thinking maybe he actually did do this shit. No problem electing felons. Melania would have been disqualified in SA if that was a good idea. What do you mean by SA? I don't get what you're saying there. He says, no problem electing felons. You don't have a problem electing felons? That's crazy to me. Melania, look, and I'll tell you this. Maybe Trump will turn out to be a great president. There's still time. He has 2 more years left. But I'll tell you this. If Trump turns out to be what it looks like, in my opinion, where he's in office, grifting his ass off and making a killing, doing things for his own personal financial gain, I'm going to tell you something. We're going to be the laughingstock of the world. Because what you just said there, We the Rabble, says no problem electing felons. Like, you guys are, let's say it does turn out that Trump is guilty of insider trading and selling pardons and all the other shit he's accused of. We're going to be the laughingstock of the world because they're going to say, you mean this guy had 30-something felonies and you put him in the White House anyway and you're shocked that he committed felons? Like, this is what you overlook the fact that people were already accusing him of shit. You put him in the White House and now you're acting shocked that he did financial crimes. That's what the felonies were about. Financial shit. Him devaluing, evaluating his properties and stuff so he can make more money. So if it turns out that he actually committed felonies to make money, we're going to look like fools. I mean, like, this dude, you could not work at a bank. You couldn't even be a cashier at Dollar Tree if you had financial crimes on your rap sheet. They're not going to put you around money if you got financial felonies on your rap sheet. Nobody would do that. But we put him over the White House. So yeah, we're going to, if it does turn out, let's hope it doesn't. Let's hope the liberals are just making shit up about Trump. But if it does turn out that he is grifting and making a killing and selling pardons and all this other shit he's accused of, we're going to be the laughingstock of the country, or of the planet rather. Because you put a dude that was already convicted of financial crimes in charge and he committed financial crimes. Mandela, you fluffer. You talking in the comments. Critical, yes, we know that's like the best thing you can come up with. It makes Biden say, why does Biden keep coming up so much? Biden, Tim Scott was on Meet the Press yesterday. The host asked him about the economy, and asked him about, why Trump hasn't improved the economy and shit. And the first thing Tim Scott started talking about is Biden. She had to interrupt him. She's like, sir, Trump's been in office almost 2 years. Why are we talking about Biden? I mean, like, the first thing Tim Scott started doing is going back talking about Biden. Like, God damn. Tim Scott is an ass kisser, says somebody in the comments. He's selling another damn fake-ass story, and they are buying it and eating it up. He's our president. What can I say? Anyway, folks, I appreciate you guys riding with me in the overtime. TikTok went down. We'll be back tomorrow on the backup account, taking callers as usual. But TikTok went down, so that's why I was not able to bring up callers because of what happened. We did bring up something from Clapper and Instagram. Anyhow, I got to find myself something to eat. I'm hungry talking to you motherfuckers. A lot of you guys challenged me, including my beloved MAGA. Understand, let me just say this real quick before I roll up out of here. Just because we're critical of Trump here doesn't mean that if you support Trump, you're not allowed to speak or even be a caller or a guest on the program. We don't censor you at all because you support Trump. If we disagree, we'll talk about that. But you're entitled to come on the program. You don't have to just be in the comments. you're entitled to come on the program and state your case, regardless of your politics. That's why we always say we go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having dinner with Q. But it is what it is. That's how we kind of run the show. And certainly come on up anytime. In the comments, I'll read a couple comments before I go. So get on up their morons and then entertain us. Don't call MAGA morons. We do want to talk to MAGA. I'll give you a break because you're hungry since we're the rapper. Yeah, I gotta eat. I gotta get up and work for the man tomorrow, just like the rest of you motherfuckers. You know, ain't nobody giving us free shit, so we gotta work. So it is what it is. Nick Fuentes pled the fifth when asked if he was working with the feds on January 6th. January 6th should have never happened. You know, look, Trump pardoned those folks, but at the end, I kind of sympathize with those folks because they bought into what he was selling. The folks on January 6th genuinely felt that in a democracy or a republic, whatever you want to call it, they genuinely felt in a republic their votes were being stolen. So I understand the anger of MAGA on January 6th, but I just feel sorry for them only slightly because of the way they acted without any proof. I mean, look, this is what happens when you just take somebody's word without proof and they abuse your trust. I mean, on January 6th, we're talking only 2 months and 2 days after the November election back then. There was what Trump was saying, ain't nobody on January 6th had seen any proof of what Trump was claiming. In fact, he still hasn't proved it. But they certainly hadn't proved it only 2 months after the election. In fact, Attorney General Barr was still doing investigations on what Trump claimed. There was no reason at all for them to go to the Capitol building and act like that. Ain't any of them you had to grab and ask them, what have you seen to verify why you guys are here acting this way? It was solely based on what Trump was telling them. None of them had seen any proof at all to act like that. None of them did. So, look, they bought into what Trump was saying. They went and acted that way, and a lot of them paid dearly. I'm assuming some of them hired lawyers and had to mortgage houses or, take out loans, and they don't get that back. Trump pardoned them, but they don't get all the money they lost back. Some of them spent time in jail. I mean, they don't get any of that stuff back. All trusting what Trump was saying was true. And I'm sure some of them regret it because Trump still hasn't proved that anything he said was valid. What do you think about Nick Fuentes? Explain, please, says Maifa Bro. Well, I can't read the name there. Maila or something like that. He's a racist. He's also a sexist. He's the one that said once they roll back Roe v. Wade, women are never going to control their bodies. We're going to control them or something like that. He's a bad guy to me. I think Nick Fuentes he's a bad guy. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, he got a lot of horrible quotes. He's neo-Nazi type shit. He's not the kind of guy who would give me equality. So I don't have anything positive to say about Nick Fuentes. He lives in Berwyn, Illinois. He lives in Illinois, a suburb of Chicago. Some people don't been by his house and shit like that, but he's a bad guy. I don't favor the direction that he wants to lead America in. He's certainly a white supremacist or something like that, or a neo-Nazi or whatever the case may be. And somebody said he's trying to erase my history from the history books. No, he doesn't like black people. To put it boldly, he's not a fan of African Americans. Go figure. Anyhow, I'm still waiting for my white privilege card, Democrats. You don't get a white privilege card. That's not how. You don't look. Nobody that's white is guaranteed to have privilege. That's not how white privilege works. It's statistical probability. It's like saying the difference between playing a game of blackjack at a casino versus playing a spin on a slot machine. I'm indicating I'm pulling the handle down. I'm old school. You push the buttons down. But they used to have the slot machine handles. You're not guaranteed to win or lose when you play blackjack. You're not guaranteed to win or lose when you pull the slot machine. But in terms of statistical probability, there is a much greater chance of winning at blackjack than there is at a slot machine pool. And the same is when it comes to white privilege. You're not guaranteed to be privileged as a white person. But in many cases, the statistical probability is more favorable to you if you encounter or go through certain events in this country as a white person than you are as a person of color. Criminal justice system is a perfect example. I would rather be white going through the criminal justice system than black. I would rather be a woman going through the criminal justice system than a man because it also favors women. I would rather be rich going through the criminal justice system than poor. But it's still statistical probability. It's not guaranteed. Rich people get convicted. Women get convicted. White people get convicted. But playing the odds, you're better off being a wealthy white woman than any other group. If you're just going by statistical probability, being a wealthy white woman gives you the best odds at a better outcome than any other group. That's the way I look at it. And they probably, and I'm assuming they probably represent some of the lowest of incarcerated people too, other than the Asians. And I think it's the Asian culture is just anti-criminal. The Asians don't commit a lot of crimes at all. When they come here, I don't think they're even doing a lot of it in their own countries. The Asians do not commit a lot of crimes. But I'm going to tell you, if I'm going through the system, straight, wealthy woman, white, give me that. Or not straight, but wealthy white woman. That's the best odds you're going to get. It didn't work for Martha Stewart. What did I just tell you about statistical probability? It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed, but the odds are better. It's not, How many Martha Stewarts can you come up with, though? Think about that. How many wealthy white women can you think of that went through the system? Martha Stewart's probably one of the very few you're going to be able to come up with. And by the way, she didn't serve a lot of time. I mean, that's probably one of the only ones you're going to come up with. Because she saw her neck on the line, she should not have ever served a clown. Don't know what that means. What do you think of Israel? Are you pro or? I think Israel has a right to exist, but I think they've went way beyond just having a right to exist. Israel is dominating the region. And I think Israel is actively oppressing people. And I don't know how you solve that because they don't got used to that area being their homeland. And the Palestinians see it as their homeland. You would want to try to come up with some kind of two-state solution, but there's going to be arguments over who's which side should have more territory. I don't know how you fix that. I honestly don't know how you fix that. A two-state solution, you're still going to have occasionally folks taking pot shots across the border at the other side. They don't like each other. And even under a two-state solution, they're not going to like each other. I don't think there's any way to fix that. They're never going to like each other. And they're it's like literally putting the Hatfields and the McCoys in the same building. It's just, I don't know the answer to that one. Rothschilds in USA put some euros out in the sand and called it Israel. Well, they've been there now. I gotta go. I gotta go find me something to eat. Y'all, you guys are a great audience, but your boy is hungry. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I'm starving. If it wasn't